not necessary because when I Yeah, we just told them in there.
Buenos dias. Welcome to day number 2 of the Gran Canaria Pro Am here in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria for the APP World Tour event. Today we are going to be running some amazing heats. We're going to be crowning some champions today as well. Yesterday was a fantastic day of action, so I just can't wait to get this all underway today. My name's Bo Nixon. I'm joined in the booth here with Emily Utrup. And yeah, tell us, Emily, how did you think about yesterday's action?
Oh, what an amazing day to start off this event. It was just beautiful offshore conditions, perfect for the longboarding, for the juniors. And yeah, it looks like we have another great day of action. I'm just looking at the sheet here. We have so many heats we're going to go through. And yeah, we're going to crown some world champions today.
Yeah, that's right. Super exciting day on hand. We're going to be starting with the longboard women repechage heat out in the water. They have just got underway. Then we're going to be moving into the under 18 girls. So the junior women are going to be hitting the water today, followed by the men's longboard quarterfinals. Then we'll be running through crowning the men's longboard at the end of the day and also the junior boys champion as well. But we're catching up with some action in the water for the longboard heat for the women there. That is our competitor in white, Sakura Inoue. So she arrived late yesterday off a flight. So she's just getting to feel the water out there this morning, seeing how that board's going to be feeling as well.
Yeah, and yeah, the conditions today, Will. What do we think about the condition? We had to put it on hold this morning. The morning was a bit slow out there, so we decided to go on hold for like the first 1.5 hour. But now we just yeah, we had the high tide, so the tide is going down now, and yeah. So can you tell us a little bit more about what you think about the conditions today?
Yeah, as you said, that high tide was about 8 o'clock this morning, just after 8 a.m. Local time now, just after 10 a.m. So a couple of hours after high, we can see the wave starting to break through. The competitors are deciding to sit on that inside break. So we saw yesterday the competitors out by where that white water is out the back there. On screen, you see the reef out the back. But the competitors are starting to sit in a little bit today. I think those waves a much cleaner face on the inside. They're going to offer a bit more scoring potential. So good for the longboarding, especially on the higher tide. Bit of a slower wave, able to get to the nose, walk the board, do some nice turns on the longboard. So we should see some great action in this first heat this morning.
Yeah, exciting. There's a little bit more of a bump on the wave today. It's not so clean as it was yesterday. A little bit more wind on it, but still looks pretty nice out there.
Yeah, it certainly does. Definitely, yeah. Be stoked to be out there. And then a few other people in the water. As we see our competitor here, this looks like Katie in a way. Straight up to the nose for a hang 5. Oh, I just can't quite hold it though. See a little bit of bump on the wave face. So that is kind of happening from that rip that's running out through the beach. We've got quite a bit of wave action down the beach, and all that water needs to move down along to the deeper water to find a way out. This is Marina Codru from France up and riding. Lovely style walking up to the nose there. Just unfortunately, again, just can't quite, get the nose outside of the water there. But it is great to see these women taking to the water. It's interesting to see the Inoue sisters in the repechage round. Obviously, as we mentioned before, they didn't make their heats yesterday, so it's going to be a tough draw throughout the repechage for the other women to get through against the Inoue. Obviously, Kaede Inoue, the world champion last year for both juniors and the pro women. And Sakura Inoue, younger sister.
Yeah, so
no slouch at all.
Yeah, we saw Taka coming in straight from the airport yesterday. That was probably the highlight of today. There was 16 minutes left in the heat, and he came running down the beach, borrowed a board, and then pulled the biggest score of the day.
Yeah, that's right. It was crazy to see him jump on and get an excellent ride straight away on a borrowed board. Not the board he wanted to be riding, but I think he just come, like you said, straight from the airport, straight into the water. Couldn't get his equipment ready, so decided to jump out. But obviously the Inaway sisters having their equipment ready today.
Yeah. And yeah, so exciting day ahead of us, and so we're gonna crown a junior boy world champion and the two longboard world champions. And this is the first year that we actually have the full longboard division for women, so it's really exciting.
Yeah, super exciting. Great to see a good lineup of women there. We saw some amazing action yesterday. Cami Dubrana and also Ibaya Moreno surfing very well as we were watching. Looks like Sakura up and riding here. Just getting to grips with that longboard, but it's great nose rides out on the outside section. So she is doing well to ride that one through. We'll bring up those scores for you very shortly for these competitors. Yeah, it's been a fantastic day of action yesterday. Moving into today, the weather's beautiful here. It's super warm. The water's nice and warm as well. I think it's quite enjoyable for everyone to be here.
Yeah, it's people are surfing out there in board shorts, and yeah, for November, I would say it's pretty great.
Yeah, it really is great. Did you manage to get in the water yesterday?
No, I didn't. We finished too late. Today, I'm for sure getting in there. I got a longboard now, so yeah, it's a bit smaller today, but looks really fun for longboarding.
Perfect conditions for
Yeah.
longboarding, especially throughout the week as well. Looks like the swell's going to stay pretty small, and then maybe a little bump on the weekend. Forecast is a bit changeable at the moment, but I did see some Surfline saying it was some good surf coming for the weekend, so we'll
Yeah.
have to wait and see if that develops. But it looks like we might be having a couple of lay days during the smaller swell, and then bringing the action back to you to crown some world champions on the weekend.
Yeah, it looks like that swell Saturday and Sunday and Monday could be really interesting, and yeah, and quite some swell period, and so we hopefully can see maybe the point break working.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe move over to El Lloret, which would be nice to see that break working again. The last few years we were here, had some fantastic action over there. Obviously, Canary Islands open to swell from all directions. We're kind of facing the north, so looking for those northerly swells to get into the break here at La Cissere. But it's fantastic. Want to thank the city, of course, of Las Palmas for having us here for this event, and all the locals as well, sharing their waves with 40 or 50 subsurfers.
Yeah.
Not always easy.
No, it's not always easy. No, it's nice of them to letting us be here, and yeah, we're just having a little bit of technical issues here, so we don't have screen at the moment. So if there's anything going on in the water, oh, now we're back. So
Back with action in the water. So it does look like we have some highlights for yesterday's action, which sounds super exciting. Well, we're going to catch up with some live action first with Sakura here. Up and riding. Going to get to the nose for this beautiful nose ride. Critical section. Manages to get back onto the tail. Just kicks out there. That wave closing out on her. So great surfing there. Is he riding a single fin, Emily?
yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. Did you have a chance to go down and look at it on the boards?
I did have a look at some boards down there. I didn't manage to see that many longboards. I think everyone had gone home after the longboard event. But it was it's interesting to see the single fin and also thruster fin, 2+1, twin fin. The buyer was riding yesterday as well. So very nice to see a combination of different equipment out there for the riders.
Yeah.
So our screen's just gone dark here in the studio, but hopefully be able to still see the live action out in the water. These women, pretty tough heat for the repechage, I believe. Like Marine
Yeah.
Kodru, she had put on a great performance last year when she was here, especially in the juniors, and good to see her riding the longboard. Obviously, Kiera Inouye was competing, and also Sakura as well, in the men's, or the mixed longboard division last year. As you said, this year they have a dedicated women's longboard event, so fantastic to see that happening this year, and we'll be crowning a women's longboard champion later today for that action.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting. See, who's your money on for the women's and the men's?
Oh my goodness, for the longboard.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, the action yesterday, I mean,
Yeah.
Tucker, like we mentioned, coming in and just blowing away all the competition. But Benoit put on an amazing performance of longboard surfing. And obviously, Leco Salazar, last year's champion for the longboard, going to be hard to beat. So they're probably my top 3 picks for the men's. Women's, it's going to be a tricky one because I feel like we saw Camille yesterday, really nice longboard style. She just said she's been riding a sup longboard for a few weeks.
Yeah.
Obviously come from a pro longboard background, but you need to mix it in with the paddle, and we can see some action on our screen now. Some scores coming through as well. So this is Sakura up and riding, currently in the lead in this heat. Nice float off the top there, and you can see those rocks popping through just as she finishes that ride. So competitors putting it all on the line to be able to get the scores that they need.
And it's funny to see them. Yesterday we saw a lot of the left-handers working, and today we're seeing them mostly going on the right.
Yeah, very true. I think this reform really lends itself for that right-hand break. There's also has been a couple of lefts coming through too. They kind of hold up a little bit more and they break away from those rocks. But on the higher tide, we do have those rocks on the beach, and as that tide goes out, we'll start to see a bit more sand underneath where they are surfing. But if you saw any action yesterday, you would have seen the drone angle, the reef underneath all the surfers as well. So lots of rocks and reef out here. Good for the waves because it really creates a nice shape for the waves. And then obviously around the corner, El Uret, we have that rock bottom point break, which is fantastic to see. And the sup surfers have been out there the last couple of days practicing as well.
Yeah, I went for a walk there last night, and there were still a few guys in the water, and it just looked absolutely beautiful. So I can't wait to see that with a bit more swell, and hopefully we'll get to run the event there.
Yeah, definitely. I saw a couple of the Brazilian competitors walk past yesterday. They're like, oh, it was so good, but so crowded.
Yeah.
So it'd be nice to have just 2 people out in the water for the pro event getting underway, hopefully later on this week. Yeah, coming down just under 13 minutes left in this repechage heat for the longboard women. Kiede in a way, waiting patiently at the back. She just had that one ride of that 2.5.
Yeah, just the drone shots here are so beautiful. Like we also saw it yesterday, It's just with the city in the background. We're like staying right on the beach. The city is right there. It's amazing. It's such a good setup. And we also saw quite a bit of audience down here on the beach yesterday watching the action. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, it's great to see the crowds, the local people coming down to watch all of the sup surfing action. The promenade here is just an amazing kind of viewing platform. Lots of restaurants and cafes.
But just see Sakura up and riding. A nice little nose tap. See if she managed to get out again for a hang 5. Unfortunately, she digs the nose down. But yeah, nice couple of waves from her so far.
She's staying really busy in this heat. You can see she's actually jumped up right into the lead. Kaede also dropped another score. But Sakura really, asserting her dominance in this heat. Young competitor, I think only 15 years old, Sakura is. So showcasing that she has a lot of good skills for the sup longboard and also for the shortboard in the sup as well. She'll be coming up in the junior division. Yeah, so she will go straight from this heat into junior heat. Just So as we have a little break in the action here, we're going to throw it to a replay, highlights of day 1, yesterday's action.
Welcome everybody to the Gran Canaria Pro Am event in the Gran Canaria. This is our 4th year running of this event, and we are here with the APP World Tour.
Seeing Leko up and riding, already 2 nose rides there on that wave. Wow, you really see him just finding that, flow and speed on the wave.
He's up on the nose again.
Oh.
Quick hang 5, trying to get around this section. A nice turn off the top. Oh, great, powerful turn on this. Really speed as he gets up to the nose again. Great hang 5 there. And then getting up to the nose and holding it to that critical section. The wave, breaking over that board. This is going to get a bit of speed here. Throw that board up into the lip. And very accomplished longboard
Great turn again, and then hits the lip.
Holding this nose ride for an extended amount of time.
That's a wrap for today. What an exciting first day of competition. We had Kapono, who served the highest scoring wave, which was an 8.76. Be sure to check that out online. Tomorrow we're kicking off with the finals of the under 18 category and the longboard finals as well. Look forward to seeing you all tomorrow.
And what a highlight reel that was, Emily.
Yeah, just showing how much action there was yesterday. Yesterday was such a beautiful day, and so many heats and like just so many great surfers. And we saw a few. One surfer I remember from yesterday was Lucas, who I think surfed, I don't know, maybe 6 heats yesterday. He was in the junior and the longboard. I was like, he must be pretty tired by the end of the day.
Oh yeah, he was very, very tired. I think he arrived at like 3 a.m. the day before, or that same day. From a flight, so he was straight into the water, having to surf so many times, but he did really well throughout his heats. We saw him really save his energy for the junior boys semi-final, unfortunately going down to Enrique. We saw Capono there in the highlight reel, just putting together some amazing heat totals yesterday.
Yeah, that was
amazing surfing.
That was great to watch. And we just saw now we just had the scores, and we see Shakura dropped a couple of 6, and the same for Gary, also had a 6-point ride. So yeah, they're getting rewarded for those nose rides.
Yeah, definitely are, especially with the smaller conditions. I think being up on the nose in that critical section of the wave is going to score quite highly today. Not really that opportunity to get up into the lip as much, so the competitors opting to go to the nose and really utilising the whole judging criteria and really surfing to that criteria.
Yeah, for sure. And I also feel like we see them here. They're a bit more on like performance longboards than we saw yesterday. There was some bigger boards out there. It looks like for me it looks a bit more traditional longboarding.
Yeah, especially with that single fin we saw on Sakura's board earlier as well. I think these boards are quite small because the competitors are quite small as well, quite lightweight, and just need to be on that smaller board to be able to turn it easy. As we see a little wave on the inside here for Sakura, current heat leader. She's up and riding, straight to the nose. Beautiful nose ride. She just stalls it there for a little bit, opting to go left on this wave. Looking for another quick nose ride in there and maybe finish this off with another nose ride before the rocks. You can see super close to the rocks there.
Yeah, wow, that was a good run of nose rides she got on that wave. Yeah, she's just staying busy, really consistent, just surfing very well.
Yeah, Katie being very patient at the back. Been about 8 minutes since she's caught that last wave. So just hanging with, actually Marina has the first priority. Katie with second priority out there in the water. So having that first priority means you have choice of the next wave that comes through. If you want to take it, you can decide not to take it and wait for a better wave if you so choose. But you do have right of way for whichever wave you'd like to take. We did see a couple of competitors yesterday fall to that priority interference, unfortunately. So competitors just having to learn that priority system out in the water.
Yeah, is that a priority system? Is that a newer thing in stand-up paddle surfing? Or?
It's been around for a few years now with priority. The competitors in the water do know that they have priority or not. They just need to look back at the beach, and there's some coloured discs that they can look at to be able to see if they do have priority. Obviously, matching the colour of their rash guard. So if Marina takes a look back to the beach, she'll be able to see that red has first priority, yellow in second priority. But yeah, it's been around for a few years now. Competitors really enjoying the priority system because obviously you want to perform your best, and if you have that priority, you can choose the good wave and not having to worry about fighting with the other competitors to catch a wave.
Yeah, we talked a lot about it yesterday also, how it plays in. It's a bit of a mental game as well. And we're just seeing a nice set coming here. See if Marine is gonna get on that one. And she's up and riding, going for that right-hander. And unfortunately kind of closes out for her there. So yeah, she's still, yeah, she's looking for a pretty high score. I think she's even looking for a combo to get into that second place.
Yeah, so quite a big score needed for Marina, but we did see Sakura increase her lead with a 6.67. So that matches that highest wave score of Katie as well. So the highest wave score so far in this heat.
Yeah, and you see Sakura got, yeah, that triple nose ride.
That's right, yeah. So 3 nose rides, no turns, 6.67. So judges rewarding nose riding today.
Yeah, and it's always interesting in these, the first heat of the day to, you know, because the judges are assessing the conditions. We, you know, they have to adjust the judging to the conditions out there. And so I think all the athletes are paying really close attention to what is happening in this heat to see, okay, how do the women get scored here compared to yesterday. So now they will definitely take notes and see, okay, we're also going to try to, you know, do that more traditional longboarding today because that's what the waves has on offer.
Yeah, exactly right. So, yeah, good to see competitors keeping an eye on the conditions and also the judging criteria to see what they're going to be needing. Yeah, as we are watching Kaede with first priority, hopefully a little wave coming through. We do see Marine taking off on a smaller one on the inside here, trying to stay busy. She opts to go left on this one, stepping up the board. Didn't quite get to the nose and just decides to kick out there. Getting close to those rocks again. Need to fit all those maneuvers into such a tight space, tight area. As we see a set rolling in for Kaede. Take us away on this one, Emily.
Yes, see what Katie can do in this one. Looks like it's going to stand up a bit now, and she out for a little hang 5. And unfortunately closes out from her there. But great control she has over the board, and she gets so fast out to the nose. But this is the round 2, so it's an elimination round. So the third place will be eliminated from the event, and the first and second will go into the next round.
Yeah, that's right. So Kaede and Sakura looking quite confident in that first and second position at the moment. Kaede had a pretty critical nose ride on that last one. We'll see if that plays into her score increasing, which is going to make that requirement much harder for Marine. But Marine, she is the French national SUP champion. She also was number 5 last year in the APP World Tour. Great to see her back this year competing, looking to go a few better this time to be able to clinch a world title for France again. Benoit Carpentier, French champion from last year.
Yeah, it was great. We had him in the studio here yesterday, and he helped us commentate a few heats, and yeah, it was just interesting as well to get his insight, and you know, being such a great competitor and, you know, world champ and European champ, and he has a lot of titles under his belt.
He certainly does. He seems to be on a roll at the moment as well, like going from event to event, getting some fantastic results as well. So we see maybe a little wave coming through here for our competitors. We're going to see if Sakura's going to make a move with first priority. She's going to let her sister go. Oh, no, they're going to decide to go over it. So that wave breaking a bit further out. Marine on the inside. Tries to get on top of that one. Unfortunately, can't get on top of it. Coming down to 30 seconds left, so not much more time left for any opportunities to happen.
So it looks like the sisters are going to go into the next round. But we have Marina up and riding. Unfortunately, she goes down. And yeah, just 10 seconds left on the clock. So it's going to be hard for her to get another one.
Yeah, it certainly is. You can see these waves pretty tricky to read. Steep and then a bit slow, and deciding whether to go left or right. But yeah, it does look like the Inoue sisters will be moving through this longboard division.
Yeah.
Which is going to be into the semi-finals next for the women's longboard. So that's going to be coming up later today after about lunchtime. As we see Sakura a heat winner. This one, bringing it in through the inside. Unfortunately, just gets caught by the lip there. Interesting to see how, which equipment, how it differs between her and her sister's board.
Yeah. Well, great start to the day. Now we're moving straight into the juniors, the girls, and we're only having one heat there. It's a small division.
Yeah, but it's going to be very hotly contested as well. These junior girls, the future of our sport, so it's going to be fantastic to see them taking to the water. Even though just one heat, they're going to have a second heat as well, and then a third heat at the end of the day, and I believe the points might be tallied together, or their placings will be kind of subject to whoever wins the world title at the end of the day.
Right. And here we're just having some replays of the best waves of the competition. I think this was that 6.67, where she managed to do those, 3 nose rides. Yeah.
She had some great footwork in this heat. Got to get up to the nose. Nice stalls to just set herself back in the right position on the wave. Staying nice and high on that wave to nose ride. And you see when that board drops down to the bottom, that's where you don't want to be when you're up on the nose. Keep that board high on the wave. As we see a replay from Marine. Nice. I just think she kicked out of this one. But she had some nice right-handers where she got some footwork done. Like this one on the left. Great cross-stepping. Unfortunately, it's not finding the best waves that are going to open up, allow her for some scoring potential. Inaway sisters definitely on the better waves in this heat.
Yeah. But yeah, we got the event started, and we will see the junior girls now, and I guess they will just need a little bit of time to go change boards.
I think so, that's right, yeah. So, well, maybe they're going to stay out there on the longboards. The waves look pretty good for the longboards out there, so they might just stay on that.
Well, are you allowed to do that in the...
You can ride whatever board you like. Yeah, for that. But obviously the scoring criteria is going to be, the judging criteria is going to be favoured toward the high performance kind of riding. Just going to bring up the list of our competitors for the next heat. You do see on screen there, sleepy start with the competitors paddling out for the next heat. We're going to have Kaede Inoue, Sakura Inoue, as you just saw in that previous heat in the longboard. And also Brune Guerin in the yellow. She is from France. She's also a national champion of stand-up paddleboarding in France. It's great to see her competing here. But she might have the upper hand here because I see the Inoue sisters are going to be changing boards, going from longboard back to their shortboard sub. So maybe a little bit of recalibration from the competitors. Going to have to catch a couple of waves to get used to their board again. Whereas Prune's probably been riding her board throughout the week, getting used to it, putting all of her efforts in. So there will be 3 rounds of this heat for the junior girls, and then we'll be crowning the world champion later on today.
Yeah, so exciting. We're going to have 4 world champions by the end of this day if
goodness.
everything goes well.
How exciting. That's going to be, which divisions are those?
So junior girls, junior boys, longboard women, and longboard men.
Amazing. It's so good to crown all those champions today. And then after that, we've just got left the open men and open women pro action to come, crowning the world champions there when the swell arrives, hopefully.
Yeah, and so we'll probably have a few lay days and waiting for the swell, and that's, in these events, that's also why we have this, 7-8 day waiting period, because we want to put the athletes out there in the best conditions.
Yeah, that's so true. As the event organisers just put this next heat on hold to offer some time for the Inoue sisters to change boards, get back out the back. Throughout the heat, the competitors do need to be standing up to move around on their boards. They can sit down to wait for waves, so that is allowed to conserve energy. And that way, it allows the competitors to have more energy on the wave. It's going to equal higher performances, better surfing for you, better to watch. So you might see some of these competitors sitting down on their board, waiting for waves, but that is allowed.
Yeah, and it looks like the heat is starting, so Yeah, let's see. Now it's probably also the judges just now again have to adjust their criteria. As we said, now it's going to be more performance surfing. So, but the conditions are quite small, so they have to, uh, see what they're looking for. So again, this is a very important heat for the other athletes to look at and take notes.
Yeah, it definitely is as well with those conditions changing. The low tide coming up later on today at about 3 p.m. local time. We are on the GMT time, so same time as the UK. Same time as Portugal, or they're an hour ahead?
Same time as Portugal.
Same time as Portugal,
Yeah.
there we go.
No jet lags for me.
No, exactly. No, none for me either, which is very nice. Always a nice thing, but some jet lag for some of our athletes coming from Japan.
Mm-hmm.
France as well, there's no jet lag there, so just an hour difference.
Yeah. Yeah, we also have a lot of Brazilians in this event.
Yeah, it'd be late at night for them right now.
Yeah.
So maybe they're just waking up.
Yeah.
Coming down to assess the conditions. We'll see a couple of Brazilian surfers later on today in the longboard division. Leco Salazar, Leonardo Jimenez. As we do see a little paddle there on the inside from competitor. This is the Inouye sisters currently on screen. There's Prune there in the yellow jersey. Trying to stay busy and active on the inside. It's probably a good strategy today. A bit slower with those waves. I think we saw some sets roll through in that last heat, Emily. And looks like Kaede and Sakura might be waiting for those bigger ones.
Yeah, it's always about, picking your strategy. I know a lot of athletes, they're like, okay, we're going to get maybe two smaller waves under the belt just to get going, and then we'll go out and wait for the bigger ones. But it looks like Katie is going to get on that set wave. See if we can get back to some action in the back. Yeah, she is up and riding. It looks like a nice wave. And see if she can hit that lip. Nice turn to finish there.
Very nice turn to finish. I wonder if she got another turn at the back. That's going to be a very high score for her, getting that board up and critical into that whitewater section.
And also, the size of the wave and the wave selection is also coming into count when the judges assess all this. And that was I think that was one of the bigger waves we've seen this morning.
Yeah, definitely, and she was waiting patiently. I think having been out there for the previous heat just gave her a little bit more insight into the conditions and where to sit, especially for this heat for the junior girls. She's going to be looking to back up her win from last year, being the 2022 Junior APP World Champion. Sakura wants to beat her though. It's although they're sisters, there's a lot of competition in the family.
Yeah. Yeah, that must be amazing though, to travel around and compete with your sister, the whole family. So yeah, waiting for that score. I'm excited to see what the judges are gonna score that, and yeah, it would be great to see if we could get a replay to see if we could see if there was any turns out the back.
Yeah, definitely, of Kaede's wave from outside. There's a beautiful drone angle, city of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. We're in the Canary Islands, capital city. That's the promenade you can see right along the beach. That goes all the way along to the end of the beach at Las Canteras, the city of Las Palmas. And we see so many people out there running and walking and on bikes and scooters and skateboards and everything. And there's so many, I've got my daughter here, and it's just amazing to see how many play parks there are along the promenade.
Yeah, play parks, but also good places to train outside, and yeah, it just looks like very healthy lifestyle here. And I also went for a walk on the promenade early this morning, and yeah, so many people and just running and active, and yeah, it's really nice.
As we see a big score just drop for Kaede's first wave.
783. So yeah, I would love to see that wave again to see what she did on the outside, but I think that finishing turn as well, the judges like to see that you're really holding it and waiting for the wave to stand up and then taking that chance and just trying to hit it like 12 o'clock.
Yeah, exactly right. I think she's got a lot more in her though. We've seen some great surfing last year, especially with a bit of bigger conditions. She likes to get that board nice and vertical in the lip, as does her sister Sakura. So both of these competitors, it's going to be interesting to see how Prune goes in this heat. See her get her campaign started shortly. The wave coming through. She's currently sitting with third priority. She's been trying to catch a few small ones on the inside. Looks like she might be able to get onto this little left-hander. She does make it on, but unfortunately that wave just closing out, just taking out her feet there on the takeoff. As we see Katie up and riding again.
Staying busy. Well, she has a good wave selection. Just see, waiting for it to stand up there and again up and giving a little hit on the lip.
So yeah, Katie, the Open Women's champion, world champion from last year, and the Junior Women's as well. And it's amazing to see this young talent, you know, putting it up against the best in the world. We have world champions in the form of Luchi Cozzoletto, Baya Moreno. It's amazing.
Yeah, so we're still waiting for Sakura and Prune to really get started on this heat. But still have 18 minutes left on the clock, so plenty of time.
Yeah, lots of time left in this first, almost like a final for the junior girls. I think 3 finals, 3 heats. You can see Sakura being very patient in this heat, just hasn't got a score yet on the board, so she's going to sit with first priority out there in the water and wait for those set waves. Maybe she took the win in the longboard. She's like, Katie, you can have the win in this heat.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder how, if they're communicating out there or they're playing together or if they're totally, okay, we're out here and then we're competitors.
Be cool to have a microphone in the water, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And there we saw Sakura trying to go for this one. That means that she's going to lose priority.
Yeah, so interesting decision there from Sakura. So first priority back to her sister, Katie. So you can see a bit of rip on the water, bit of bump. Katie just going in there, but bit of a lull in the conditions, so she'll be able to get back on her board. A cool drone shot. You can see the reef, the rocks underneath, the clear water. Went for a swim this morning, and there's all these fish swimming around you. It's amazing. Yeah, they get so close, and they're like, I want some food. But yeah, the water is beautiful temperature.
Yeah. Looks amazing out there. Hopefully we'll get a chance to go for a surf later today, Bo.
Yeah, I was meant to jump out last night, and then all of a sudden I stepped out of the booth and looked out, and it was like 40 people in the water. And I was like, oh, that's crowded.
Yeah. Especially need a longboard. Without shortboard, it'll be a bit hard.
That's right.
It looks like Prune is having a look at this one. No.
Actually, couldn't get on. She's got a 0.4, small wave score for that one wave that she took off on. Currently sitting in number 2. It's really important to be able to get a higher placing in this first heat. It's going to put you in that higher position going into the next heat for the junior girls.
So as you're saying, so they will have 3 heats with just the 3 of them, and then the highest ranked after those 3 heats will take the win?
That's right. We'll have to get confirmation on exactly how the organisers are going to tally up the scores, whether it's going to be based on their wave scores or on their placings. So they might get, they might add up their placings, and whoever has the lowest number. So if you get first in each heat, you'll have a total of 3 points. So that would be the lowest number you could possibly have, which means you'd take home the championship, or they would tally the wave scores. And at the moment, Katie in a way with a 13.33. That's a pretty good start.
Pretty good start. We're just 10 minutes into the heat with just 2 waves caught.
Yeah, that's right. Only 2 waves, and Sakura not even a wave yet. So she's in combination, as is Prune. They're going to need 2 more wave scores to be able to overtake Katie. At least a 3.33 is needed to break that combination situation. Then they would need a 10-point ride, a perfect 10, which we haven't seen yet in the event. We did have a perfect 10 last year in the event from Luis Denise. That was at the break around the corner on the left hand of screen, called El Lloret. We just went to town on his backhand. 3 huge turns. Judges rewarding a perfect 10-point ride.
Wow. Yeah, let's see if we're going to see some of this week.
That'd be amazing.
We're close enough yesterday with some high 8-point rides.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Benoit, Carpentier, Capono, Fukuda up with the high 8-point rides.
Well, yeah, it is a bit slow out there today, and some long waits.
Yeah, those conditions quite lully. That swell is it's not really dropping too much, but I think the period's just dropping out. So hopefully as the tide drops back as well, we're going to get a bit more wave action. These competitors sitting on the inside. As I mentioned earlier, the competitors were sitting on the outside yesterday where you can see that little bit of white water. There's a shallow reef out there, and they were sitting just to the right hand of that. There's a left-hand point break out the back. Obviously, with the higher tide, those waves aren't going to break on the deeper reef. So wait for that tide to drop back to that low at 3 o'clock local time today. As we have a little bit of a wave coming through. Looks like Prune's going to have a look at this one. It's currently in third priority, though, so we'll see if Sakura decides to take off on the inside, which does look like she is paddling for this one. So bit of action in the water. She's going to decide to go right, hits it off the top. Unfortunately, just goes down on that one. Thought she might have held on to it, but I think that wave is closing out a bit. So she decides to kick out, not going to offer too much scoring potential. Probably just getting used to riding that board again after the longboard.
Yeah, it must be difficult going back and forwards like we saw a lot of the athletes doing yesterday. The junior boys, a lot of them were in the longboard division as well, so they were in and out of the water all day.
Yeah, what's amazing from Sakura is that she's 15 years old. She was second in the junior division last year to her sister. Fourth as well in the open women's. In the pro side of the APP World Tour. So she's got a lot of talent for a young SUP surfer. Great to see her progress throughout the years. Probably have a number of world titles.
Yeah, amazing. 15 years old, and you know, we see so much great talent in this sport, and we also saw some of the junior boys yesterday. Pedro, 12 years old. Yeah, it's great to see that, you know, I think this sport, you know, how they starting younger before, you know, all the kids just wanted to shortboard, but now, you know, they're exploring different types of surfing in the ocean, which I think is amazing.
Yeah, it's super cool. It's great to see just the kids getting into it from such a young age when the sport started when I was back in the day, I guess you could say. Like Benoit Carpentier, I mean Casper Steinfast, starting when they were like 15, 16 years old. And yeah, these competitors starting even younger than that. Probably even before they were 10 years old, starting on the stand-up paddleboard. And then working their way up the ranks to be able to compete here on the APP World Tour. We see Prune paddling for this one.
Prune, oh, looks like it has a nice little wall to it. See what she can do here. Getting back, looks like he's going to stand up. Oh, unfortunately, it stands up a little bit too much. A little bit of close out. And we're also having Sakura up and riding. Yeah. Just great control over that board. Few little calves in on that wave.
Yeah, she did well to control that board throughout that section there. I was impressed from Prune's wave as well, getting the board moving. Unfortunately, that wave got a little steep right at the end. You can see it goes from really slow to really steep very quick.
Yeah.
Rocks along the beach.
Really hits that, the rocks and the sandbank in there.
This is Katie just having a quick look at that one, but deciding not to go. Going to wait and hold priority. Wait for a good one. There could be something coming in here. I think she's going to decide to just sit and wait for a better wave. As in the top left of screen, you can see the island, Gran Canaria there, but in the distance is Tenerife. So these islands pretty close together.
Yeah, have you been and explored any of the other islands?
I have not.
Not yet?
No, I have not yet. It's I've just been to Gran Canaria, and it's a beautiful island. I hear they're all very different in their landscape, but all have amazing waves on offer. Something I really want to explore and do a bit more of. I'm not much into wind sports though. Haven't got into the wind side of things yet. I'd much prefer a glassy day as today. The conditions, go for a surf. But obviously the Canary Islands known for the wind surfing, winging, foiling, SUP surfing, surfing. Oh, you name it. Any sport on the ocean, the Canary Islands have it.
Yeah, we were talking to Tristan about that yesterday when we had him in for a couple of heats, and he was explaining, you know, how the islands have these like wind tunnels and microclimates, and that's why it can be, you know, nice and offshore here and super windy on another side of the island. In the meantime, we're just having Prune up and riding. See what she can do with this one, if it's going to stand up for her here on the inside.
So that wave almost doubling up there. So just trying to get over that first little bump to get onto that reform, but she didn't really make it. So we see Sakura with a 5.27 heat total at the moment. So that'll be after a small score and then that last wave score. And Prune with that 2.47, currently in third place. Going to need some big scores to overtake Katie in the lead at the moment. She's only caught 2 waves, but put together a very healthy heat total. Coming down to 8 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Have you explored many of the islands here, Emily?
Been to Tenerife, surfing there once. Was also great waves and nice island, but yeah, as you say, yeah, it's different islands and different waves, and yeah, it's really cool. But yeah, hopefully we get a chance on the late days to go explore a little bit around and try to get some waves ourselves.
Yeah, that's right. I think we can do a tour of the island on one of the lay days. Check out a bit more of this Gran Canaria as we see Katie Inouye, current heat lead up and riding, cutting back into the whitewater. Great control there. You can see why she is the 2022 APP World Champion.
Yeah.
She opts to slash that one off the top, switches the paddle over to finish off this one and gets it up into the whitewater, but just missed time that turn. She goes down in the end there, but not going to be too much of a worry for her. She's still in the lead.
Yeah, still a great wave selection. You know, it's not much on offer, and she managed to, you know, I think she caught 3 waves, and they all been good waves.
Yeah, that's right. So she's been waiting very patiently. Only 3 waves caught. Prune's trying to stay busy on the inside, looking for quite a few waves. Sakura held that first priority for a long time at the start of this heat, and just now starting to get busy.
So yeah, 7 minutes left. Still a bit of time. See if Prune or Sakura can match anything that Katie have done so far.
Yeah, these competitors really ideally want to be in that number 1 position to be able to get the higher kind of placing. As we're going to check out a replay of Katie's last wave. Great to see that one and just that control that she has. You can see great angle here as well. Cutting back into the white water. She's going to bring it right through to that critical section. You see it standing up on that left side of her. So she's going to cut it back here and then she's going to switch the paddle over to finish it off. But unfortunately, just couldn't get up into the lip quick enough. She was just a little bit late to get up there. And that white water just catching her off, putting her off balance.
Yeah, it's amazing to just see how she reads the wave, and you know, she's not afraid to, you know, really wait and hold it and hold it and hold it and just wait for that wall to, you know, steepens up, and she can do turn in the more critical part of the wave.
Very seasoned competitor, Katie Inouye, so knowing exactly what she needs to do to get those high scores. So we just have a bit of a lull in the action. You can see the drone out there on screen, bringing you all that amazing drone footage. Get a great view of the city, great view of the reef underneath as well. And had some fantastic drone angles yesterday following the surfers too, especially on the longboards, being able to see the footwork that they have from above. As we almost cut to the drone there. But yeah, coming down to about 5 minutes left in this heat.
And then after this, we're going to move straight into the men's longboard quarterfinals. That's going to be a really exciting one. We have some amazing surfers there, and you know, this is the quarterfinals, so it's already getting intense.
Yeah, it really is. Definitely coming down to the pointy end of competition. Men's longboard. It's going to be interesting to see the strategies that come into play there, because it has been quite a sleepy couple of heats to start off the morning. So, you know, with a few more competitors out there, it's going to be interesting to see who sits and waits for the bigger waves and who stays busy on the inside, whether they're going to opt to sit at a We did see those rocks come into play last year with a few of the competitors, opting to do some big moves on the inside, on top of those rocks. They're just smooth boulders, not really anything too sharp in there, but still,
Yeah.
don't want to go too close to the rocks,
Mm.
especially with your equipment.
Yeah. And yeah, you really see there's a big difference between the high tide and the low tide here. It just completely changes.
Yeah, it really does. It's yeah, the tidal variations are not too massive, but it's enough to change how the waves break and where they break as well.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's also like another thing the athletes always have to put into consideration is, oh yeah, we're watching a heat now, but my heat is in 1.5 hours and it can change so much until then, right?
That's exactly right. I mean, you could be watching the conditions an hour before you heat, and it just changes so much that you might even confuse yourself before you even jump out. So it's probably good to come down, not too much before your heat to be able to see what the conditions are doing, because they do change quite a lot. It's also good to kind of base it off the previous days of competition and see what the waves are doing around the tides. It's been interesting because it's been quite a good run of swell here in the Canary Islands recently, so we haven't had these smaller waves. So for the competitors that have been here for a few days, we really haven't seen the conditions like this before. So it's yeah, everything's kind of new to everyone. So
Yeah.
is Katie up and riding?
Katie's up and riding again, and you just see her like waiting for that wave, cutting back, see if it's gonna stand up. So she wanna hit that lip, yeah, little re-entry, and she's staying with it. Another re-entry. Yeah, great surfing from Katie here.
Yeah, amazing surfing as almost a face plant there. I think she was trying to get off the board over the back of the wave, but just stalled it a bit too much. Okay, amazing surfing. Managed to link together quite a number of turns on that one.
Mm-hmm.
May even increase her score again.
Yeah, she is looking strong. And yeah, just under 2 minutes left on the clock. So yeah, it's looking hard for Prune in this heat. She's up against the sisters there. They're doing great, but Sakura haven't really got started either.
No, that's right. Sakura being very patient in this heat. She had a great heat previous in the women's longboard repechage, taking the win in front of her sister Kaede. But this time Kaede getting the jump on Sakura. But yeah, she hasn't really managed to find those good waves. I think maybe she was thinking it was going to be similar conditions to the longboard, but Kaede, we saw her sitting way out further in this heat. Just her positioning was much better for those set waves, getting a couple of turns in before the wave stood up a little bit steeper for those critical sections. We're going to see these women coming up later on today as well for their round number 2 and 3. 3 heats of the junior girls, just 3 competitors in the event. So we'll be crowning one of these women as the world champion for the junior division later on today.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. We move through the day. We're going to get closer and closer to crown some world champions. Yeah, just 30 seconds and then we're going to move into the longboarding.
So this heat counting down, coming to the end. You can see these conditions, nice offshore wind coming from like the southeast. Beautiful air temperature, about 25, 26 degrees today. Pretty nice and warm throughout the year here in the Canary Islands. Doesn't get too cold in the winter.
That's nice. And yeah, it looks like we are finishing up this heat. So yeah, we'll see these girls again later in the day. But so far, we're going to go into the men's longboarding. And while we wait for that, I think we're just going to put some highlights on from yesterday. So just enjoy what a beautiful day we had yesterday.
Welcome everybody to the Gran Canaria Pro Am event in the Gran Canaria. This is our 4th year running of this event, and we are here with the APP World Tour.
Seeing Leko up and riding, already 2 nose rides there on that wave. Wow, you really see him just finding that, flow and speed on the wave.
He's up on the nose again.
Oh.
Quick hang 5, trying to get around this section. A nice turn off the top. Oh, great, powerful turn on the speed as he gets up to the nose again. Great hang 5 there. And then getting up to the nose and holding it to that critical section. The wave, breaking over that board. This is going to get a bit of speed here. Throw that board up into the lip. And wow, very accomplished longboard.
Great turn again, and then hits the lip.
Holding this nose ride for an extended amount of time.
That's a wrap for today. What an exciting first day of competition. We had Capono, who served the highest scoring wave, which was an 8.76. Be sure to check that out online. Tomorrow we're kicking off with the finals of the under 18 category and the longboard finals as well. Look forward to seeing you all tomorrow.
And we are back with action. That just a recap of a beautiful day yesterday. And now we're going straight into the quarterfinals of men's longboard. We are having Leko Salsa and Moritz Mark in this heat. That's going to be another exciting heat.
Yeah, very exciting heat. I was speaking to Leko yesterday about the board he was riding. He was riding a gong. He said the board's feeling a little bit big, so he might have opted for some different equipment today. But I actually think, looking at this shot on screen, that he has just decided to ride the board with the smaller waves. Oh, it's Marsh having a look there. It's going to keep the priority there. But we do have a couple of scores already on the board for this heat. Leko Salazar, 5.5. Oh, it's Marsh, 3.33 for their first waves.
Yeah, let's see if maybe we can get a replay of those waves just to see how the guys started off.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see those waves ridden and see what they did, how the judges are setting their scale for the men's longboard division. These competitors feeling very comfortable and stable on their boards. We'll see a mix of different equipment today. Leko and Moritz opting for some stock standard production SUP longboards. There's Leko straight to the nose here. Nose rides, having a look to the left to see if it's going to reform. He's going to go through here again to the nose, maybe even hang 10 here. Nice, beautiful style from Leko Salazar, coming from that longboard background. He's going to throw that board up into the lip for a foam climb. Does really well to get that board up above the lip too. So really utilising the whole length of that board on that wave.
Yeah, what a great start from Leko in this heat. A 5.5 and now this wave, and yeah, just showing great control and great style.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's a great longboard SUP surfer and SUP surfer from Brazil. Been on tour for a long time now, over 10 years. He won his first world title in 2012. He won that at a British Virgin Islands event at the end of the year. Quite a lot of events on the tour back in the day. 5 or 6 events throughout the year, so everyone traveling around the world from places such as France to Tahiti, Brazil. We had an event in the Abu Dhabi wave pool. We know there's a new wave pool there from Kelly Slater now.
Did you see that one?
Looks insane.
That looks insane. Yeah. I wouldn't mind going to an event and just try that out.
Surely you have a contact for Kelly, don't you? You can call him up and come on, let's get a SUP surf event there.
Yeah, that wouldn't be bad. That would be great. But yeah, well, you were on tour back in the day, a few years ago.
Quite a few years ago now. Yeah.
Yeah, so you have a lot of competitive knowledge as well, doing stand-up paddling, and yeah, what do you think a guy like Leko, who has so much experience, what is he looking for out there today?
Yeah, Leko, he's been a very, I guess, very competitive but also confident SUP surfer, and I think we're going to throw it down to the beach now for an interview with the heat winner of that last one, Kei Inoue, and also Sakura.
With the Inui sisters, who both took out, well, first position in the repechage longboard SUP division and first position in the under 18 SUP division. So tell me, I'll start with you. Are you happy to be back in Gran Canaria?
今回は、ロングもショートも、あんまり練習できずに入ったんですけども、とりあえずなんとか乗れて1位通過できたことは本当に嬉しいです。あと、姉も一緒に勝ち上がれたことは本当に嬉しいです。
Now you are our reigning champion from last year. So how do you feel coming this year? You've come with a strong start. You arrived a little bit late, but now with everything you've got, tell me, how do you feel being back?
昨年ワールドチャンピオン3冠取って、今回1ヒート目さくらに負けてしまって、その次すぐジュニアがあって、大変だったんですが、ジュニアの方は1位通過できました。またここに戻れて本当に嬉しいです。次のラウンドも頑張るので引き続き応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you. Back to the studio.
Oh, the Inoue sisters, they're always great to have a chat to. Just saying that they're enjoying being back. Not that I speak Japanese, so I can understand a little bit here and there.
Oh.
But, yeah, my uncle lives in Japan. Auntie's Japanese.
Oh,
a few words. I can pick up a few words. Not too much, though. Mm. I did learn it in school and then just decided not to retain any information. But, yeah, she's obviously trying to win again this year after her performance last year, taking the win in the juniors and the open women division for the World Championship. So we cut to live action here. Moritz Marsh taking off on this one on the left.
Yeah, let's see if that one is get out to the nose. Little hang 5. Nice footwork there. And off the top, unfortunately, he goes down. And we also saw a couple of... Oh, we're just going to have some live action here from Leko. Up and riding.
Yeah, Leko up and riding straight to the nose. Hang 10. On the outside section, it's very critical. Nice big turn from Leko as well. We saw conditions similar to this last year for the longboard as Leko throws it up and finishes there just before the rocks. You can see him kicking that board out, not wanting to get that board up on the rocks. But great to see Leko linking together lots of different maneuvers. Judge is going to be liking that wave.
Yeah, that was a great wave. And we already saw him having a 5.5 and a 5.10. So he's already dropping a few good scores. Just 10 minutes into the heat.
Yeah, taking a pretty commanding lead ahead of Moritz. Saw him do a great nose ride, hang 5, but just couldn't quite hold it on that top turn. These boards having quite a wide nose, which means you get so much stability when you're standing up on the nose for a nose ride, but just adds to that swing weight. You need to time the turns well because with that wider nose, it is more liable to catch in the water. As we saw Moritz catching the nose on that top turn. Leko on a very similar board to Moritz.
Yeah, it looks like they're riding very similar style boards. But we saw the woman this morning was riding way smaller boards.
Yeah, as I was touching on before, the equipment these competitors are riding, we'll see these production models that Leko and Moritz are on, and then we'll see some more prone longboards, especially from Leonardo Jimenez, who will be riding just a stock standard 9-foot prone longboard. A rented one from a shop around here. The Brazilians were sharing that last year. Leko actually won the longboard title on that board last year.
Great. So there's be a lot of good longboards on the island.
Yes, that's right. Exactly. Don't know if it's a good longboard, but they
But he's
make it look really
yeah.
good because they surf so well.
I wonder if they rented that longboard out a lot after.
Oh, I think so. I think they're probably up the price as well for this year, being a world title pro in longboard. But,
Good marketing there.
yes, exactly.
So yeah, just under 15 minutes left on the clock, and looks like the ocean's going a bit flat.
Yeah, a bit of a lull out there at the moment. Competitors just opting to sit and wait for the better waves to come through. There are a few smaller waves that sneak through on the inside. Leco Salazar increasing his lead after that last score that just dropped. So total of a 13.33.
Yeah. So the judges really like that combination of the hang tan and the big turn.
Yeah, so Moritz is going to need a score in the excellent range to be able to move ahead. Probably think he needs a 10-point ride at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3.33 and a 3-point in his ride. So he needs a 10-point ride to be able to get into the lead.
Yeah, so it was
Leco.
7.83 on that last one from Leco. That's one of the highest score we have seen in the event.
Yeah, it's good to see that from Leco, consistently getting higher scores. We were talking about Leco Salazar and the reason he's still very competitive and on tour, and I think that's just because he's so good at sup surfing. He practices quite a lot as well. He's always out in the water. His backhand is just amazing. He throws the board up so vertical. His boards are so lightweight, so he's able to really flick the board up. He was one of the only sup surfers back then going super vertical on his backhand, and that's where the big scores would come from. He had great use of the paddle too. He's sticking with sup surfing. He absolutely loves riding a sup. And the paddle just suits him in his style very well. Obviously, we're getting a good glimpse of that in the sup longboard. So Moritz needing a perfect 10 to be able to get into first position, which means they're going to be moving through to the semi-finals. As we watch a replay from Moritz's last wave and Leco's last wave. So we see Leco here setting up for a nose ride. Lovely, beautiful hang five. Brings that foot up for a hang five, but they have huge turns. This was one of his earlier waves. He's going to throw this board up into the lip, and this was one of those big scores that the judges love.
Yeah. Great surfing from him. He's looking strong. It's, yeah, as we said earlier, it's like some really great surfers in this longboard division. It's going to be really exciting to see who we're going to crown as the world champ by the end of the day.
That is so true. It's actually good to see a glimpse of Leco's equipment there, riding a 2+1 setup. Looks like maybe a 6 or 7 inch center fin with some smaller side fins. Moritz probably on that very similar type of equipment. We might see Tucker riding a single fin later on in this event, so competitors opting to ride different boards, different fins. We'll see some boards without deck pads, some boards just fully waxed. As we see a little wave rolling through here, looks like Leco's going to have a little look on the inside. Is he going to take off on this one? He decides not to go. Moritz might have a look at this next one. Seeing he's going to stand up, offer him any scoring potential. Embry needs a perfect 10-point ride. Coming out to just under 11 minutes left in this heat. This quarterfinal heat number 1 of the men's longboard. Going to be 4 heats of this one. Some great sup surfing coming up for the longboarding. Benoit Carpentier coming up soon. Tucker Inouye. Leonardo Jimenez as well. Also see Noah Stender coming up in the next heat.
Next heat, yeah. Yeah, he was surfing really well yesterday, Noah. I'm excited to see him, and it'd be great for him to see if he can move into the semis.
Yeah, he's the only competitor I see out here practicing in the morning when I come down and check out the event site. He's the only one out there. He's on his longboard. He knows what he needs to do. He's practicing for the event, so he's got a great chance of moving through into the, the kind of end of the competition here for the longboard. He'll be coming up against some stiff competition, I think, in Tucker, in a way.
No, I think...
No, sorry, Leonardo Jimenez, you're right, in the next heat.
Yeah. No, Jimenez. Then we have Clement Rosario and Taka coming up. That's going to be an exciting heat.
That's going to be a very exciting heat. We saw Clement yesterday just getting used to the longboards up, but once he found his feet, he was surfing super well. The longboard, connecting some great nose rides and turns, and his style, the drop knee turns he was doing.
Yeah.
Really, the judge is going to love that.
Yeah.
Bit of traditional style mixed in with that progressive sup surfing.
Yeah. Very flawless and graceful on the style there. And yeah, so that I'm excited to see that heat.
Yeah, definitely. The judges are looking for more progressive maneuvers on the sup longboard rather than that traditional style. So they still want to see big turns. Obviously, the use of the paddle allows sup surfers to have or to maneuver the board a lot more quickly and more powerful. So you see Leko Salazar throwing that board up there. You see that's just all from the paddle. He can really use that paddle to project himself forward. They also want to see this traditional style getting up on the nose, utilizing the whole length of the board as he throws that board up again. Finds a reform left, cutting back left, cutting back right. He's found some great open face and he just can't manage to find an end section on that one. So he kicks out. Probably not going to factor into his top two, but great sup surfing.
Still great surfing, and just see how he, reads the wave and goes from left to right to left to right, and he just keeps finding the opportunity, sees where the wave has more potential, and that's where he goes.
Yeah, he's a very accomplished sup surfer, Leko Salazar. He managed to finish 4th last year in the APP World Tour for the shortboarding. Obviously won the longboard event last year. He's been on tour since 2010, so pretty much the inception of the Stand-Up World Tour as it was known back then. As we see Moritz up and riding.
Great turn there. See if he gets it connected into the inside. Little hang 5 there. Now looking for that. Another hang 5.
Fancy footwork.
Yeah.
Leko's up now. He's managed to find this little left-hand reform. He knows what to do in here. Critical nose ride, going to bring it through. Is he going to be able to finish this one? He is going to race through as he tries the 360 on the inside and can't manage to ride out of it. So Leko Salazar, current heat leader, quarterfinal number 1. So I was saying, yeah, been on tour since 2010. Won his first event in Brazil. Obviously world champion 2012. Had quite a number of event wins after that as well, but couldn't manage to secure that world title.
And all the surfers in this now, the APP World Tour also consists of a lot of racing and technical race, long distance race and stuff. Is any of these surfers, are they also competing on the racing side?
Not in this event, I believe. There's not many surfers crossing over. There used to be a lot because we went to the same destinations for the racing and the surfing. So competitors like Connor Baxter would enter the sup surfing and also the racing. Zane Schweitzer, we've seen him on the race scene as well. Obviously Kai Lenny being a multiple-time world champion on the APP World Tour for both racing and surfing. So he was definitely crossing over with the different disciplines. But yeah, Leko hasn't really been crossing over much. Obviously, if we look toward that Noah Stender, he's been in the racing scene a lot as well. And a couple of the other competitors too. But really, if you're traveling here for the sup surf event, you really focus on sup surfing, and you want to be able to have, be practicing on the right boards for, a bit of time before the event as well. Although I did see a name on the list just then that has been on the racing scene and up and coming as well, is Alba Frey. She'll be coming up in the women's pro division later on this week. She recently competed at the ICF World Championships in Thailand, managing to get a 5th in the technical and a 9th position in the long distance race. Alba Frey being a strong competitor on the Eurosup Tour as well. The racing, they travel all around Europe. There's about 20 events, I think, in total. So they travel quite a lot. And Alba Frey managing to win one of those events on the Euro Tour, doing very well against top names like Esperanza Paredes and Duna Gordillo, some world champions in the racing scene.
Yeah, but yeah, I know a lot of the the Danish competitors, they're doing a bit of everything, and yeah, Noah is one of them. He's doing, all the racing and all the surfing, and yeah, all the competition he can get his hands on. He's on there. He also does traditional longboarding, and he's also on the Danish national team for the traditional longboarding, actually.
Oh, no wonder he's in the quarterfinals here for the
Yeah.
longboard event then. He's got a great style. Here we saw him in the highlight reel of yesterday, throwing that 9-foot board up above the lip. Got some great nose rides as well. Very smooth surfer, Noah. You see Moritz here having a look at this one. He's going to opt to go right, walk the board. Didn't quite get to the nose. He's going to try and cut back a little bit. This wave just dying out. Tricky conditions out there for the competitors this morning. But higher tide, meaning that the wave's going to be breaking in closer to the beach.
Yeah. And yeah, just 4 minutes left in this heat, but even though the waves are a bit slower today, we're still seeing some pretty high heat totals.
Yeah, we certainly are seeing some high heat totals. Like over the 13.5, we saw Katie there before with a 14-point heat total. So still some high scores being dropped. Just goes to show the level of SUP surfing we have here for the APP World Tour, the Gran Canaria Pro Am. Again, big thanks to the city for having us here for this event once again. Beautiful Canary Islands.
And for all the local surfers from letting us use their waves and giving us the space to hold the competition.
Yeah, exactly. That's such a big thing for the local community to be able to share their waves with us. There's plenty of waves around.
Yeah. Yeah, just on this beach, it's crazy to see how many different peaks there is. And if you just walk down the promenades, there's beach breaks, there's some more like little point breaks and reef breaks, and yeah, just a mecca for surfers, really.
It really is. I mean, walking back home after the event last night, the amount of surfers in the water, I think I probably counted over 120 surfers. Not that I was counting, but just a rough guess of the surfers out there. Probably definitely over 100 surfers out there stretched along the whole beach. So definitely the surf city, Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. Lots of surf shops as you're walking through as well. Lots of board rentals, lots of surf lessons going out. Some good level of surfers as well here. Saw some aerials being thrown. And obviously we saw about 10 or 15 SUP surfers out there practicing
Yeah.
last night. There's Leko looking at a set at the back here, going to get forward on his board, try and get to the nose for this start of the wave. Or he's going to opt to do a big turn. He's going to get to the nose.
Yeah.
We know Leko going to throw himself a hang 10.
Wow.
As he carves it back around for that turn, he's going to bring it right through this wave, reforming on the inside for him. What's he got for us? Little floater there. He's going to finish this off with trying to do a switch foot, a little 360.
Yeah, he's just playing around now.
He's
He
just
knows
having fun.
He knows that he's pretty comfortable in that lead.
Yeah, he's actually just increased that lead ever so slightly. So Moritz now needing a combination of scores to take the lead, and 1 minute 30 seconds left on the clock. Not sure he's going to have enough time to catch 2 more waves. We've seen these waves be pretty slow as we see that drone angle of the competition area. We see our competitors for the next heat paddling out. That is Moritz there in the current heat. As we see the drone there, that's the competition area. There we all are. So that with the tents there, that's the board storage for the athletes. You can see the amazing Volkswagen combi van, the brand new electric. Got the judges down there in the blue tents and bottom of the screen. And then we're in that little box on the bottom left there, commentating. As we see the auditorium in the background. Lots of music concerts held there. We're going to cut to a replay. The last wave surfed. Be good to break down this technique of Moritz here, getting through to the nose. As he's up on the nose, that's really nice hang 5 there. He's going to bring this one right through. He's going to finish it off on the inside. Moritz there, trying to break that combination situation. So this heat just counting down the seconds. Just finishing up now. So looking like Leko Salazar comfortably through to the semi-finals of the men's longboard division. Coming up later today, we will be crowning a longboard SUP world champion. Obviously conditions dependent. We'll be checking the conditions throughout the day, making sure the waves are contestable for all of the competitors. But Leko there putting on a great performance of longboard SUP surfing. Be great to see him getting to a few more of the longboard SUP events around the world. And great to know that the APP World Tour is definitely getting behind the side of longboard SUP surfing. It's definitely a growing community throughout the world, especially in Australia, and throughout Europe as well, in the US. Quite a lot happening in the US with longboarding. Obviously, Dave Bainey, a good friend of the APP World Tour, Infinity SUP. He's been making some great SUP longboards. Got some great team riders on board as well. He reps as well on SUP surfing. And then other shapers such as Scott McKercher, Smick, making some great longboards. We'll see a Bio Moreno coming up later today on a Smick. Starboard as well, Benoit Carpentier, making some great longboards. New designs out for 2024 season. Bit lower rocker than last year for the starboards, but still performs super well, nose rides well, turns nicely. Managed to test a few of them a few weeks back. As we look at heat number 2 of the quarterfinals for the men's longboard, Leonardo Jimenez and Noah Stender Mikkelsen. They're going to go head-to-head to be able to move through to the semi-finals. We'll see a bit of a paddle battle out the back. Looks like Leo's going to get the upper hand on this one. So as we were mentioning in that previous heat, Leonardo riding a rented board. Going to get to the nose here. Hang 10 on that small wave on the inside. Unfortunately, just nose dives at the end there. So that's not going to be completed. It's not going to go into his scoreline as a high score. He'll look to paddle back out. Competitors allowed a few strokes before they're able to get back on their feet. They will get 2 warnings that they are lying down for too long. And then on the third one, they will be penalised. And I believe they will be penalised with their second highest wave score being halved. So the APP World Tour doing everything to keep SUP surfers on their feet, paddling around. They are allowed to sit down when they are waiting for waves, not moving. That rule being brought in to conserve energy for our SUP surfers to be able to perform on the waves that they do catch, rather than having to stand on such low volume boards. It was so interesting speaking to Benoit Carpentier yesterday here in the booth. He was saying that he's actually going to go lower volume on his boards now because that rule is being brought in. So if you go lower volume on your board, so it's going to be harder to paddle, but it's going to perform much better on the wave. Going to be easy to turn, a little bit less swing weight, going to be a lot lighter weight boards as well. So the performance is just going to go so much higher with that rule being implemented that you can sit down and not having to stand and waste energy the whole time. Obviously being on a SUP longboard, you have quite a lot of volume anyway, except when you are Leonardo Jimenez on a 9-foot prone longboard. Standing under the water at the moment, still you can see amazing balance. That board only about 22 inches wide. Noah Stender on the Fanatic Stylemaster, one of the older models, the 9-foot length. They've stopped making that 9-foot length for quite a number of years now. I do really enjoy the shape of the Fanatic Stylemaster. Great all-round longboard. Really flows nicely. As we see Leonardo here on the inside. Taking a look at this small wave. He's going to get up to the nose. Takes 4 steps. Quick hang 10. Going to cut it back to the left. Deciding that it's going to reform for him. Can he get around this whitewater section? Unfortunately, doesn't make it around. So just that nose ride is going to count for that wave score. And Noah Stender at the back. Take it away, Emily.
Noah's up and riding. Just hit that level a little bit too late. But yeah, getting a few scores under the belt here to begin with.
Yeah, Leonardo's had a couple of waves. He had a first wave score of that 1.27 where he just couldn't manage to hold on to the nose ride, and then he done a bit of a hang 10 just before. Noah Stender, that was his first ride. Just getting used to the conditions out there. Probably changed a lot since he was practicing out there this morning.
Yeah, we saw him out there about 7:30 a.m. He was out there riding his longboard. And yeah, Leonardo, I was actually shared a ride with him from the airport, and he was here for 4 days without boards, and he said he didn't really serve, so that must have been painful.
Yes, very painful. I can't believe his fellow countrymen didn't lend him a board. Maybe
Nope.
you could staying with Luis Denise, Wellington Rice. There can be some names to watch out for in the men's,
Yeah.
but obviously they want to keep their equipment in tip-top shape for the event.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe not wanting to lend Leo a board. It's a bit unfair.
Yeah, I think there was a few of them. They all was without. They were all.
They're all without boards.
they
Oh,
were
there you
all without
go.
boards,
Okay.
Yeah. So there's not much they could do, I guess.
No, not at all. Not when you're without boards.
Mm.
That's been one of the big issues here. But also throughout the world, with airlines becoming a bit stricter on sporting equipment, especially surfboards being allowed on planes. A lot of airlines cutting down their length restriction, also their weight. So surfers having to identify the airlines that take boards. As you see, Noah Stender up and riding.
Straight out to the nose for a hang 5. See if he can connect it here to the inside. Looks like it's gonna manage. See if he can put it up there, get a little re-entry. Yeah, great control from Noah.
So Noah doing really well there, trying to surf to the criteria, getting a nose right in and then a turn as well. Didn't opt to go to the nose again, which I thought he might do, but he played it really well. And you see Leo up and riding, just waiting patiently for this wave to stand up as he gets that critical nose ride. But he's not going to be able to ride out of that one. Well, he is going to ride out of that one.
Managed to hold it.
Managed to hold it. Not too much control though, so judges will factor that into that score. So not massive scores coming through. So Noah, a couple of waves under his belt. We'll see how the judge is going to score those waves. Looks like Noah might even move up into the lead after that one.
Yeah, let's see. Now Leonardo's having 5.44 in total. I'm not sure what his individual scores are. We'll probably get the scoreboard up soon. But yeah, just enjoying these drone shots. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, it's amazing. You see that wind is still super light. Glassy conditions for the competitors. You can see a little bit of ruffle on the water there. That's that rip just above our competitors there from the waves down the beach or the surfers down there. And that can stretch a little bit further along, and then as you go further down, you've got some reefs. A bit more protected swimming areas up the end there. I'm swimming with my family up there this morning.
Nice.
As we see Noah Stender here taking off on this one. Looking like a nice wave standing up for him. He's going to be able to take a few steps to the nose. It's a quick hang 5 in.
See if it's gonna.
Does really well to time that little backhand floater.
Mm-hmm.
Just stalls that board to finish off the wave before the rocks.
Yeah, Noah just staying busy and but his wave selection seems pretty good as well. He's managed to get those waves. He's rolling through all the way to the inside. So we've seen some of the waves like dying out a bit in that deeper water section. So yeah, it's about to try to catch the ones that goes all the way to the inside.
Yeah, it's all about that wave selection out there today, indeed. So Leonardo spinning here on the spot to catch this one. This guy's going to reform to the left-hander. He's going to opt to fade back to the right. And then come around to the left to get up to the nose for a nose ride. As he gets up there for a hang 5. Manages to use that back foot to be able to put a bit of pressure on the inside rail to keep that board moving along. Staying high up in the wave and just cannot hold it there. So he's coming unstuck a little bit on the end section. Gets very shallow there. The bottom drops out. As we saw Noah almost getting the score he needs to take the leading position, but only 0.03 separating both surfers.
Mm-hmm. And here we can see the individual scores. So Leonardo is sitting on a 4.17 and a 3.33. And Noah actually having the highest wave score with a 4.20. And then he's having a 3.27. So very close heat so far. So we see Noah up and riding again.
This wave looking like it's just going to disappear underneath him. So I think competitors I think Noah's opting to stay busy throughout this heat, catching lots of waves, waiting for something to eventuate on them. But we saw the competitors earlier on in the day opting to sit and wait for their waves. Competitors such as the Inaway sisters were being very patient at the back. The women's longboard.
This looks like Noah having a little look at this one, but no.
He
But yeah,
wants-
it's always interesting to see what strategy the competitors use, and because I think some athletes get a bit nervous if they sit and wait too long, and then they anyway end up taking the wrong decision and going on the wrong wave, and so they also have to know themselves, and as I said earlier, maybe it's about they will say, okay, the first 10 minutes I'm going to be really busy and just get some waves and get some scores, and then I'll try to be a bit more patient and wait for the bigger sets.
Yeah, definitely. And I think strategies change throughout the heat as well. With the surfers, see Noah here paddling onto this one, looking like it's going to reform for him. So he's identified something on the inside. See nose rides there very nicely and manages to get another turn off the top. So that was a great two maneuver combination for Noah.
Yeah, he's seems like he's like finding his groove, doing those like hang five, and then coming into that inside and just trying to put that board a bit vertical, hitting the lip.
Yeah, that's right. He's looking for a 4.68 to be able to move up into the first position to advance through to the semi-finals for the men's longboard. Currently, that first position is for Leo.
Yeah, still plenty of time left. 14 minutes.
Yeah, lots of time left. Leo is a Brazilian champion, sup surfing. As we watch him take off here, going to the right, nose riding, going to cut back to the left. He identifies that it's going to wall back up on the left. He's going to finish this one off. Oh, nice powerful turn there. He's going to find another little section to get up to the nose. She does really well to read this wave. Find that good wave selection. That's going to be probably one of the high scores of this heat so far. So well done to Leo for finding that one. That'll extend his lead.
Yeah, that was some great combination of maneuvers and just showing the judges a few different things, and the judges like to see that. You can see now Nora's trying to go for the same maneuvers for maybe like 3 or 4 waves, so it's probably not going to make a big change, but if they see him mix it up a little bit, they would like to see that.
Yeah, definitely. But it was rewarded with a 5.33 for that last wave. I kind of have one ear on the beach announcer and one eye on the action here. So Noah dropping that 5.33. So he puts him into the lead. I think just quickly though, because Leonardo's going to drop another score for that last wave. We're going to be a good score, as we said.
Yeah. But Noah's sitting with priority, so he's free to take the next set wave.
Yeah, you can kind of control the next kind of situation with the waves. Looks like he might decide to use priority for this one. So he decide to go right to start with, getting up to the nose.
Straight out to the nose.
So he's faded to the right, back to the left. Again, he's going to throw it up there. So that's pretty similar to what he got a 5.33 for. So he'll be looking to back up that score. We saw Leonardo's last wave come through, puts him up into the lead. Sounds like Leonardo's last wave was a 5.83, putting him up into the lead.
Wow, what a close heat, though.
Very close heat, very close scores, very similar surfing between these competitors.
Yeah.
So you're trying to utilize a couple of nose rides and then some turns to finish off the wave. That's what you need to be able to do. Read the wave for what it is. Get some nose rides in, some turns. I think Leo really getting that score from a nose ride in that powerful carve on that wave. Manages to finish it off cleanly.
Yeah. Exciting to see if that's going to change anything.
Be interesting to see what the judge is going to think and do on that last score of no. I'm not sure it's going to drop as a massive score, but he could end up changing the situation. I don't think it was enough though. A 3-point ride for Noah.
As it looks like there's set approaching.
Yeah, maybe that tide dropping out enough to wait for the waves to start breaking a bit further out.
Yeah. Looks like almost looked like Noah is gonna go for this one.
And now
Going
identifying.
right.
He might reform on the inside.
Good little hang 5, and he chooses to kick out, get out the back again. Meantime, we're seeing Leonardo on a wave as well. See if he can reforms here on the inside. Nice hang 5. And yeah, great turn as well there. Carve back. The way he used the paddle, sticks in the water.
Yeah, great turn there. He kind of dig the rail though. Wonder if it's going to be deemed complete. But I love that long hang 5 out the back from him. That was a really nice nose ride. One of the longest nose rides we've seen of this heat. We saw Moritz hold a few long nose rides in the last heat. He was unfortunately knocked out of the longboard event. We'll see him in the pro division. So that last wave, Leonardo will be dropping shortly. Noah had that 3.33, and then that right-hand wave there was a 2.43. So nothing of consequence to change the situation. Leonardo's last wave drops in a 4.07. So not enough to go into his top 2. So he's still currently holding the lead in this heat. 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
Or was that 9 minutes remaining? 9 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
I need glasses.
And Noah needing a high 5 to take the lead, which he will be capable of. So everything is still open. Still plenty of time left.
Yeah, lots of time. Currently holding priority at the back. We saw those set waves break a bit further out, Emily. What do you think the conditions are going to do as the low tide drops back?
Yeah, it's hard to say because the swell is also supposed to decrease a bit during the day. But yeah, it looks like with that tide going out that the waves are standing up a little bit more. And yeah, so hopefully we'll have plenty of waves on offer with this more low tide. Oh, look at that style from Noah. That nice hang 5. He managed to put it up in the lip. Unfortunately, he goes down.
That looked dangerous. Board flipping over.
Yeah. What great style from him there.
Yeah, I love that cross step.
Yeah.
Bottom turn from Noah.
Yeah.
Very elegant surfing. Bit of traditional style. We saw Tucker doing that yesterday as well. He'll be coming up in the next heat.
So yeah, just missing that score from Noah, but I don't think that's going to change anything.
How do you finish that wave though? He might have got a good score to boost him up. He got a 5.33 for just a nose ride and a nice finishing maneuver. So
yeah, you never know.
As Leo is up and riding on this one. Great droid angle, him carving back. He's found a bit of a bigger wave in this heat, so if it manages to reform, he could get a nice score. He's just done a turn so far. Looks like he's going to reset for a nose ride on the inside here as he walks up to the nose. Gets a hang 5 in. He's going to try to get a hang 10 in, but unfortunately doesn't quite make it through that last section there. Getting a bit shallow, a bit steep with the wave.
Noah out the back, sitting with priority. Still just under 7 minutes left. Yeah, I saw Noah in the, he was also in the Eurosurf back in Portugal a few weeks ago, and he was doing very well in the subsurfing, getting into the semifinals, and also doing some great racing. So as we talked about before, and some of the athletes just doing the surfs, just the sprint. But yeah, Noah is a bit of a multi-athlete, and one of this younger generation coming after, you know, Kasper Steinfeld in Denmark. Kasper really, you know, inspired a lot of younger guys back in Klitmøller to get into the stand-up paddle sports. Here we see Noah up and riding.
Again, opting for that really traditional cross-step turn. As he cuts back on that one, he's going to be able to manage to finish this wave. He does throw it up into the lip one more time, so well put together wave there for Noah.
Yeah, really utilizing just, you know, what the wave has to offer, and I think, yeah, he's showing great form. And there we just see the the full line of scores, and yeah, you see that the wave before from Noah was also a throwaway at 2.90.
So yeah, maybe the wave size reflecting some of the scores as well. There you got those higher wave scores and some bigger waves. More critical nose rides. Noah dropping that 4.1. So not enough to go into his top 2. Needs to increase that 5.33 ride.
Or the he's sitting on 4.2. So yeah, he's looking to improve the 4.2. He's needing a 5 point. It's really hard to see. A high 5.
A high 5. I'll run down and give him a high 5.
Yeah, I think it says 5.7.
Yeah, hard to see on our screen here
Yeah.
to see exactly what score he needs, but he does need something in that mid-range score to be able to move through to first position.
Let's see, he still have over 4 minutes to do it. But otherwise, let's see, Leonardo having a look at this one.
Yeah.
Up and riding straight to the nose. Waiting for it to stand up again here on the inside. Calves back to the white water. And just holding it and waiting. See if it stands up again. And get another nose ride in. Yeah, little hang 5. Oh, and finishing it off. Another turn. That was a great wave from Leonardo.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one of the highest scores of this heat so far, Leonardo. Multiple nose rides, multiple turns as well. Some great cross paddle cut back as well in that opening section. So fantastic surfing from Leonardo. He's definitely going to be one to look out for in the pro event coming up later on this week, as we see our drone angle on the right of screen there. That's El Uret, our wave that we were surfing last year. Right hand point break, looking at the auditorium there. Big shopping centre, Las Arenas. Massive Carrefour in there. I love Carrefour, my favourite shop.
I got completely lost in there yesterday. I think it took me an hour to find milk and yogurt.
Yes.
That was it.
Well, we arrived late the other night. It shuts at 10 o'clock and we went in at 9:45. And I was like, oh my goodness, am I going to be able to find everything in 15 minutes? And no, definitely not. So we're going to take a replay of that last wave from Leonardo. Be a nice score as we see him get to the nose there, starting off. And then this cross paddle cutback. Very nice, all the way back to the white water. He's going to set up again for multiple hanging 5s and a nice turn to finish off. See a little bit of downtime here, but then he just notices this wave is going to reform. And just to get to the nose. Again on the inside, beautiful hang 5 for him. And then does a nice turn off the top, and then again he's going to be able to find another little foam climb. So a very nice wave from Leo there.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the judges are going to score that. And in the meantime, it looks like Noah has found himself a set wave here as well.
Opting to go on the left on this one. Didn't see a lot of scoring potential on the right. So he's going to decide to get up to the nose here for this nose ride. He's going to bring it through as that wave steepens up, hitting off the top. Got a similar score for that kind of wave before, so he'll be looking to improve that situation.
Yeah, since we're waiting for those two scores, it's going to be interesting to see, compare the waves to see how they score it. Leo definitely having the longer wave, having a few different combination of turns. So yeah, we're just over a minute left on this heat, and then we're going into heat 3. That's going to be a really exciting one with Taka and Clement.
That's right. It's going to be amazing to watch those surfers go at it. Taka, obviously a well-accomplished longboard surfer in the pro. He competes on the WSL Longboard World Tour. And here we saw him yesterday put on one of the highest heat totals for the event. But also, Clement had some amazing drop knee calves. We were talking about those earlier. Nose rides as well. It's going to be interesting to see how he comes up against Tucker. Really comes down to that wave selection as we've been speaking about Leonardo's just found those better waves to be on during this heat. We'll be crowning a world longboard champion later on today for the men's, women's. Also the junior women and the junior men. As we see a great shot here of our lineup. You can see Leo making his way a little bit further out. So scores coming through for Leonardo's last wave. He increases his lead slightly.
5.57, I just heard the beats announcer say.
So Leo's up again on a bigger set wave. So these waves starting to really roll through now. That tide's starting to drop out. So we get a nice nose ride, great calf back. He's going to sit and wait for this wave to stand up again on the inside to reform. We saw him do some great work on the inside last time. He's going to be able to find maybe a quick trip to the nose. No, he's going to decide he's going to put all of his energy into that re-entry. Unfortunately goes down. I think he was trying to do something fancy.
Meanwhile, we see Noah answering back here out the back, finding himself on that left-hander. Oh, big foam climb, but fortunately he goes down there.
He's been landing those consistently the last few days.
Yeah.
Fortunately, Noah goes down there. Maybe a bit of pressure coming down to the closing seconds of that heat. But it will be Leonardo Jimenez moving through to the semi-finals of the men's longboard.
Fortunately, Noah is out. And yeah, we're going straight into the next heat with Taka and Clement.
Clement in that red jersey, Tucker in the white. These surfers going to be a great heat to watch this one. Hopefully those waves keep rolling through.
Yeah, we definitely saw more waves in that last heat. That was great.
So heat hasn't started yet. Competitors just waiting patiently out there. It's good to see these competitors back for trying to get another title under their belt. Taka looking to take the win in this longboard. Someone put on a great performance yesterday. Really enjoy watching you surfing. He just surfs with a lot of showmanship and, you know, does some cool styles. Some, you know, he does a lot of soul arching and head dips. So great longboard style.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see him now on his own equipment.
Yes, very true. He had to borrow a board yesterday, a very big board. He wasn't really used to riding, so he'll be on his own longboard, or maybe borrowed one from one of his sisters.
Yeah.
Sisters obviously moving through this morning in the rapid charge longboard, Kaede and Sakura. But just still waiting to get this heat underway. We're just waiting for those scores to drop in from the last heat. As we see that those lefts starting to really peel through. Looks like they're moving further out, so those waves definitely starting to break further out now. Looks like we'll get this heat underway. 25 minutes on the clock. We're going to be seeing Taka kick things off.
Yeah, it's like kicking things off with a hang 5, hang 10. Straight out to the nose on that one. Gavin back. Fortunately, he doesn't manage to stick with that, but what a great hang 10 he was doing there.
Yeah, that would have been a huge score had he made that turn. Connecting those maneuvers, especially that hang 10 into that carve. But unfortunately, Taka just going down. We're just adjusting to his own equipment. Didn't see him out there last night. Didn't see him out there this morning either. Maybe he's been surfing somewhere secret to get some practice in. But they did arrive yesterday afternoon. Taka just getting here in time to surf his heat.
Sure time. 10 minutes late, but still enough time for him to throw the highest heat total of the day.
Yeah, exactly. I think the other competitors in the heat were like, oh my goodness, Taka's here.
Yeah. He arrived with a storm, that's for sure. Straight in with a board, and yeah, it was funny to see him in the interview afterwards. He was, you know, so happy.
He's always happy, Taka. Happy-go-lucky. He's riding a single fin. So, interesting to see that choice of equipment for Taka. Looks like he's playing around with that fin. Maybe it's a little bit loose. Just seeing him. Maybe he's been able to move the fin around. He probably has a like a little finger twisting screw in there. He can adjust the position of his fin, which looks like that is what he was doing. Trying to get that fin Further back in the box is going to stiffen up the board. Further forward, it's going to make it a bit more maneuverable. Obviously, if it is further back, it does hold it in a lot better for nose riding. As we get a great drone shot there. So he is using that finger screw tool to be able to move the fin. Great to see if he moved it forward or backwards. I wonder what he did. Interesting. I think that turn he did, he had a bit too much hold on the board. The board didn't really allow him to free up his turn. So I think he probably moved it forward. Let's get a little bit looser. Realizing that he knows how to nose ride. He's going to stick to his turns to be able to get those scores as well. But with just that hang 10, it was a 4.83. So just one nose ride. Pretty high score dropping for Tucker.
Yeah. See, now the ocean went a bit quiet, just as we said that it started to pick up. But yeah, still plenty of time left on the clock. And yeah, we're seeing Clement on the same board as yesterday. I think it's a board.
I think he's sharing it with Cammy, actually.
Yeah, I think so too, yeah.
So I think Clement just opting to enter the longboard division quite late with Cammy. Riding the starboard longboard. Tucker's on, looks like some custom equipment.
Looks like Tucker's going to have a look at this one.
Yeah, finding a nice little wave on the inside.
Gonna straight out to the nose, cut back to the nose again. Oh, just great style from Tucker. See if he managed to connect to the inside.
He does manage to connect that wave. A hang 10 on the inside. Unfortunately, just not having enough speed to carry through there. But linking together some nose rides on the inside section. Nothing critical, so nothing's going to be, super high in the score. He had a great nose ride on the outside there.
Yeah. And it looks like we're having an interview with Tatiana down on the beach.
I'm here with Leo, who just placed first in heat number 2 for the longboard division. Congratulations. How was it in the water?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was really fun out there in the water. The waves are more smaller than yesterday, but yeah, pretty fun for longboarding. I think I don't do it my best heat today, but yeah, improving heat by heat, and let's go to the semifinals now.
Well, you're here representing Brazil. You've got a big team here, full team, everyone here supporting you. Does it make you feel more comfortable having your friends with you?
Yeah, of course. We support ourselves and we are like a family. And yeah, staying here with all the guys, we are more confident, and yeah, that's a team.
All right, well, we'll see how Brazil finishes. Thank you so much. We'll look forward to seeing more of you.
Yeah, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Tatiana. Yeah, straight into the semifinals for Leonardo, so that's going to be exciting. That's going to be later on today. We are going to crown our longboard world champion today.
Yeah, looks like he might be coming up against Leco Salazar, fellow Brazilian, in that semi-final number 1. With the seedings going there. So whoever moves through from this one will be matching up against either Benoit Carpentier or Kilian Burak in the next heat of the quarterfinals. As we see Tucker staying really busy in this heat, trying to catch lots of waves, managing a 8.23 heat total at the moment. As we see Tucker on the nose, hang 5, hang 10. He's holding that nose right at the start. Switches the paddle over for a great roundhouse cutback. He's opting to just ride this one straight, thinking whether it's going to reform on the right or the left. A cut to the left. And turn back to the right with that cross step, cut back. Back up again, hanging 5, getting cut back to the left. Another nose ride, and Tucker not quite managing to finish off there, but you can see just how much fun he's having out in the water today.
Yeah, just such a great style, and he just makes it look so effortless, doesn't he?
He does. You never quite know what Tucker's going to do on the wave. It's super exciting to watch him surf. He kind of has this, this sense of excitement about his surfing.
And we still need to see Clement get a score under his belt, but Looks like his tactic is different from Taka's. He's trying to, wait for a good set wave.
Yeah, Clement being a goofy footer, so he's going to be on his forehand on these left-handers. So maybe just opting to sit and wait until a good wave comes. Looks like there's something here for him now.
Looks like he's going to go for this one. See if he's going to go on that left-hander. He's up and riding. Just waiting for it to stand up. Getting out to the nose. Up to kick out and get back out and get that first priority again.
Yeah, that second wave maybe looking a little better. So Clement there just dropping his wave selection off a bit. That second wave looked a lot nicer on the left there. Looks like he will get back out for priority, but Tucker's paddling pretty hard to try and beat him out there. And it will be a race now. Looks like Tucker might get ahead of him to be able to get priority. Especially with this drone shot, he's going to be able to get out in front of Clement. So Tucker will hold first priority out in the water. Although it has changed on screen that Clement has first priority.
Okay.
So, my mistake.
Yeah, it always depends on where the priority line is, right? The judges will have like a priority point and say, okay, the first across this line has priority, and maybe it's more on the inside than we're aware of. And so, yeah, I know we have some really good priority judges, and so yeah, so Clement, good choice to kick out of that one. He didn't feel like the wave had the potential he needed, so yeah, going back out for priority, trying to, wait for the next good one.
Yeah, that's right. So he'll be able to have choice of the next wave that comes through. But Tucker just dropped a 6.83 for his last ride, so extending his lead now. So Clement just with that small score of a 2.17 on the board. See the scores there. Tucker backing up his high score of a 6.83 with a 4.83. So Clement needing almost a perfect score up in the nines.
Yeah, up in the nines, but yeah, only sitting on a 2.17. So we know Clement is definitely capable of getting some high scores. Saw him a few weeks ago in the Eurosurf, getting into the finals, dropping 9-point rides, and I think 18 points heat totals. So we know if the right wave is coming, he will definitely be capable of throwing a high score.
Oh, definitely. So he'll be coming up in the pro men's as well later on in the week. So switching up disciplines as we see Tucker paddling here. Clement's gonna let Tucker go this one. Tucker maybe noticing something on the inside. It's gonna reform him, so he gets to the nose for a quick hang 5. He's gonna cut back on this right-hander, bouncing off the white water. Seeing if this wave's going to offer any more scoring potential.
Looks like there's going to be another little section here on the inside.
Yeah, nose riding his way through this flat section. Still utilizing the whole length of that board. I love how he's able to turn the board from the nose. Fantastic skills from Tucker. He's going to set this up to finish off with the floater on the end section there. So Tucker, under priority, being able to identify that wave. It's something that's going to reform on the inside. And Clement left out the back. Definitely looking for those set waves, Clement is. I think he's going to opt to go for some more critical turns on those bigger sections out the back. It's going to really give him the higher points.
Yeah. It's always a hard, as an athlete to decide if you want to stay and wait or if you want to stay busy. It's, we saw in Eurosurf, we saw Clement in the final actually sitting and waiting for the set waves, and it just never arrived. And then he ended up getting fourth, and he was actually winning a lot of the heats leading up to that.
Yeah, that's right. It can all change in the finals or in the next heat. You can kind of be on the roll and then all of a sudden lose your kind of mojo, lose your groove. It does look like there is a little wave coming here for Clement.
See what this wave is going to do.
He's going to try and paddle for this one. See if it's going to reform. He's not going to be able to get onto it though. It has disappeared underneath his feet. We saw how hard Tucker was paddling for the wave before, putting in a lot of effort.
See if he's going to have a look at this one. And We see Clement up and riding straight out to the nose, for, holding that hang 5 for a long time. Unfortunately, he goes down, but what a great nose ride.
Yeah, amazing nose ride there from Clement. You can see the frustration, though, as he threw his paddle back out. Just not being able to ride out of that nose ride. Unfortunately, digging the rail, I think, riding a board that he's not used to riding comes into play. Definitely more focused on the shortboard sup surfing side of things. But Tucker feeling very at home on his longboard. You see him paddling back out.
Yeah.
A few bumpy conditions out there, looks like, Emily.
Yeah, looks a bit more bumpy. I feel like it was cleaning up a little bit, and now it's a bit bumpy again, but just a little light wind on it. But still some great conditions for the longboarding.
Yeah, definitely you can see the smoother water in closer. A bit of that rip and the wind against each other. Always makes the water a bit more chopped up. Just coming down to about 11 minutes remaining in this heat as we see Tucker having another go. On the outside, he's going to get to the nose for a hang 5. Hold that for a little bit. Keep holding that nose ride along, and he's going to go backwards for a little hang heels, and he's going to switch his foot. Unfortunately, he just can't hold on to it, but he's been trying to show us what his skills he has on the longboard. I've seen Tucker do that without the paddle on the pro longboard. He hangs heels and runs backwards along the board. Very cool.
That's great. And yeah, let's still, Clement is still waiting to really get going. Let's see if he's going to have a look at this one.
So this wave's going to stand up for him. So he's going to paddle in. He's going to opt to go to his drop knee turn, which we spoke about earlier. Great style. Love the longboard style from Clement. He's going to get to the nose, but just digs the nose there. You can see that section wasn't really made for nose riding. Trying to make things happen where the opportunities aren't. So Clement there doesn't seem like his heart's in it today. Tucker is giving everything he has to the wave. Clement that more relaxed style approach.
Yeah. Probably also, when you suddenly you start feeling the pressure, you get a bit frustrated that it's not really working out. You're not on your own equipment. It's yeah. But yeah, Tucker off to a good start on this heat, and yeah, Clement definitely need to get a few higher scores.
Yeah, definitely needs to up his game to be able to overtake Tucker in this heat. The winner will be moving through to the semi-finals for the men's longboard later on today.
Yeah. Yeah, we have such a great day in front of us. We're going to crown some world champions today. So, yeah, just hope you guys will stay with us all day. And remember to watch on YouTube or on Facebook. And we'll also keep an eye on the comments once in a while, right, Bo? And if anyone has a comment for us, something you want us to talk about, any questions, let us know in the comments on YouTube or on Facebook.
Yeah, definitely drop them in the comment box. I'm going to have a look, see if there's anything happening online. People tuning in from Italy, from France, Cape Town, Brazil. Great to see everyone tuning in from around the world.
Yeah, let us know where you're watching from. It's always fun to see. And
people asking for some updates on the schedule for today. So we're going to be running the final heat of the men's longboard quarterfinals after this. Then moving into the second heat of the junior girls final. There'll be 3 of those, but then we're going to move into the longboard women's semis, longboard men's semi-finals, as we're watching live action. Clement Rosero up and riding on the nose and just digging in on that nose ride. Unfortunately goes down for him. Tucker on the wave behind just decides to kick out. So after those longboard semi-finals, we'll move into the junior boys consolation final. That will be for 3rd and 4th position in the standings. And then we'll go into the junior girls grand final, the junior boys grand final, longboard women final, and the longboard men final to finish off the day, wrapping up at about 5:30 p.m. local time.
Yeah, great day. Great day of action in front of us.
Yeah, lots more action to come, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Yeah, and as we just see the live action, Taka has just put Clement in a combo situation with a 7-3-3. Combo situation meaning that Clement will need 2 new scores to take over the lead.
Yeah, that's a tough ask for anyone to get 2 new wave scores to be able to jump into the lead. But Tucker there really showcasing some great longboard sup surfing to be able to put himself out in the lead in this heat.
Yeah, and just haven't been that many waves in this heat. And but let's see if Clement is going to have a look at this one. No.
There's some people tuning in from the Canary Islands, Tenerife. Thanks for watching.
Yeah.
Maybe get your binoculars out. You might be able to see the live action.
Yeah, almost. We're having Clement up and riding. He getting out to the nose on this one. Just waiting for it to stand up. Getting to the nose again. See if he can manage to connect it to the inside here. Another crest up here, waiting for it. Fortunately, it hits that deep section and didn't have much more to offer, but a couple of good nose rides for him there.
Yeah, putting together that wave a bit better than the previous one, so that should go into the highest score for him so far. Might break that combination situation, looking for at least a 4.16 to break combination. That way he would need a perfect 10-point ride to be able to get in front of Tucker. But Tucker sitting very comfortably in the lead at the moment.
Yeah, great surfing from Tucker. Just so flawless, and just adapting to the condition, and I think it was just so great to see him yesterday and what he was able to do, coming straight for the airport and just straight into the heat. Just having a short little technical issue here, but Bo is on it. See if we manage to fix it so we can comment on the live action. We did. Well done.
Oh, our screen asks if we're still watching or if we've gone to sleep. So I just had to reboot the system.
Yeah.
But it is.
Our screen can clearly not hear us.
No, that's right. Or see us. It's not a super smart screen. Just wanted to know if we're still here. Well, we're still here.
Yeah.
Don't go anywhere. So yeah, Clement still looking for some high scores.
Yeah. He's out of the... Oh. I don't know if his score dropped from the last wave yet.
I think it has, but I don't think it was enough. He's got a couple of 2-point rides in his scoreline. So probably just a small score of another 2 or 3 for Clement. But he goes on the inside here, straight up to the nose for a great critical nose ride, but just throws that one away. Can't manage to walk back to the tail. I love the super relaxed style, but maybe too relaxed out there today.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, he's, but yeah, I think the nose riding is hard when you're not riding your own equipment, and, it's like not really, doesn't have much time to get used to that board. But yeah, still 3 minutes left on the clock, so see if he can still manage to get a good one.
Live action here, Clement trying to get some scores to get himself out of that combination situation. He's just... Tucker really having a strong hold on this heat at the moment. So that last score from Clement not even really factoring in to his scoreline. So counting down this heat, just under 2 minutes remaining for the longboard competitors. As we mentioned before, winner moving through to the semi-finals. And they will meet a surfer from the next quarterfinal, be it Benoit Carpentier or Kylian Burak, as we see Clement taking off here, opting to go left on this wave, through the white water. Maybe sees a bit of scoring opportunity. Interesting decision. I saw the right maybe a little bit better there. Clement obviously wanting to favour his forehand a bit more. But just not really making these opportunities work in his advantage at the moment.
Yeah, it just looks a little bit frustrated out there, and haven't really been able to get on the waves that he wanted. And yeah, I think it's always hard to say like how you start the heat, but his strategy going into the heat was to sit and wait for the set waves, and then they didn't really come, and then at some point you have to change strategy and start just getting some waves.
Yeah, exactly right. You just need to, as we were mentioning before about your strategies, and might want to catch lots of waves at the start and then sit and wait, but it obviously changes throughout the heat. I'm not noticing that he has to get the work done on the inside waves, where Tucker has been getting all of the scores. Tucker hasn't had the biggest waves of the heat, but he's had the longest and the waves that allow him to do some maneuvers on, to allow some scoring potential. Really great drone shot. There's the national park up there. Some great waves hidden around the reefs on the north of the island. If you keep going right around, you'll end up back into the city, Las Palmas. It's like a little headland out there.
Mm-hmm.
You see the cruise ship port on the other side. Lots of visitors visiting the city. There's a couple of waves rolling in to close out this heat.
Yeah.
I do believe the timer on the screen is not linked in with the actual heat time.
No, I think there's 45 seconds left. I just heard the announcer say, so 30 seconds. So this wave is counting.
That's right. Tucker opting for the paddle switch there for that cutback. Drop knee, cut back into the white water again. He's going to opt to get to the nose for a quick hang five, showcasing that he's utilising the whole length of the board. Gets back to that nose ride as well. This wave is super flat, so he's managing to really do very well. So he gets to the nose again, hanging five, going to step back to finish this wave off with a little floater. So we'll see how well he did. And Clement there having a chat to Benoit, I believe, for the next heat.
Yeah, great surfing from Tucker. And yeah, he is straight into the semifinals. Yeah. Fortunately for Clement, he is out, but we'll see him again in the men's division, which is, the division he's here for. That's
exactly right. He's going to want to try and get a world title in that division. He'll be looking forward to surfing that later on this week.
Yeah.
You get a shot of the competition area for the competitors today. So we go into a recap or replay of this heat. Lovely surfing from Tucker. And this is the surfing that put him out in the lead. Was able to be in that combination situation. If you managed to catch all of that replay, well done. As we see here, replay from Clement. Some nice little nose rides. Really likes his style there. The drop knee turns are really great. And Tucker here just casually nose riding through that section as he cuts right back around into the white water. Drop knee turn. This was a replay from that last wave. So you see him nose riding on this fairly flat section. Just that super lightweight, getting a bit of lift underneath the nose as well, as he really does well to turn that board super well. Carves it back around. This was an earlier wave actually from Tucker. I do remember him completing this ride for that 7.83. So fantastic surfing from Tucker in a way to put Clement, in that combination situation as we move through to quarterfinal heat number 4 of the longboard men. Benoit Carpentier in the red, and with Kilian Burak in the white.
Yeah, another exciting heat coming up. Gonna be great to see if Benoit can, you know, do some of those great waves that he was doing yesterday. Yesterday he was looking very, very strong. Today the conditions are a bit smaller and a bit more difficult, a little bit less waves on offer, but yeah, still gonna be a very exciting heat.
Yeah, super exciting heat with this one. Benoit Carpentier, second in the world for the longboard. First in the world last year for the SUP surfing in the APP World Tour. So he's going to look to go for another world title here in the longboard. He put on a great performance yesterday. One of the highest heat scores, 8.5, or single wave scores. So Kilian had some great rides yesterday. Kilian being on, looks like more of a prone longboard, where Benoit is on one of his prototypes, his old prototypes for the Starboard 2024 longboard range. He really enjoys riding that one. He said it was actually creased from a surf just last week. Live action, we're going to catch up with Kilian, starting off his campaign for this quarterfinal number 4 as he gets a great nose ride to start off with. He's going to bring it through. Nice turn there underneath the lip. He's going to ride through this flatter section. Going to wait for the wave to stand up. Noticing that it's been a bit of downtime on the wave. He's going to cut himself back to the white water. Put himself in a better position to be able to get up to the nose again on the inside. As he does manage to do it, and he's going to hold it. Unfortunately, he can't hold it through to that inside section. So all the work done on the outside. Great start there from Kilian. Benoit going to wait patiently for a good wave out the back. Maybe opting for the same strategy as Clement, to sit and wait for the good waves.
Yeah, maybe that was what the mom told him before. Oh, sorry, my mic was not on. I'm just sitting here talking to you, bro.
No problem. I couldn't hear you in my ear. I was like, where's she gone?
No, I'm saying like maybe that was what Clement was telling him. Coming out, I saw they were talking together. Maybe he was like, "Don't go for the same strategy as me."
But Benoit just naturally going for that same strategy,
Yeah.
just sitting and waiting. I
Yeah.
think Clement went maybe 8 minutes at the start of the heat without catching a wave.
Yeah.
Benoit only a few minutes down
Yeah.
in this heat. 25-minute heats today, moving through to, I believe, half an hour finals for the longboarding.
Yeah. Benoit's still looking stylish in his hat like yesterday.
Yeah, you're right. He's wearing his hat again.
Yeah. It's pretty warm out there today.
It is pretty warm.
Sun came out.
Yeah. Send us your thoughts and comments about Benoit wearing a hat.
Yeah.
Saw one yesterday. Why is Benoit wearing a hat? Well, it is warm out there. It's not that warm, but I think it's maybe he went and got his skin checked recently.
Yeah.
He needs to wear a hat. So a reminder for everyone out there, get your skin checked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these guys spend a lot of time in the sun, so it's probably a smart choice from Ben.
Yeah, I mean, Benoit spends a lot of time in the sun. I mean, I remember during COVID and lockdowns and everything, he spent like a year in Indonesia. Almost a year.
Oh.
Like 6 or 8 months.
Mm.
Just stuck there, surfing every day.
Yeah, not bad. And here we're just seeing Kilian having a quick look at this one, but doesn't have much on offer. So yeah, it looks like Kilian just trying to stay busy, but that's again the thing with priority. Sometimes when you sit with that second priority, you're like, okay, I might as well just stay busy, go for it, you know, because if a good one comes, it's then have the chance to go anyway.
Yeah, that's right, exactly. So he's just trying to stay busy, opt to catch lots of waves, as Taka did in that last heat. Taka did very well to identify the waves. You see that he take off on some waves and you didn't think they were going to do anything, and then he just stuck with them all the way to the reform.
Yeah, also the way he paddled for them was amazing. Oh, we're just seeing Ben up and riding.
Benoit straight to the nose for a nose ride. Can hold that for a while for a hang 5. Cutting back. Great longboard style from Benoit. He's going to wait to see what this wave does. He's going to stick with it. He's going to know that it's going to reform on the inside, so he's going to stay there. Set this wave up for a nose ride here on the inside as he gets up for a hang 10. He's going to finish off with the floater.
Yeah, great wave from Ben there. great, just the way he reads the wave and just wait for it and holds it and it looks like we're ready with an interview with Taka. So let's see what Taka has to say. Take it away, Tatiana.
Mid-heat, what happened there?
My first ride this ball, this was a few minutes ago, this heat. I don't know the best pin position, so first ride is a bit slippery, so back the pin position.
So you had to come out, change the position of the fin, and still manage to take home first position. How are you feeling? Are you happy?
Yeah, I'm happy to get a good way. Yeah, then little bit slow. So yeah.
Well, you did really well. We look forward to seeing you in the next round. Thank you, Taka.
Gracias.
Oh, great to hear from Taka there. And yeah, just paddling out, not really know if his fin is in the right spot. But yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he had to move it back in the fin box to be able to get a bit more hold on the wave. So interesting insights there from Tucker. And it's great to know that these competitors just understand their equipment so well that they're able to change the fin position on the fly and know exactly where it needs to be for how they want to be surfing. So yeah, thanks for the insight, Tati. And yeah, thanks, Tucker, and well done. He'll be moving through to the semi-finals with a longboard up against one of these competitors in this heat, whoever makes it through.
Yeah. Did Ben only get a 1.6 for that wave, or are we still waiting
nope.
for a score?
It's just
there we came in.
dropped in.
I was wondering.
Yeah, exactly. I was wondering too. The judges watching the same thing we are. But obviously he's just dropped that second wave score. 6.50.
So yeah, good start for Ben. Yeah, so still some good wave potential out there. They're still able to, drop some big scores on these waves that we have on offer out there.
Yeah, Benoit finding the space on the wave to be able to get in some nose rides and some turns as well. Killian had a nice wave to begin this heat as well, so just a small score for his second ride. So he'll be looking to improve that. We did see him up on a wave just before that interview, but nothing of consequence. Not going to go into his top scoring rides. As we see the competitors there, just waiting for the waves to come through. Bit of a dropping swell, as you mentioned earlier, Emily. See a great drone angle though. The reef beneath.
Yeah, wow, look at that clear water. Looks very inviting, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
Yeah, and a lot of the guys out there today just surfing in board shorts.
Yeah, no better way to do it. A few people opting to wear some neoprene. So Ben Meyer just opting to sit down and wait for the waves to come through. You can see that deciding to sit out just past that rip where you can see that little bit of ruffled water in that middle of screen there. Waves breaking on the outside reef. Bit of a left-hand point break, then moving through to a bit of a reform on the inside. Competitors opting to go left or right, depending on the wave. Yeah, Killian there, you see the scores. A 3.33 for his first wave, and then just a small 2-point ride for 2.03 for that third wave of his. So still in contention here.
Yeah, still plenty of time left. Just 15 minutes left, so everything can still happen. Yeah, Ben they just one score under his belt, and yeah, but always exciting to see what he can do on these waves.
Yeah, it is. Let's hope we get some more opportunities. See Ben Meyer showcase his longboard sup surfing.
Yeah, and it was great having Ben in the studio yesterday and just having a chat with him about also his career and his what he does as an athlete, and he's such a multi-athlete. And he told me that the other day they were here on the island and they went to find a slab, and he went bodyboarding. So he said he brought, I think, 3 stand-up paddle boards and a bodyboard to the Canaries. So yeah, he went and got some barrels on the bodyboard, and yeah, we were just talking a little bit about this, how he's into so many different water sports, so he can always use the ocean as his playground, no matter the conditions. But yeah, I was also asking him, doesn't it get confusing sometimes? You have to choose, like, if the conditions are good.
That's so true. I'm just understanding which equipment's going to be the best to ride on the day, or sometimes you get a bit jealous and think you're on a different equipment. As we catch up with Killian here, live action. Cutting back, left and right, walking the board up for a nose ride here on the left. Oh, digging the nose a little bit. You can see that frustration there from Killian. So just putting a little bit too much pressure on that front foot as he stood on the nose of the board, pushing it down under the water for a nosedive. It's interesting, when you're up and nose riding, Emily, I don't know if you know the science behind the nose riding at all, but when you are trying to use your weight for speed or to slow down, it's actually the opposite of surfing. So you know how you lean forward for speed when you're surfing? You actually lean back for speed when you are on the nose riding, and you lean forward to stall on the nose when you are nose riding. So yeah, it's a bit tricky.
Great insight.
Yeah, good insight. But yeah, it's also a bit tricky to understand exactly how to control that speed as well. So you'll see some of the competitors hanging 10 and standing really far forward to try and stall a little bit to stay in the pocket. Then you might see them kind of leaning back a little bit for that hang 5 to get a lot of speed through the section. So yeah, it kind of plays with your mind a bit when you're up on the nose.
Yeah. Especially when you're a shortboarder as well. You're used to the opposite, right?
Exactly.
But yeah, the ocean going a bit quiet here. But yeah, even with that one wave, Ben is still sitting pretty comfortable in that lead. So he can afford waiting and just try to wait for another good one. And yeah, let's just check in on the YouTube and see if anyone have any questions for us or any comment, or let us know where you're watching from. It's always super interesting to see where you guys are watching.
Yeah, we've got a comment in here from John on YouTube, and a very great question, John. He asks if he's right in thinking that the competitors were not allowed to lie down last year and paddle out. That is correct. The competitors still aren't allowed to lie down and paddle. Last year the rules were a little bit different. They had a 5-second paddle rule, so you could be on your stomach for 5 seconds and then need to be up and standing. You are allowed to paddle on your stomach if you are in the impact zone or in a dangerous position. However, you do need to be standing up to move around the lineup. We'll get back to that as we watch Killian up and riding. Some cross steps there, just trying to find the right position on this wave to put his board in, to be able to get some work done. He's going to bring it through to this little reform section on the right. He's going to use that paddle, use his weight to get through. He's going to get to the nose on the inside here. He cuts back left. So trying to get a lot of work done. He's found a really nice little nose ride section on the end there and tries to throw it up for a finish. Unfortunately doesn't land that, but a really nice hang tail on the inside from Killian.
And great the way he just reads the wave and go from left to right. And in the meantime, we see Ben turning around, going for this one. See Ben straight out to the nose, see if he manages to stick with it. Yeah. Oh, another hang 5. And cut back right into the wide water. Nice roundhouse. See if this wave has waiting for it again to stand up here on the inside. Getting that speed. Cutting back out to the nose again. And nice little finish there off the top.
Great wave. This is one of Benoit's favourite divisions, the SUP longboard. You can tell as well, just the way just his smooth style, connecting all those manoeuvres. Great critical nose ride on the outside section. Manages to cut that board right around, back into the white water. Benoit doing a fantastic job on that wave. Definitely going to increase his lead in front of Killian after that one.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how the judges are scoring this. But yeah, do you want to get back to the question we had here?
Yeah, so competitors still aren't allowed to lie down. We were talking about whether or not the competitors weren't allowed to lay down, paddle out this year. Of course, when the competitors are outside their heat, so before their heat or after their heat, they are allowed to lie down and paddle. As soon as that horn goes to start their heat, they do need to be standing up on their boards, unless they are in that dangerous or impact zone. Then they can be lying down to get themselves out of that position. They had a 5-second rule last year where they were only allowed to stay on their stomach for 5 seconds and stand up. This year we have a different rule. Competitors still have to stay standing paddling, but they are allowed to sit down at the back to wait for their waves to conserve energy. So you were right in thinking that they weren't allowed to lie down last year. They're still not allowed to lie down this year. It's a stand-up paddle competition. But we want to make sure we maximise the performance of our surfers on the wave. So they are allowed to sit down waiting for waves.
And I think we just had a score from Killian, a 4.24 from that last wave.
Benoit on the outside, nose riding here. But he's going to have to give way to Killian. He does have first priority. So Killian deciding to take this wave, seeing that it's going to offer some good scoring potential for him. I think there's a nice couple of turns on the outside. He's going to look for this one to reform. Looks like it's going to very nicely on the inside for him as he gets up to the nose and unfortunately just digs the nose again on that one. And as you dig the nose, it stalls the board. You can't carry that speed through that flat section. But Benoit has just increased his lead quite considerably with that last wave score. So he's obviously got a 6.5 and that's going to be an 8-point ride from Benoit.
Yeah, wow. So he's so consistent in this longboard division, just throwing those good scores, waiting for the right waves, and yeah, just surfing really well.
Yeah, surfing super well. Benoit always wants to be on the best waves. So first excellent score of the day.
Yeah,
Goes to Benoit.
putting Killian in a combo situation. So yeah, well done to Ben. Wow, it's going to be some great semifinals we're going to see later today.
It certainly is. We'll be coming up against Taka, who had a pretty similar heat total in that last quarterfinal as well. Thanks for tuning in online, appworldtour.com, APP World Tour YouTube and Facebook. Some people tuning in from Puerto Rico, Brazil, Chile. Great to see everyone tuning in from around the world. Thanks for watching. You are watching the best SUP longboarders at the moment in the men's division. We are going to be moving through to the junior women after this last heat of the quarterfinals. There's 3 women competing for a world title in that division. We have Kere and Sakura Inoue sisters, and also Prune, who's from France. It'll be great to see them take to the water next. Then we'll be looking at the longboard women hitting the water for the semi-finals, followed by the longboard men's semi-finals. And then moving into some finals for the junior boys, junior girls, and the longboard women and longboard men.
Yeah, so much action today. Really exciting to see those finals end of the day from around 3:30. We are just gonna run finals, and then we're gonna have 4 world champions.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. Make sure you've got us just on quiet in the workplace if you're at work, tuning in secretly. Maybe you're at home, working from home. Put us on the TV. Not us. You can put us on mute if you want. You can just watch the action. You don't have to listen to us talk if you don't have to. But we'll be bringing you all the action, all the insights, some athlete interviews throughout the day as well with the heat winners. And some great surfing too from all of our competitors.
Yeah, amazing surfing so far today. Like, even with these, different conditions from yesterday, everybody just managed to utilize the waves to the full potential, and we've seen some high heat totals today.
Yeah, super high heat totals already. Even though the waves are a little bit lower quality than yesterday, a bit smaller. We saw some fantastic conditions greeting our competitors for day one of competition yesterday. Some high scores for the junior boys. Capone Fukuda putting on one of the highest heat totals of the day. Had some excellent scores in his semi-final heat. That was alongside Titouan Pajot, who has been putting on a great performance in the juniors all week as well. He'll be coming up later on today, Titouan, in the consolation final, battling it out against, I believe, Lucas Winterdrew, fourth, third, and fourth position. And then Capone Fukuda and Enrique Perez Serra for the junior boys final.
Yeah, let's see if, let's just have a look in the water, see if anyone is going to go for this one. Looks like Ben is going to have a look.
I mean, how's he going to catch that? He does,
Well,
though.
he is.
He's up on the nose, hang 5, hang 10, and just throws himself over the lip. Now the hat's wet, Emily.
The hat's wet. I think that's the first time in the last 2 days. Yesterday he was also surfing, didn't get wet.
Benoit just trying to show us a critical nose ride there. He just threw himself over the lip. You can see when you do lean forward on that nose, he was stalling the board. So probably need to lean back on that one to get some speed.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to see Ben and Tucker in a semi-final.
Ooh, that's a final right there.
Yeah, it is.
But also Leonardo Jimenez and Leco Salazar in the other semi-final for the men's longboard. So 2 heats that could just be a final in themselves. It might be a repeat. Leco Salazar, Benoit Carpentier last year in the final together. Benoit, kind of a favourite to take out the event win, but just couldn't find the waves last year in the final. So Leco Salazar taking the win in that longboard final to be crowned the inaugural longboard APP World Tour champion. Actually, no, there was a longboard event in, I believe it was New York, in APP World Tour, quite a while ago.
That's amazing.
So, yeah, so that was 2019, I believe. I have to get all my notes out somewhere.
Yeah.
We did have a longboard event back then, so APP World Tour pretty much ahead of its time, promoting the longboard SUP division. They're going to be sticking with it as well throughout the years. Definitely a big resurgence from especially the down under in Australia, longboard SUP revolution, really pushing the sport national level, international level as well. And that community has a big, strong following on Facebook. Join the Facebook group, Longboard SUP Revolution. Find out all things longboard SUP. Chat with some fellow longboard suppers. Join the event in Bali next year. A kind of unofficial world title. Benoit was there this year. Abaya Moreno as well. We saw Zane Schweitzer taking the win at that event in the longboard. Zane unfortunately not here for this event. I think he's spending time with his family, newborn child, recently. With Kimmy, his wife. They were here last year at the event.
It looks like, yeah, this heat is about to close. Not much. Maybe we'll get another little set before. I think we have like 30 seconds more left in the heat than we say on the clock, because that's what I hear from beach announcers out there.
Yeah, probably like nearly a minute remaining of this heat, even though your time on screen is 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Looks like we have priority with Gillian, so he's going to catch this one, but unfortunately not going to. He does manage to get on it with a few bounces there, dropping in for that lovely bottom turn, setting up to walk the board. He's going to cut it back to the white water. He's in a pretty combination situation, I would say. So Killian there trying to get some work done. Just having a bit of fun on the SUP longboard. He's going to finish off with the nose right there, but just can't hold it on the end section. So Benoit Carpentier will be moving through to match up with Taka Inoue in the semi-final number 2 of the men's longboard coming up later today. Benoit in his hat moving through.
See if he's going to wear that in the
Oh,
semis.
he'll keep it on.
Yeah.
He'll keep it on all day. I think you had it in the studio yesterday. No.
Yeah. It's for good luck now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it'll be great to see them later in the semi-finals, and him and Taka. I'm really excited to call that heat. But yeah, now we're going into the girls, the
Junior
juniors.
girls. So we have a nice zoomed out shot of the event area here. Benoit Carpentier surfing in from his heat. We're going to get the next heat underway. This is going to be the junior girls final number 2. So there are 3 heats for the junior women. Katie Inoue in the red, Sakura Inoue in the white, and Prune Guerin in the yellow. So round 2, heat 1. There will be a round 3 as well. And I believe we are going to tally the placings for the junior girl surfers to be able to secure a world title later on today. Kaede Inoue taking the win in the first heat. Sakura in the second in that first heat, and Prune in third place. So we'll see how it pans out in this second round of the junior girls. Great to see the APP again pushing the junior development of the sport forwards. Junior boys coming up later today. We're also going to see Kaede and Sakura competing in the open women's division. As we may have a wave action here for competitor in white, Sakura Inoue. Oh, great turn under the lip there. Unfortunately, just goes down on that one. And Kaede up and riding at the back. Great first turn out there, and then backs it up with another turn. So Kaede getting some good scores on this first wave of the junior girls final number 2. We're going to stick with Kaede. We did see Prune up and riding at the back. Stay with Kaede here. She rides it through to the inside. She wants to finish this wave strong to be able to solidify a good score. She's already got a couple of nice turns out the back. She's going to finish it off nice and strong on the inside. So great wave there from Kaede. She's going to be very happy with that as she makes her way back out. On screen, Sakura Inoue. That quick first wave, unfortunately, just coming unstuck. That turn under the lip. You see Prune paddling there as well. So didn't get too far on her ride. Probably opting just to kick out to get that first priority out in the water today. And then Sakura in that second priority. It's amazing to see the level of the junior girls here. We see a little set rolling through. Prune opting to go on the right-hander here. Great takeoff late in the white water. Unfortunately, just digs that rail. I think she was just kicking out of that wave, not seeing much scoring potential happening. But did unfortunately use her priority on that one. As we see our competitors there, just sitting down on their boards, getting a little bit of rest. Waiting for the sets to come through. Had some great wave surfed already in this heat. Be great to catch up with a replay of Kaede's wave. The outside turns were incredible. Young talent from Japan. Junior world champion. Open women's world champion as well. As I'm now joined in the booth by none other than Tristan Boxford, director of the APP World Tour. Thanks for coming in.
My pleasure, Bo. Great to be in here with you. How's everything going this morning?
Insane surfing at the moment. It's been absolutely amazing to watch. Conditions a bit smaller than yesterday, but I think the performances are stepping up. Obviously getting to pointy end of competition for the longboards and the juniors divisions. So yeah, it's been some great action on the water. Kaede just locking in a 5.83 for her first ride. So a couple of nice turns on the outside section. As we see her sister, Sakura, paddling in here. She's up and riding, opting to go to the right for a big turn off the top. And just to hang on to that one. So well done to Sakura to get that first turn out the back. Judges are really wanting to see that commitment on that first section of the wave. So just runs out of wave there for Sakura, but it's going to be a nice score for her.
If I'm not mistaken, it looks like she's riding a smaller board there.
Probably is.
But she's a smaller person,
yes,
so.
Exactly. There's been a lot of comment on that throughout the day today of what equipment they're on and how much volumes are in their board. Probably only around 60 litres or something, maybe even less for these women.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting, actually. I rode one of those New Deal boards from Infinity, and I actually preferred the 10-foot kind of pop-out from 12 years ago, just because I like a bit of thickness. I like a bit of, long rail. 10-foot feels really good, so that's a personal preference thing, right? And I'm a heavy guy, so I need a bigger board.
Yeah, no, that's so true about the big. I mean, the Dave's really shaped those rails now to be super thin on the rails to be able to turn really fast. But yeah, I'm like you. I want a bit more volume underneath my feet, a bit more stability. You have to throw the board around a bit more as well with the use of that paddle.
Yeah, exactly. We got Ryder up here. This is Prune, right?
Yeah, that's Prune. Yeah, that's right. So Prune had a couple of nice waves this morning. Couldn't quite match the performance of Kaede, winning the first round of the women's. So, Tristan, maybe you'll be able to confirm the exact way that the junior women's going to be crowned. Is it done from placings? Or
It's best out of the 3.
Yeah.
So we got a point system, points attributed to each of the heats, and then at the end it'll be counted up, and the winner will be the best of the three heats.
Nice. So yeah, so obviously first place will get more points, or
Exactly. It's something like a 5-3-1. I need to confer with João Maia, who would develop the new scoring system for that. But yeah, I believe it's 5 points for first, 3 for second, and 1 for third.
Okay.
So if you win a heat, you're in pretty good shape.
Yep.
If you win 2 hits, it's kind of a slam dunk.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
So Katie will be looking to secure that one with this heat. She won the first round of the junior girls, already in the lead for this round number 2.
Yeah, I was just thinking of the exception from that, but it wouldn't be an exception if you have, because if you get 2 firsts and a last place, you'd have 11 points.
Mhm.
If you got 2 seconds and a first place, you'd have 11 points.
Ooh.
But the 2 firsts would trump the 2 seconds.
Okay.
So, yeah, if you win twice, you've got it in the bag.
Yeah, wow. So we could be crowning a world champion in this heat.
Quite potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
There we go. So at the end of this one, we could have Kaede, but Sakura has put on a great performance throughout this event. We saw her last year as well come up against her sister in the final of the juniors. So really throwing some great scores there.
Well, also, I just my mind goes back to that final day of competition for the main event when Sakura was in the final, in the losers final or the consolation final with Ibaya Moreno, and it was pumping to say the least. And
Quadruple, no, probably 5 times overhead for Sakura.
exactly. And more than anything, the getting in and out of the water, I think, was the most intimidating just because of the boulders and the slippery factor. And yeah, it was intense, but what a brave young girl she was.
Yeah, exactly. Amazing to see her paddle out in those conditions and not scared of anything.
No.
She's come back with a lot more confidence this year, it looks like. A great performance this morning also in the longboard division.
Yeah.
Doing very well there. She actually took the win ahead of Kaede in that first repechage
Wow.
heat. So, yeah, maybe switching back and forth with the sisters there. We were discussing it earlier. Maybe Sakura was like, well, I won the first one. Maybe you can win this one. I don't think so. A lot of competition between that family.
Yeah, it's got to be tough being siblings. And yeah, if one, I guess guys to girls probably less so, but the girls has got to be pretty fierce competition as we see the older sister taking a look, not quite getting into that one. And I was chatting with the judges. Seems like there's been, enough waves. It's smaller conditions, but definitely still contestable, right?
Yeah, definitely. Been a lot of waves caught from all the competitors. We saw Tucker catch tons of waves in his longboard quarterfinal heat. And we've definitely seen competitors catch more than at least 3 or 4 waves in each heat. As it slowed down throughout the afternoon yesterday, we saw one of the heats with only a couple of waves surfed. Yeah, good to see a lot of consistency today. As we see Sakura on screen there, carving back around to the white water. She's doing a great job finding these little waves on the inside underneath priority. So we'll catch up to her wave there. As you see a sister looking on. Wonder if it's in support or if it's just to see how she's doing there. I'm sure it's good support.
Looks like we're going to go down to Benoit for
next highest scoring wave for the competition so far. Tell me a little bit about your 8-point ride.
Yeah, really happy about getting a good wave again. It was a slow heat. Well, obviously there was some wave, but we weren't on them, so just like not in the right rhythm in that heat. But I'm stoked to get a heat at least. It's kind of a warm-up, I would say, against Taka coming up next in the semi-final. It's gonna be the final before the final to me, but so yeah, it's gonna be excited, and hopefully I don't do such a mistake in the next heat.
Well, the mistake wasn't so big considering you took home first position, but for everyone at home, stay tuned for the final before the final with Taka versus Benoit. It's going to be an interesting one. Back to the studio for now.
Yeah, thanks Tatiana there with the interview with Benoit Carpentier, the winner of that last quarterfinal. saying that he's going to be coming up against Taka Inoue in the semi-final number 2 of the longboard. The final before the final. I don't know. Leko Salazar and Leonardo Jimenez are going to be in the semi-final before that.
Yeah, I'd say, Leko with his track record and the history as such a prolific longboarder, I think, it's going to, all those heats are stacked, and I think once you get to this end of the competition, there's definitely no easy pass.
Yeah, that's right. You heard Benoit there. Maybe a little bit nervous about the upcoming heat with Taka, because they had basically the same heat total in scores. So it's going to be really great to watch that go down. That'll be coming up around 2:30 local time.
Yep, so make sure you stay tuned for that heat. It's going to be a cracker. And, I think both of them have had interesting or kind of parallel backgrounds. Both coming from a longboarding background, both really done well in longboard competition, both in their home regions and internationally. Actually, Taka currently on the World Surf League Tour as well for longboarding. I think he finished 9th last year in his first year on tour, and I think, he's definitely an incredible longboarder. And Benoit, likewise, I think he was European champion. He's done many, many international competitions in longboarding, and of course, he's our current world champion on this.
Yeah, that's right. So great to see that matchup coming up later on today. And obviously, Leko Salazar too, last year's champion.
Exactly, and Leko coming from a heritage of longboarders as well, with Picuruta, his dad, one of the most titled longboarders of all time in Brazil. So I think it's going to be a lot of great action still to come. Hopefully the waves can really start pulsing around low tide and we get some good conditions.
Yeah, that's so true. We do see some more action happening at the water at the moment with that tide dropping out. We're seeing a lot more waves coming through. Competitors opting to sit a bit further out toward that left-hand reef break at the back, rather than sitting on that inside there, as we saw on the high tide earlier this morning. As we take a quick look at the scores, we've got Katie Inoue in the lead, 5.83 and a 4.9. Sakura, younger sister, in second place with a 3-point ride and a 3.57. And then Perun looking for a pretty small score to move up as she's up and riding now. Carving back on that little right-hander there. Unfortunately, couldn't find one that's going to link through to the inside. Should be looking to get back out and choose a better way for the next one. The competitors are allowed to sit down, waiting for their waves to save their energy. Great rule, I think, that you brought in for that one, Tristan, just to keep the performances super high on the wave and show everyone home some really great surfing.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's finding the right balance, right? I mean, this is stand-up paddling. We're really strong about the rule of paddling out. You need to be standing at all times, unless you're in the impact zone, then you have a bit of leeway. But I think in the lineup, in a natural session, you'd be sitting down, not least because there's other surfers in the water, and it's quite intimidating to have 10 guys paddling around you standing up. Out of respect, it's a good practice outside of competition, and in competition, we don't want guys getting tired by having to do a balancing act for half an hour. So, I think it makes sense and really puts the emphasis on all energy into surfing.
Yeah, it was interesting having Benoit Cometier in the booth yesterday chatting about that. He's actually going to drop volume in his boards because of that rule that's come in. So he can ride a smaller volume board that's going to increase his performance on the wave, but not having to stay standing means he can sit down and rest and recuperate. So we might see the equipment changing over the next couple of years with that rule.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the Brazilians have been pretty staunch about going small anyway. They battle through it and grit their teeth and balance their way through it, which, I think, they've obviously been watching carefully Benoit and Zane and those kind of guys who are kind of more in the more traditional mindset of bigger boards. I'm a bit on the fence of Zane's side, I would say, in personal preference. Just I feel like stand-up paddling should keep some of its integrity, but at the same time, at the performance end of any sport, there's high-performance equipment, and people adapt, and that's how they put on the best performances. So, more power to it.
Yeah, definitely. It'd be great to see all those equipment changes coming up. But like you said, the Brazilian surfers, they're like waist deep in the water waiting for waves when standing up. So they might even go smaller.
Exactly. Actually, the funniest one I saw, the difference was, obviously Mo Freitas got onto really, really small boards, and he's not a small guy, but he's got incredible balance and can balance on anything. But then you have Poinaiki Raioha, who would ride a board that looked about twice the size of Mo's, and they're in the same heat.
Yeah, so true. See Perun here jumping on a wave on the inside, opting to go right again. Little carve off the top there. Unfortunately, can't link this one through either.
Yeah, it seems like there's a little deep spot there where it just goes flat, unfortunately, from the outside section.
You're really going to stay with that white water, stay really close to it to get through. We saw a lot of the longboarders making it look easy, but obviously on a 9-foot board, they get a lot of glide to get through that section. With these shorter boards, you're going to need to use that paddle, use your weight as well to bounce through that section.
It's interesting, actually, thinking back to Poenaiki, his board relatively looked so much bigger than Mo's, which it was, but then he was still up to his waist.
That's right.
But he did have probably like 50-kilo legs. The power in his legs were just insane, so that's how he threw so much spray on his turns.
Well, yeah, thinking about that, I mean, on a wave, it looked like with a longer board, when you get that board above the lip, it kind of stands out to the judges a bit more as well. So, I mean, probably Leko as well, riding a bit of a longer board back in the day, getting that backhand vertical re-entry,
100%.
and he just looks a bit more wow for the judges and maybe a bit of higher scores as well.
Yeah, and it's obviously depends on the wave too. I think, in a wave like Sunset, you want to have a bigger board, bigger spray, more rail to turn on. Mo often it felt like he looked like he needed to slow down to be able to get off the bottom. But here we've got another rider. I was just trying to get into there, but wave backed off. That was Kaide.
Yeah, speaking about Sunset, I remember being on a 9-8 gun, and then I think Justin Holm was on like a 7-11 in the same heat. So it just goes to show like the different types of boards that we all ride.
Right, and I think even in shortboarding, here we got Prune on an inside one. Looks like this. No, unfortunately, just kind of getting stuck on that mid section where it's going flat.
But Sakura right behind her, carving this one back to the white water. Managing to stay on her feet with that one. So riding this one through. Looks like it's going to reform for her. She's going to stick with the white water. Going to opt to go back to the right to finish this wave off. Another carve there. She's going to bring this through to the more critical section. Oh, lovely vertical return there from Sakura. So finishing on that one off nicely. Be nice to see what turn she did on the outside as well. See if that score is going to get her up into that first position. As you said, this heat could decide the world champion for KAD. Back-to-back junior champion.
I think it's her last year too.
That's right.
Yep, she's becoming an adult.
She can leave it for her sister next time.
Exactly.
Well, we've got some great up-and-coming talent in the form of the junior competitors. Had quite a big entrant list last year for the junior girls.
Yeah, we had a few more last year, I think. It seems like there's like little bubbles of activity and energy in different regions in the world. Japan at the moment is definitely a hotspot, both for guys and girls, both for surfing and racing. There's a really exciting new breed of athlete coming through in the racing. You got Rai Taguchi and Shrimpy Araki, who are just really dominating on the global scene. And then obviously in surfing, you've got these three incredible talents that are really multi-sport athletes and pushing things to a new level. So it's exciting to see Asia really kind of taking a lead now. Brazil's been so strong for the last few years. And the US kind of taking a bit of a backstage at the moment.
Yeah, I haven't seen too many competitors from the US entering events recently. That kind of goes throughout the world as well from the US. But I'm really keen to see Kapona Fukuda's future as well.
Absolutely,
it's going to be great to see in the Open Men's coming up as well. But he's got the Junior Boys final to go at the end of the day today.
And Kapona's actually #1 in Japan at the moment.
That's right.
Yeah. So he's just 16 years old and he's already dominating a country.
Amazing to see. And he's got, some stiff competition in the form of Taka as well.
Yeah.
And even going back quite a way as well to some of the Japanese competitors back in the day. As we have a paddler here, Prune, taking off one of the bigger waves we've seen of the day. So good effort there from Prune. Just couldn't get around that white water.
Yeah, it's right. We had a kind of the old school contingent of guys on tour. I think it was Masamoto Hari.
That's right.
I think I just butchered his name, so sorry, man. But no, there was a bunch of them. And then, the guy who went and lived in Pipas for a while.
Yes. Yeah.
There was quite a few. It was awesome. Yeah, there was a great old school crew. But it's been really, really cool to see the evolution of the sport and the different communities coming in. When we first started back in 2009 with the Contenders exhibition, it was all about Hawaii and Tahiti. There was Arsene Harehoe, you had Brian Kealana, you had Bonga Perkins, Dwayne DeSoto, Kainoa McGee, Ikaika Kalama, all those guys. So all the kind of old school kind of Hawaiian and Polynesian watermen, so to speak. And as it's evolved, Brazil suddenly came on the scene with Leko leading the charge. France with Benoit leading the charge, and Peo Lizarazu actually as well. And Peo kind of fit in.
Del Perro.
Antoine Del Perro, exactly, and he was amazing too. And Peo kind of he sort of came from that set of the Makaha crew, you know, who's very much embedded in that community. So he really took the stand-up paddling early. So yeah, no, it's been a really cool journey seeing the different names come to the fore and really take charge.
It's getting a great close-up drone angle there. Katie Inouye, current heat leader. You see the board that she's on there? I believe it's a Mel Surfboards design board.
Looks about the same size as my shortboard, actually.
Probably is. I've just bought a new shortboard recently. It's 7 foot long. I've gone mid-length.
Oh, it's the age, man. It's
It is the age. Just don't get in the water anymore with kids. So yeah, need something a bit more volume, and it's amazing to see, you know, SUP surfers riding boards smaller than that out here.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's really crazy.
Yeah, Benoit talking about his equipment yesterday. Generally riding a 6'9" starboard Spice, 24.5. Very small.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not exactly a big board when we're talking about...
No, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, but he's a phenomenal athlete too, an incredible balance too, like, you know, like all these guys. And he's been really involved in the development over at Starboard, so I know he's been very integral and working with their shapers and, you know, actually a guy in Portugal, amazing guy. I've got a board from him as well.
Yeah, nice.
So Lacrau, the guy is a really great shaper and really, yeah, really proactive, really passionate about it. So it's cool to see.
There's a bit of a lull in the action. Just under 3 minutes remaining. Does look like Katie Inouye sitting pretty comfortably in the lead at the moment. Sakura Inouye in second. Guerin in that third position at the moment. She's been keeping busy on the inside, catching lots of waves. Sakura did increase that second position with that last wave.
Yeah, she's nipping right at the heels of her sister for sure. It's definitely, she's one kind of medium score away from taking the lead.
Yeah, and we can see that she definitely has the skills to be able to do that.
Yeah, it's crazy. It seems like Japan in general, even in the surfing world as well, there's so many Japanese talents coming out and taking charge on the global stage. It's great to see. You know, there was the old school guys in surfing that kind of made their name in Hawaii, but there wasn't like this flood of strong talent really being competitive on the global stage. And now there is. They're a major contender in all forms of surfing.
That's so true. Obviously, with the Olympics being held for the surfing there back in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
And then we might see stand-up paddling making a debut in possibly LA.
I think,
maybe Brisbane.
Yeah, I think it's looking less likely, unfortunately, now. But I think we're looking towards Brisbane for sure. You know, I think it's a great format, particularly the racing side. I think surfing's probably going to take a little longer, and the sport's got to develop further. But certainly for the racing, just because of the simplicity of the format and the connection with surfing, and it's a great complement to surfing. So, then Brisbane would be a great venue.
Yeah, exactly right. And I was speaking to Casper Steinfath recently about it. He'd love to see it. He'd love to be obviously representing Denmark at that point to be in the SUP racing.
Although he was almost getting to a mid-leg claim. No, I'm kidding, Casper. It's a joke. It's a joke.
He keeps himself in good shape. But yeah, recently, celebrating the birth of his son.
Yep.
Taking a bit of time out over the last couple of months in California. Just gone off the grid for a bit.
But in true Casper fashion, this last year he hasn't exactly been lazy, and he did that reality show, really going through the hell week of training for kind of special operations, military stuff. I mean, it's insane. Yeah, he's a very resilient human being.
Yeah,
Casper.
he certainly is. Yeah. As we're coming down to the closing stages of this round number 2 of the junior girls. Katie in the leaders. Katie's up and riding now. Cutting back on this one. She's so fast with her turns. This is what won her that world title last year. Remember her getting super vertical up into some big heavy water sections last year.
Yeah, she's sort of like a cat. She lands on her feet no matter what. She went up into the lip and it looked a bit of a Hail Mary, and then suddenly she's right over the board landing in the flats. Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that was the turn that won her the world title for the Open Women's last year. As we are down to the last stages of this heat. Remember that clock on screen, just a little bit slow. Or a bit fast, sorry. So the heat's still on, just about to finish now. It does look like Katie's going to take the win, which means, Tristan...
It means I think she's unbeatable, but I'd like to defer to the technical team before announcing these things. But and also we want to see what happens in the last heat. But what a great heat by Kaede again, and Sakura showing again that she's a phenomenal talent.
That's exactly right. As we're going to look forward to the next heats, which is going to be the Longboard Women's Semi-Final. That is Cami Debrana on screen there.
Yeah, Cami looked great yesterday, huh?
Really good.
A lot of flow, using the full length of the board, and
Yeah, super nice surfing. As we take a look at the recap from that last heat, Sakura doing some great turns. Great flow with her surfing. Utilizing the whole wave face top to bottom, cutting right back into the critical section. She managed to find some good reforms as well. So Prune needs to find these waves in that next heat, that next final, to increase that position. We've seen some great surfing from all three competitors there.
And great wave knowledge from someone so young too. She really linked that wave together and scored every possible point on it.
Well, she's learning from a world champion sister.
Exactly.
So he's got some great, and also Taka too.
Yeah.
Learning from Taka. So yeah, a lot of knowledge being shared. And I know the mum, their mum has always got their notebook out, writing tons of notes on their performances and how they can improve.
They're some of the most detail-oriented people in the world, of course, and it's showing that it's paying off with these kids. I mean, they're just extreme talents. As we've got Camille coming up and Kaide going straight out again.
Again, yeah. So she went back-to-back this morning, longboard to juniors, now junior to longboard. So I believe the judges will just put this heat on hold as Kaide changes her board to grab the longboard and head out. But yeah, Cami Debrana put on a great performance yesterday. I was super impressed. She's only been riding a SUP longboard for about 3 weeks.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. She comes from a longboard background, still with that, that prone longboarding, nice flow and nose riding. But yeah, to bring the paddle into the mix, and only been doing it for a few weeks, it's great to see. And then obviously switching over to ride for Starboard recently too, about last year. So she's doing very well.
No, I was impressed. She just looked really effortless and really graceful, She was walking up and down the board like she'd been doing it for 20 years.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah.
For sure. But yeah, obviously accomplished longboarder, but for the SUP longboard, quite new for her, but great style, great flow.
When I think benefiting from all the work that Benoit's been doing on the boards and working with Starboard to develop this kind of new range of Starboard longboards. So yeah, the boards are great.
Yeah, they're really great. They've different to last year. They've lowered the rocker a little bit, so better for nose riding, but still turns super well. I managed to test a few of them a few weeks back. They brought in a new size as well, so they got the 9 feet length, and they've also got the 10 feet. They brought in a 9.5 by 30, which is nice. Surfs really well. As we see Katie there paddling out for this heat. They can conserve a bit of energy and stay on her stomach paddling out.
I know that Sunova did quite a few longboards for a while there. Are they still quite active in the longboard market? They are, right?
Very, very active. Yeah, I mean, James Casey has his own range of the Casey Sunova boards.
That's true,
Casey Revolution, which is a longboard SUP. I really enjoyed riding that one. It's a great board. So yeah, they're definitely high up the list of the longboard SUP. Cami just having a bit of practice there. And that's what I mean. She's just getting on the SUP longboard, so just getting used to that one. She might have been riding a shortboard this morning to practice for the Open Women coming up. And we've had a little look at the forecast this morning, Tristan, for the week. Does look like there's something on the weekend, a little bump.
It does. It's I was pretty excited about it a couple of days ago. Unfortunately, it's changed a little bit, but there's definitely something there, and it seems to be changing every day. So hopefully it'll change back in the more positive direction. But I think there is a longer period swell here. You don't need a massive swell. You just need a big period. And as soon as it gets to a large period, it starts to pump, especially with the differences in tide. So especially at El Lloret as well, when you get down to low tide and a long period swell, it can be pumping.
Yeah, it'd be great to get competition back underway around the corner there at that right-hand point break. We saw some amazing performances last year as the semi-final number 1 of the women's longboard is underway. Katie looking like she's going to try and kick things off here. Couldn't quite get onto that one. And Cami Debrana maybe taking a little look at this wave. Got some small waves to start off. As we see Cammy here up and riding. Opting to go left. Nice cross step cut back there for Cammy. Just going to bring this one through. Another turn as well. Super smooth. Oh, almost dug the rail there. Just getting used to that longboard style. So she was sharing a board with Clement, I believe, earlier today.
Right.
And here we go. Kaede. Coming through this one.
And nothing forced with Kaede. No unnecessary emotions. She's definitely got a lot of flow and wave knowledge. But unfortunately, that disappearing underneath her.
Obviously a very good prone longboarder as well. Kaede. Maybe seeing her on the World Longboard Tour someday.
I think so. I think just the whole family's just doing everything. I think they're in Korea this past weekend. That's why they were a little delayed coming in. But you know, all of them competing in, I think, longboarding and shortboarding. So that's impressive.
Yeah, it certainly is. Definitely dedicating their lives to the sport of surfing. Stand up paddling, longboarding. It's great to see all these watermen and women from around the world.
And the supporting parties. Big shout out to their mom, who's dedicated to her life to taking the kids around and having just such an incredible experience.
Yeah, definitely. It's not really the kind of traditional way of life, Japanese. So it's I think it's been a bit of a hard road for them to be able to, you know, fit into the communities and things as they move around. And especially in Japan, I've heard of a few things from the Inoue family that it has been quite tough being in the water and taking them out of school to focus on the surfing. But it seems like it's paying off for them, doing very well in this sport.
Well, and they've all got such great attitudes too. They're just really happy-go-lucky people and appreciators all the time. And we got Camille on another wave. Oh!
Unfortunately, just digs the nose in there on that one. Bit of a steeper takeoff for the longboard. And Tristan, I'm going to leave you with Emily to take over for this heat. Been great calling the action with you.
Likewise.
I'll jump back in soon.
Thanks, Bo. Yeah, it looks like we've got some more sets starting to show with the lower tide, definitely showing on the outside as well. So riders getting more opportunity to get scoring on the outside and linking them through to the inside. Especially in the longboards with the longer rail, they can link from the outside through the flat sections into the inside better. As we got Camille paddling for something that's not really forming there, but behind her you can see some activity. And such a beautiful shot of the backdrop here in Las Palmas, the bustling capital city of Gran Canaria. And that's Kaede up on a wave. It's a great angle to see the traveling up the board. Unfortunately, just getting stuck there as she went to the nose. It's a difficult section that it's sort of crumbly and throws you off, and then it goes flat. So it's hard to stay in the power source. But she's going straight into a right.
Straight into a new one. Yeah, I was just out there, Tristan, and checking out the vibe. I just had a little quick break, and yeah, such a nice vibe on the beach, and the sun really came out today, and all the athletes are down here cheering on. There's a lot of guys, from the same country, and they're sticking together and cheering for each other. It's great to see.
Definitely. We've got a great lineup of action still to come here today. We're in semifinals, heat number 1 for the ladies. We're going into heat number 2 of that, and then I believe into the longboarding men semifinals with the final before the final, as Benoit Carpentier called it, as he's going to be prepared to do battle with Tako Inui. That's going to be a great heat. I think the second one too, as well. But
Yeah, well, because those two have been doing outstanding performances so far, like laying down some the biggest heat totals in this event so far. So it's going to be really exciting to see them on a 2-man heat together.
Exactly. And then the Brazilians battling it out. Leco and Leo, both phenomenal surfers. But here's Kaede. This is a nice looking wave, actually.
Yeah, right in the back of her, it looks like Camille is also taking off, but see if she finds that inside section here.
Yeah, it's great to see the glide of those longboards in these flatter waves, able to make their way through sections they couldn't get through on a shortboard, and a really nice walk up to the nose and back there.
Looks like Camille has been just kicking out of that one, paddling out again, trying to establish that first priority. We're seeing the. Can you tell us a little bit about like the conditions, how they're changing throughout the day? Now we see like that low tide approaching.
Yeah, I think this place works really well on a mid tide, so it's probably the better conditions. But with a bit more swell, you'll kind of see the difference more. Whereas now, because the swell's small, probably the low tide's going to allow for more waves, so that you'll just see a higher frequency, I would think. A high tide, it seemed like there was big gaps between the sets, but let's see. It's going to be interesting to see how this day unfolds. The energy, I don't think, is changing too much in the swell, so. There's not a huge amount of energy, so we just kind of got what we've got today. But I think, for this division, we're going to have some great conditions and we're going to see some great action. As we saw Benoit getting 14.5 earlier on today and saying that he was disappointed with how he surfed the heat. So I'm looking forward to seeing when he's happy about how he surfed the heat.
Yeah. And just seeing Camille have a little look at this one. Doesn't manage to get into it, but yeah, she is out the back now, have that first priority, so.
Yeah, just having sat here for this last heat, it definitely seems like it's starting to pulse a little more. Not much bigger, but just better frequency, so athletes will have a lot of opportunity to pick and choose some waves to score.
Yeah, as we see Camille up and riding. It's a nice cutback and a bit of footwork there.
So Camille's been an emerging name in the stand-up world the last few years. She was here at the APP World Tour event in Gran Canaria last year, put on a great performance. Back again this year and joining the longboard division as well. So great to see the enthusiasm growing. And as Bo mentioned, she just joined the starboard team, so got access to some great longboards now as well. So yeah, looking forward to seeing a lot more of her over the next few years.
Yeah, she's been doing good, and we saw her a month ago in the Euros Sup as well, where she did really well, make it into the final. I think she got second or third in that event, and yeah, so she's coming into this event with great confidence, and I think you can really see that in her surfing, that she's surfing really great and just like really smooth and flawlessly. But we're having some scores in now, and it looks like we have a pretty high score in from Katie.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of a couple of scores, but we'll wait to see the breakdown of that. But yeah, taking the lead early on, but Camille right in it, and a nice looking wave, banking off the white water there. Hopefully there's a good reform she can pull into on the inside. And it looks like this wave is actually going to give us some more here. Keeping within the power source, nice footwork, really smooth and a lot of flow. She might have a nice section to come into on the inside. Oh, unfortunately just coming unstuck there. And the beautiful colors of the Atlantic Ocean here in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria.
Yeah, how great are these drone shots?
Yeah, it's always the drone adds a little extra spice always to locate where you are, see the beautiful color of the ocean, and when the sun's shining, it's even more beautiful.
Yeah, and looks like there's a wave coming from Katie here. Let's see if she managed to get on this one. She is, Katie up and riding. Looks like a nicely cutting back, little roundhouse. See if she managed to connect it to the inside through this flat section. Unfortunately, she goes down. And here we have the breakdown of the wave, Tristan. So we can see that Katie is sitting now on a 4-point ride and a 3.17. And Camille is sitting on a 3.33 and a 3.23.
So it's really tight. Camille's right in the action still, and that last wave was well surfed at the beginning, but unfortunately she fell in midway through that. So I don't think that's going to change the scoring too much, if at all. So we'll see. Plenty more to go here in this heat.
Yeah, so it's really close. Close scores, and so yeah, everything can happen still, and still like 14 minutes left on the clock.
That's a great sign of things to come for Camille, actually, because she's coming up against Kaide, who She mixed it up with the boys last year in the longboard division because it was just her and her sister. This year we've had an increase in the girls joining the fray, so that was great to see. But Camille seems to be settling in just perfectly. She's right up there with the best, so let's see what happens in this heat.
Yeah, it's great to see that the women now are having their own division here, and there's longboarding, and you know, also Camille, you can see that she's also very, you know, she does traditional longboarding as well. She's a great longboarder, and you know, just in general a great water woman. I also I follow her, and I see she's also into foiling and different things, which I think is so great to see that these, you know, athletes are doing so many different things in the ocean.
Exactly. Every day's got something good for one of the sports in the ocean, so it's never a bad day to get in the water. Yeah, definitely. Let's have some replays of some of the action so far.
Yeah, we're just having some communication here and just trying to see if we can get some replays up, but maybe we're just going to see the live action first. No, we're going into the replays.
And here's this. That was a nice wave from Kaide, but I think this was the one she went down on, actually. She was definitely staying right in the power source there and cutting back, but unfortunately, I think she just kind of came out unstuck. Well, maybe, no, maybe this is the one before. She went all the way through. Yeah, this is the one she went all the way through to the inside. Up to the nose. Yeah, nicely finished there. There's a nice hang 5 from Camille, but unfortunately not much more on offer on that one. A great looking nose ride there from Kaide.
Not sure if we're back with live action. I think we're back with live action here.
I think we're straight into live action.
Yeah.
And another up to the nose. Really showing the toes on the nose there.
Yeah, just look at that footwork, how fast he is, and just getting, you know, cross-stepping to the nose, and yeah.
And it's a complicated wave to read as well, so she's done really well there to adjust constantly to make sure she's getting the most glide and really maximizing the wave's potential.
Yeah, so such a close heat. Let's see. Camille is just, I think she's just looking for like around a 4-point ride to go into the lead. So still a very open heat.
For sure, and we still got over 10 minutes to go, so plenty of time. Yeah, we can see the score line up there. A 4 and a 3.57 for Kaide. Things haven't really changed. A slight increase. And a 3.33 and a 3.23, so waiting for Camille to find a set wave and link it through to the beach, and I think that would be enough at this point. But let's see what comes.
Yeah, so this is our first women's semifinal, and the winner of this heat is gonna go straight into the final, and we're gonna crown a winner today. It's gonna be really exciting, and then we're having one more women heat, and then we're going into the men's longboard semifinals as well. As we just see Camille up and riding. Nice, straight out to the nose. Another hang 5 here, really gripping her toes on the nose of the board. See if she can connect it to the inside. She managed to have a nice wall there, doing a nice turn. Great combination of maneuvers so far. See if the wave has more to offer. Just gliding through there to the inside, doing another hang 5.
Yeah, that was a great wave for Camille.
Yeah, that's going to be one of her higher scores, I think.
I think so too. I think that, I mean, I'm not a judge, but oh no, Kaide just dropped a bigger score there. So that last wave was really well surfed. So the demand is higher for Camille. She might not have done enough to get, I believe she needs a 7 point something. So might not be enough to catch Kaide on the one wave, but definitely get her back up there to get, you know, she'll need to get one more score. But what a great wave from Camille, really connected that well to the inside.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see what the judges are scoring that, and we'll see, maybe we are able to get a replay of Kaide's last wave. But see, with the live action now, it looks like there's a set approaching, and she's going to turn around and go for it.
Still got plenty of energy, Kaide. She's already surfed quite a lot of heats today, but she's going strong. Taking off on her backhand there. Nice cut back into the white water as she's going to wait for this to hit the inside bank. Again, a really nice flow, kind of running up to the nose as she was coming up to the top of the wave, but unfortunately that one doesn't provide her the inside section she was looking for.
And then see Camille paddling out. We're still missing that the score of Camille's last wave. Interesting to see if that's going to change anything.
Yeah, probably the judges deliberating on it. I think size-wise, Kaides might have been a little bit better, and she did some great surfing on it, but Camille surfed what she had impeccably, actually, so let's see. But that's a nice-looking set here. Good sign of things to come around low tide here. A lot more opportunity. So we're going to be wrapping both SUP longboard men and women today, as well as the culmination of the under-18 boys final, which I'm excited to watch too.
Yeah, that's gonna be really exciting to see. Also, the juniors been doing so well. They were surfing really well yesterday, and just seeing all that up-and-coming talent coming up.
Absolutely, and Kopono Fukuda is currently #1 in Japan of any age. So at 16 years old, that's pretty strong. He'll be looking to outshine his compatriot Taka Inoue. So let's see what happens in the main event. But yeah, really nice young kid, really talented, and put on some an impressive display yesterday. There you have it, 4.67 for Camille Dubrana's last wave. So she's edged a lot closer. She's 9.5 to Kaide's 10.83. She is going to need another score, but certainly helped her position.
Yeah, still needs quite a good score, and that like mid-range, high mid-range to advance. But yeah, see. She definitely showed some great potential, so she'll be capable of doing it.
For sure, and I think there's a lot more opportunity now. It seems like there's more sets, more frequency in the sets, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, just 6.5 minutes left on the clock, and then afterwards we're moving into another longboard heat, women longboarding, and then into the men's semifinals, where we also have some very exciting heats coming up. So stay tuned and stay with us all day. We having a full day of action where we're going to crown some world champions by the end of the day, probably around 5:30 local time.
I think so. I think we're scheduled to finish around then. So yeah, it'd be great to see who comes out on top across all these divisions. And as far as Kopono is concerned, you know, he's looking to defend his title. He won the title last year at just 15 years old. This year he's come back even stronger. But he's got Enrique Perez Serra in his way. But let's see, this is Camille running up to the nose. Nice opening nose ride. And just waiting for the wave to kind of hit that inside bank. But nice opening nose ride for sure. Really well executed. Keeping in the power source. Cutting back into the white water again. So let's see if she can stay with it. It just went a little flat there, and she got onto the top of it. And Kaide looking for something, but I don't think this wave is going to improve her position. But she's sticking with it. And a nose ride into the shore break.
Yeah, gets really shallow in there now with the low tide.
Yeah, the Inuits are certainly the fearless ones. They have no qualms about dropping into anything, coming into the shore break. Getting in and out to El Lloret. So, yeah, a great family. But, yeah, Enrique Perez Serra is the younger brother of Fernando, who just won the Busan SUP Open early October, and has been a real dominant force from Spain, young talent from Spain, actually from Cadiz. His mother is Portuguese, actually, as well, but he's been born and raised in Cadiz. But it's great to see his brother here. Fernando's such a character, and his brother actually looks just like him, so it's like a mini Fernando.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I met them both at the Eurostop as well back in Portugal, and yeah, they were doing great as well there. So see, Camille is staying busy. She's up and riding again. This looks like a nice set wave. Nice little carve back there. See.
Yeah, that was a nice cut back. She really held the rail in the water for a while in the more critical part of that wave. hopefully she can get some more action on the inside here.
Looks like she's managed to connect it there to the inside, see if she can get hang 5 there. And then, yeah, then it really gets a little bit of a close out there on the inside on the rocks. But yeah, it's just that low tide approaching.
I'm not sure that's going to be enough to get her into first place, but it might improve her position slightly.
Yeah.
Looks like we've got 4 minutes remaining in this heat, so there's still enough time to get another really good wave, so it's all to play for Camille. We'll see also how that last wave came through. Maybe it edged her position up, so she needs less, but we'll see as Kaide's seeing something. She's paddling for the outside, and there's definitely a set.
Yeah, great set approaching here. See if she's going to go for this first. It looks like she's having her eyes on the second one.
Yeah, this is a nice looking wave, and this is one of the better kind of outside ones we've seen. But immediately hitting that bank and going flat, unfortunately. So some of those waves are just, they're not quite big enough to carry through that section, and they hit the break differently than the smaller ones.
Yeah, it goes a bit into deep water there, and then just, yeah, gets a bit flat. And we've seen that sometimes it's been a bit hard for the athletes sometimes to choose the right waves, and the ones that on the outside looks like they're going to stand up and be really great. Doesn't really do the job, but then some of the inside ones are really like hollowing up and has more potential.
Yeah, I think what happens is those bigger ones that kind of peak up like that, they look as though they're going to be better, but they break wider, so it pushes you wider into the deeper water. So by the time you're actually taking off, it's almost gone flat already. Whereas those kind of deeper, smaller ones, sometimes they'll hit the bank better. It stays shallower longer, allows you to carry through to the inside.
Yeah, you see, just 2 minutes left in this heat. So yeah, so as you said, Camille improved her situation slightly, but it was not enough to take the lead over Katie. So as it looks like right now, it looks like we're gonna see Katie into that. Is that into the finals?
It's into the finals. So yeah, but we still got 2 minutes to go, just under 2 minutes. So anything can happen. But what a great performance by Camille. She's right up there with Kaide. She put on a great heat, all in all. You know, I think they both surfed incredibly well. Kaide just had a little better waves, I would say, but Camille surfed brilliantly.
Yeah.
Looks like this might be the last opportunity for the athletes. A little set as they battle to position themselves.
Yeah, Katie's sitting with that first priority, so, and she actually is letting Camille go on this one. And Camille is up and riding. Looks like a nice set wave. See, it has something to offer here on the inside. Goes a bit flat here. Maybe she managed to connect it into the inside. No. Fortunately, it looks like it is over for Camille in this heat.
So we've got another set on the outside. Kaide looking to take advantage of this.
Yeah. Either up and riding. No, just quick in and out. But yeah, we're just having a few more seconds left on the clock. Our clock here on the screen is a little bit in front.
Yeah, it seems like it's a little more temperamental. So we got the official judges score timing, so it seems to be slight territory difference. Maybe the electronic ones on European time, and the judges are on GMT.
But yeah, so Kaide up on wave, and this so we're just having a few seconds left. We hear the beats announcer say so.
That was a great hang 5. Unfortunately, the white water a little too violent, knocks her off her bigger board there. But what a great performance by both girls. Unfortunate for Camille, but a very worthy performance from the French talent. And congratulations to Kaide. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Bo Nixon.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us, Tristan.
Thanks, Emily. Nice to chat.
And we're back here. Welcome back, Bo. You just went for a little swim.
I did go for a little swim. I actually got told off by the lifeguard
Oh,
down there. Yeah, I swam in the rip, unfortunately.
oh, he doesn't know who
So he's
you
like,
are.
Get out! No. He had a little chat to me. We were all sweet after that. But semi-final action of the women's longboard. Amazing semi-final to start things off before. And Abaya Moreno, Sakura Inoue in this one. So going to be great to see these women go head-to-head for a spot in the final.
Yeah.
We saw Kaede Inoue take the win in that last one. But Cami DeBrana had some great waves as well. Looked like she might have even been able to get the jump with a couple little wave scores there. But unfortunately, fortunately for her, she's knocked out of competition.
Yeah, so let's see if we're going to see the two sisters in the final.
Wow, that'd be fun. Yeah,
That'd be fun.
amazing.
But first, Segura needs to get past Isabella, and we know she's a very strong stand-up paddler. She's quite new to the longboard.
Very new to the longboard. I'm going to say that Sakura has the nose riding above Abaya. However, Abaya's definitely got the turns down pat, as we see Abaya having a look at that one there. Abaya, 2018 APP World Tour champion for SUP surfing. Also 10-time windsurf world champion. So she knows how to compete in a contest.
Just an all-around water woman. Yeah. And she's local from around here, right? The Canaries?
She is, that's right. Living on Fuerteventura. As you see Abaya trying to get onto this one here. These longboards having great glide to get onto it. She's up and riding. Going to opt for that nice turn off the top of that one and does manage to hang onto it. So she's just getting used to the length in this board. Starting that first wave off very well. She's going to ride it through. To finish on this slow section here. As we see Sakura up and riding. Lovely nose ride to a cutback. You can see the longboard style coming through there.
Yeah, great style there. Just her footwork and how she controls the board. See, getting another chance here. Going in for a little layback, but got a bit stuck there.
So we'll have to see what else Sakura got done on the outside section. But as we caught up to it, a great nose ride with that cutback. So we'll see how that compares to Abaya's one big turn out the back. Be good to see where the judges go with those scores. See what we're in for in this heat. What was scoring highly in that first semi-final, the nose rides or the turns?
Well, I think it was a bit of a combination, you know. I think we've seen that as well earlier today. The judges really like to see the combination of maneuvers, that they can control the board in those nose rides, but also that they can mix it with a couple of turns. And if you manage to, get up and hit that lip a little bit more vertical, that's also been something the judges really like to see.
Yeah, great to see longboard SUP surfing here for the APP World Tour event. Crowning world champions today in the men and women's longboard. Abaya wanting to get another world title under her belt, but some stiff competition with the Inoue sisters. Having to come up against Sakura in this one to make it through to the final. And whoever does make it through will come up against Kaede Inoue.
Yeah. Exciting day. World champions are going to be crowned in just a few hours.
Big party tonight.
Maybe.
Maybe not for the juniors.
No.
But definitely for some of the longboard competitors. Although they will all be competing again in the women and men's pro division for SUP surfing. That's later on in the week, I believe. We're going to come back and have a look at the conditions tomorrow. See if we are going to get a start, but it does look like we have a bit of a bump in the swell toward the weekend, so looking forward to that. Like you said, we've got just over a week to run the contest, so a bit of time to be able to get the right conditions for all of the competitors. As we see Sakura here taking a look at that one, but Abaya dropping in a 2.83 for that one big turn off the top. And we'll check to see what scores drop for Sakura's first ride. That great nose ride to cut back combination.
Yeah.
Like I said, the judge is going to be rewarding that nose ride as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
by
and I think we also seen like a little bit of a change from yesterday, where they were looking more for those bigger turns, where today the waves are smaller, so they reward the nose rides a little bit more. Or do you agree?
Yeah, I think I agree. I think with the bigger waves yesterday, getting that longboard up into the lip is going to show a point of difference, a bit more critical, progressive surfing. Still, we're judging the nose rides in those critical sections, but obviously if you can get that big board turning really fast, the judges are going to go to reward that. And with the smaller waves today, yeah, the nose riding is really going to help. But we did see a score drop for Sakura's first ride. 5-point ride for her first one, so puts her in the lead at the moment. Good score to start off her semi-final heat.
Yeah. Yeah, so we better need to get up on those nose today.
She does need to get up on the nose. I didn't manage to give her any words of encouragement before. Couldn't track her down. She was probably getting in the zone.
Yeah.
But yeah, Bai there needs to get up on the nose to be able to get those scores up into that good, excellent range. We do know how good she is off the tail on the board. As we said, the difference in equipment. Sakura probably opting for that single fin. Bai opting for a twin fin design with that small trailing fin. So a lot of different equipment the competitors are on. Bai opting to stay on her feet to get a bit more kind of vision to see which waves are going to be coming through. Bai letting that one go. Sakura having a look at it. So she's going to manage to get on this one as she's going to walk the nose up to the top. 4 steps to the nose. Great hang 5, but this section just dropped out on her. Really got steep there, didn't it?
It did. But great that she saw that potential. Oh,
I'm
we're just
here
jumping
with
straight into the
Kaida,
interview.
who just surfed 4 heats. She had 2 back-to-back rounds. How are you feeling?
ジュニアと、ロングボード、連続で4回出てもう体がすごく痛いです。腰もすぐバキバキで立ってるのもやっとの、すごく疲れたヒートでした。
They just flew in yesterday afternoon, came racing from the airport, surfed yesterday and then surfed 4 back-to-back heats now. So you must be very strong. She competes in lots of different disciplines. Now tell me, what is your favorite discipline?
ロングもショートもサップもどれも好きなんですが、サップサーフィンのパドルがあるのがすごく大好きなので、サップが一番好きかなって言ってもいい感じです。
Amazing! All right, well, we'll see you again in many more heats, I'm sure. Thank you. Back to you guys at the studio.
Thank you, Tatiana, for that interview with Kaida Inoue. Winner of that first semi-final for the women. She'll be moving through to the final. She loves everything on the water.
Yeah.
But loves sup surfing most of all. She's very good at it too, having 2 world titles to her name already. For the juniors and the Open Women's last year in 2022. She'll be looking to go back-to-back for the juniors and the Opens, but also looking to take home a longboard crown. As we see Sakura Inoue currently in the lead in this heat. Bai does have a second wave score that has dropped through. So her total is a 6.33, along with a total of 6.67 for Sakura Inoue heat total. So some good scores being dropped at the start here. It's coming down to 15 minutes on your screen there. Left in this heat. And competitors just waiting for the next set to come through as we get a great view of the city of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. Surfers along the beach there. And we can see the promenade that goes all the way along. That low tide's dropping back now, so you can see the beach, black sand beach, volcanic sand. These islands being formed by volcanoes. As our Bai is up and riding, carving off the top. Her longboard's going to opt to do a little bit of a shuffle toward the nose there. As we've said, she's not the strongest nose rider, but she's going to try and get some points on the board. She's going to really surf off the tail of this board to maximize that scoring potential. As we see her here finishing off the ride very strongly on the inside. Judges are going to like that commitment to that section. Very shallow there. as Emily said, went for a swim. It's only about shin deep in front of the area there for the competitors. So just getting some technical issues sorted here so we can communicate with our directors, and that way we are able to throw down to the beach interviews and take a look at some replays as and when they pop up on the screen.
Yeah,
And
sorry for let you hang there. I was just getting my mic checked, and we're just seeing Sakura up and riding with a nice long hang 5. We can
Wow.
hear the crowd going wild out there. And yeah, see if she managed to get now. She's getting out of the wave there. Didn't have much more to offer, but what a nose ride.
even just that one nose ride is going to score super highly. That was a fantastic nose ride. Very clean water. You could see that front foot, the toes over the nose for that hang 5. So great nose riding skills there from Sakura. Maybe your bike will learn a trick or few from that wave as she paddles back out and watches Sakura on that one.
Yeah, that was amazing. Just seeing her staying there right in the pocket of the wave and just holding it for so long. Yeah.
Still scores to drop for Abaya's last wave. 2 great turns on that one. And then obviously Sakura's long nose ride. That hang 5. We'll bring you those scores as they drop. Judges are going to be deliberating. And we see Sakura currently on screen. We're coming up again in the 3rd heat of the junior girls later on today. Also could be potentially moving through in this semi-final of the longboard. She's going to take a look at this wave here. Just decides not to go. See that wave is a bit of a closeout. She's definitely looking for those right-handers out here, as we saw in that last one, was able to hold that nose ride through the section. So looking for those right-handers to stand up. She obviously got a left to start the campaign with a 5-point ride on her backhand. Quick nose ride, cutting back to the white water on that one. And riding it through to that flatter section. But Abaya has dropped a score, put her up into the lead. It's going to be probably very short-lived as Sakura's going to drop her next wave score for that nose ride. So both competitors at the back now, resetting. As we see Sakura taking a look at that one, just almost braking on her. But Abaya's going to spin on the inside and have a look. She's going to take off on this one. Now she opts to go right, and she's going to cut back. Nice paddle switch there. So just stalling the board, waiting for this wave to stand up a little bit more, and she's going to walk the board toward the nose. And that wave just disappears underneath her.
Yeah, we're still missing that last wave from Sakura, right?
That's right. Still waiting for that score to drop. I feel like it's going to be a nice score for that nose ride. Judge is going to reward it highly. Critical section.
Yeah.
Held it for a long time. The conditions out there beautiful today. Really nice and clean. The wind's offshore. Some nice waves for the longboard competitors as you see Sakura take the lead again with that last score dropping. And she's going to be taking off on this one. So that would have been a 6.67.
Wow. Again.
So unfortunately just coming off there for Sakura. But she did drop that 6.67 along with a 5-point ride for an 11.67 heat total.
Your math is getting better, huh?
It is getting better, yeah, as the day goes through. I don't use maths that often in day-to-day life. Got a calculator on my phone for that.
Yeah. That's great. Well, yeah, great heat score from that single nose ride. So, again, just what we talked about before, what the judges are rewarding, like, you know, showing that commitment and just really committing in that first maneuver. I think the judges really like to see that.
That's exactly right. I think to get up into that excellent range, though, you're going to be mixing nose rides with those turns to get up into the high scores. The buyer looking to rely on those big turns along with that, you know, walking the board to the nose as well. But she's going to need a pretty high score to be able to get up into the lead. Quite nervous times to be able to make the final of this division for the longboard women. been great watching all the competitors competing today. Cami de Verano putting on a great performance in that last heat.
Yeah, she looked very strong. I'm excited to see her also in the women's division because she's a great stand-up paddle surfer.
Certainly is great style as well. We'll see her coming up later on in the week. You can see these waves starting to break a little further out than this morning with that lower tide. You see that big rip moving through that bottom of screen there, the right of screen. That's where I was swimming and got told off. Look at that left breaking through.
Yeah.
The buy's going to take a look at this one. She's going to opt to go to the left.
See, looking for that pocket to do a nice turn.
Couldn't quite find that critical section at the back, so just decides to jump off. She was looking to go up into the lip, but I think just couldn't get there in time. She's used to being on a small board, having lots of speed through those sections. The buyer just having fun with it out there on the SUP longboard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, her favorite discipline is coming up later this week. Hopefully we get a bit more swell, and we know that she is a very accomplished stand-up paddle surfer.
Yeah, definitely has been competing in stand-up paddling for a long while now. 44 years of age, one of the older competitors, but one of the top competitors as well that's going to be fighting for the world title. Has lots of experience surfing, or windsurfing with her sister as well, Dida, who has 18 world titles in windsurf.
Wow.
How amazing is that?
Mm-hmm.
18 years of dominance in
Yeah.
windsurfing tour.
She's like the Kelly Slater of windsurfing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're Moreno twins, the sisters. They definitely have the windsurf circuit locked down, dominating that for many, many years. As we see the scores on the board, that's 6.67 and a 5-point ride for Sakura. Abaya looking for a 7.24 to move into the lead. She can do that in her sleep.
Yeah, so yeah, still just 6 minutes left, so we'll still be able to see a few waves. And looks like there's a set approaching. Abaya is turning around. She is going for it. Look at that left-hander. Looking for that pocket, cutting back, waiting for it to stand up, getting to that inside. Just patiently waiting here, trying to get to that nose.
Ew. I was impressed with that little nose ride attempt.
Yeah.
Cross-stepped and then little cheetah 5. Try to stretch that foot out there again. So the buyer showcasing that she's starting to use the nose. Looks like a set out the back. So Sakura had priority there, so letting a buyer go on that wave. The buyer might improve that score situation. We'll see Sakura taking off on this one. Oh, critical nose ride on her backhand, but goes down on that ride. Thought she was going to try and hold that all the way through, and unfortunately just falling off. She knows she got the big score for the 6.67 for a nose ride, so maybe she's looking to do that again.
Yeah, she knows that that's her strong suit in this heat. It's those nose rides. And yes, that. I think we're just an hour away from low tide now. So we're seeing the condition changing a bit. The rocks are more visible, and I feel like there's a bit more set waves coming through.
Definitely some more waves coming through. It's a beautiful day out there.
It looks like Sakura is up and riding. No, just a quick in and out.
So I wonder if that last wave score that just dropped for a buyer was that 2.73. I think it was, so not really factoring in to her highest 2 scores. Obviously the judge is looking for something a bit more critical. She had that 1 cap back and a couple of little cross steps. Nothing of consequence to put her up into that advancing position into the final. So possibly could be the sisters up against each other. Inouye sisters.
That would be an exciting final.
And they'll be coming up again in the juniors, up against each other as well. Along with Prue and Guerin. He's put on some great performances already this morning.
Yeah.
Or this afternoon. Time's going pretty quick.
Looks like a few waves coming maybe.
Does look like some waves coming for our competitors. 3 minutes on the clock on screen. And up next are going to be the longboard men's semifinals. Ooh, Leco Salazar, Leo Jimenez in the first one, Benoit Carpentier and Taka Inouye in the second.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 great heats.
Yeah, it's going to be on fire for the longboard. Hopefully these waves keep rolling through. We are very fortunate enough to be calling all the action for you.
Yeah, and Bo's just checking if anyone has any comments or any questions. Remember that we are on YouTube and on Facebook, so you're welcome to ask us anything in there. And meanwhile, we're just having Sakura up and riding on this one. Little hang 5. Connecting, see if she can connect it to the inside. Goes through that flat section. Nice little cut back. Little finish.
I could hear some cheers from outside the booth there for that wave from Sakura. Did really well to take that all the way through to the beach. Might even just be finishing that heat now. The clock under 2 minutes to go.
As we are just checking. Anyone
just
have left us any comments?
Yeah, just some support for the Brazilians. Leo Jimenez and Leco Salazar coming up next. Gonna be some great sup surfing there. We saw some amazing longboard surfing from this semi-final number 2. Sakura Inouye doing a great performance. Walking the board, some critical nose rides, great turns as well. Abaya looking at this one, deciding not to go on that wave. She does need to make something happen in the last minute of this heat if she is to get through to the finals of the longboard. Up against Kaede Inouye, who put on another great performance in the heat before. Abaya trying to take a look at this one and see if it's going to do much. Looks like she is going to pull the trigger on this wave, paddling in. So this will be her last chance as she cross steps up toward the nose. Getting up there, and she's going to throw the board up into the lip. Manages to hold on. Does very well to ride out of that one. So, bit of a cross step off the top. Great start to this wave. She's going to bring it through this slow section here. She gets through to the inside. She's going to stretch out to try and get that foot up to the nose. So, great wave there from Abaya. Sakura has increased her lead after that last wave. So, Abaya's going to need a pretty big score. About an 8-point ride, I think she's looking for. High 7-point ride to be able to progress. As Sakura dropped a 5.57 for that last ride.
Proving her situation, so yeah. Looks like we're going to see the sisters in the finals.
I think it's going to be the Inouye sisters into the longboard final of the women. That's going to be later today, crowning a world champion there. So huge congratulations to Sakura moving through. And we'll see Abaya again later in competition to try to secure another world title for the sup surfing.
Yeah, it's 10 seconds left on the clock. We hear the beats announcer say again, this clock on the screen is a bit in front.
Yeah, a little bit fast.
Yeah, but good, great performance for Abaya. she improved her nose riding since yesterday, so
She has. Very true. She had
And-
the whole ocean to herself yesterday.
yeah.
She was meant to be up against KD in a way. Unfortunately, remember, they did not make it in time with their flights. Tucker having to jump into his heat 10 minutes late. So they were relegated to the repechage round this morning. KD and Sakura making it through that round, which put them in the semi-finals. Which means both those sisters, even though they missed their first round heats, going to be in the final.
Yeah.
As we see the men's longboarding action. Semi-final heat number 1 in the water. Leko Salazar in the red and Leonardo Jimenez in the white jersey. You can see them standing out there, top right of screen, waiting patiently. The heat has begun. So Leko Salazar here defending his longboard world title. Trying to go for 2 in a row. As we see Leko maybe trying to stay busy during this heat. Looking for any type of wave that comes through. We saw some competitors earlier today opting to stay busy on the inside and serving them really well. Finding some reforms. We also saw Katie anyway opting to sit out the back and just wait for some good waves. And she managed to find a couple of set waves to take the win in the junior girls. I believe that we're going to get confirmation, but she may be the junior girls world champion. And tally up some points from the first 2 rounds. One more round of the junior girls to come.
Yeah. Great, but yeah, now semi-finals for the men longboarding. When I was out there before having a short little break, I just saw Leko. He was having a nap on his board in the, in the athlete zone, in the board zone. So he was fueling up some energy.
Yeah, it can get hot out here. So competitors have the board storage area. They can go and hydrate, rest up in the shade. I see a bit of fish on the screen there, jumping out of the water. There's Leko looking, hunting around on the inside for something, trying to get this heat started. Semi-finals. Looks like he's going to take off in the little small wave, having a look. Leonardo, no slouch on a longboard either. Being on that prone longboard, Leko. Looks like something standing up in front of him here to get this semi-final number 1 started. We're going to see Leko paddle into this one, set up for a nose ride. He's going to get that 5 toes over the nose, hold that hang 5, opt to go back to the right. You can see that wave standing up. Manages to get out in front of the open face, carving that board back around. You can see Leko trying to turn that board really well. Another quick little trip to the tip there as he floats off the white water. Bringing this wave right through. You can see him sticking with that white water. Little cross step turn there for Leko. Showing some style. As he brings it right through to the inside. He's going to finish off with a floater on his backhand. He's got that dialed, that turn, for sure. I'm joined by Tristan Boxford.
How you doing,
Hello,
Bo?
good.
Long time no
You
see.
scared me. I didn't even know you had a swap there.
Yeah, Leko Salazar, always impressive. Looks like his board is pretty wide in the nose, huh? It's like
Super
definitely, yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I spoke to him after the contest yesterday. He's like, I really want to be on a bit of a smaller board, actually. But I think it's going to serve him well in the conditions today.
Yeah.
Wants to be having all that stability up on the nose.
Foam
Yeah.
is your friend on a day like today.
Definitely is, and he's identified that as going to be his best chance to get into the finals for the longboard. Leonardo on a prone longboard. I believe it's the rented board from last year.
Oh, it is?
Same one with the GoPro mount on the nose. Yep.
Seen some action, that board.
It certainly has. I think the price has gone up this year, though, after Leko won.
Yeah, Leo's such a talented surfer, too, because that's not a big board either. I think that's, yeah.
Yeah, as you see him up and riding on this one. He's actually riding a different board in this semi-final. So we'll see him carving back around. Great longboard sup surfing there from Leo. Powerful turn. Got a nose ride done as well. He has changed equipment for this heat.
Yeah, he definitely engaged the full inside rail on that turn. It was nice.
Yeah, great style there. Leo had a great heat this morning as well to get in front of Noah Stender to secure his spot in the semi-finals. That's going to be a great score from Leo. So this is going to be a real battle, the Brazilians, this first semi-final.
I think so. Yeah, the Brazilian Goofies.
That's right.
Yeah, Leko is definitely, like you said earlier, that trademark backhand turn that he's been doing for the last, well, all his life in front of us for the last like 13, 14 years.
It never gets old.
No, it doesn't. It's such a different turn than other guys. It's really lofty and airy kind of turn. It's like he gets like helium push off the bottom to be able to float over the section.
He never gets caught in the white water either.
No.
It just floats over the top.
Yeah.
His boards must be super lightweight to be able to get the pop and up and above that section.
But haven't seen him borrow boards that weren't ideal for the conditions and still do the same turns make me think that it might just have more to do with Leko.
I think so. He's just talented.
Yeah.
As all the athletes are.
Yeah.
But yeah, Leko, I'm not surprised to see him here competing, but it's amazing to see him continuing to compete in SUP surfing after such almost 12 years, I guess.
Yeah, he's
13 years.
He's the elder statesman for the tour for sure. Yeah, his first year was in Ibiraquera. You were there as well, no? In the Ibiraquera, no?
I wasn't there for that event. No,
okay.
Just did the.
You came in the second year.
Damambuca, Ubatuba.
Ah, okay, yeah, yeah. So actually third year. Yeah. So yeah, because 2010 we had we started in Sunset. Then we went to Anglet in France. Then we went to Tahiti, which was absolutely bombing. Then we went to Ibiraquera, which is in the south of Brazil. And then we ended up in the Big Island.
Nice.
So yeah, it was a really nice start. Some really cool locations. Really created some cool families across the world with the start of the tour. And here we got Leo taking a look at this set coming through. Seems like there's more frequency in the waves now, no?
Definitely is. Yeah, the competitor's sitting a bit further out as well toward that reef break. Getting a lot longer rides. A lot more waves coming through, which is good. Going to keep the action coming. Still waiting for that score to drop from Leo's first wave. It's going to be a nice score. Had some powerful turns. Good nose riding as well. Very smooth style. As Leko's having a look at that wave. He's going to let it go. Leo thinks I might have a go at that on the inside. As he spins around. He's going to take off on this one. Going to stall that board to get up to the nose. As he gets up for a hang 5. Hangs 10. Very nice and controlled nose ride from Leo there. And he's got a little bit of open face to work with. It slashes that turn. That's what the judges want to see, that progression in the SUP longboarding. Not just nose riding, but also those big turns. So he's going to back up that first wave with another good score. I think we did see Leko up and riding just behind him. We'll stick with Leo. As he works his way through this flat section, these SUP longboards just have the ability to glide through those flatter sections. Finish off a little nose ride there. Another good wave. He's happy with that one. And Leko's paddling out. Looks like he kicked off that ride. Didn't see much scoring potential. This is to secure a spot in the final for the men's longboard. We have the women's longboard final set. Inoue sisters, Keire and Sakura, moving through.
Yeah, it's a family affair in the women's division. Both of them looking strong going into the main event too. Although you wouldn't be, you would be a betting man if you were putting your money on Luci Cozzoletto. She's definitely been the on-form surfer this past year, and last year looked in a great position to win, but Kaide really putting on a great show in that final heat. So it's going to be, could be a rematch. Let's see.
It could be a rematch. Yeah, that's right. Luci Cozzoletto, the ISA World Champion this year. And also last year. You see Leko Salazar on the outside. Getting straight to the nose. Hanging 5, holding that for a long time through there. Going to get back on the tail here for a turn off the top. Really nice re-entry off the top there and carves it back around. So bit of a bigger wave than Leo's wave. Probably see the scores going a little bit higher.
It looks like Leo's getting a bit more snap in his turns. And Leko obviously got his trademark flow, but not quite as much snap.
We're doing well to link this wave right the way through. Gets another nose right in there. He's so good on his feet. Very quick. Very agile. All the way to the beach. Going to step off ankle deep. That's what longboard sup surfing is all about. So we're still waiting for those scores for Leo's first 2 waves to come through.
I think we're going to go down to an interview, right, with Tatiana. I think we got coming through in a second here.
Sakura, who is through to the finals. Congratulations. Now, she is actually up against her own sister. So tell me, how does that make you feel?
姉と一緒にファイナル行けたことは本当に嬉しいです。ファイナルも姉と一緒に頑張りたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
Now, I don't understand Japanese, but I'm sure she said how happy she is to be competing alongside her sister. Thank you. Back to the studio, guys.
Thank you, Tatiana. Great to hear from them down on the beach after another heat. Sakura, at the ripe old age of 14 years old, I think.
Making her way into another final for the longboard division of the women. Knocking out Ibaya Moreno, well-seasoned competitor.
Yep, definitely. Although Ibaya is probably newer to longboarding than Sakura. You know, Ibaya comes from a more traditional shortboard approach between windsurfing and surfing as well. So it's something new for her. I know Scott McKercher was pushing her pretty hard to get into it. But I thought she looked great out there.
Yeah, definitely handling the longboard sup very, very well. First time on a longboard sup was in April, earlier this year, for that longboard event in Bali. And then she said she stepped on the longboard for the second time this event. Hadn't touched it in between.
So she didn't get the bug yet?
No, not the bug just yet. But I think she just wants to be out there representing and yeah, showcasing the boards that Scott McKercher is producing as well. She was running a twin fin design.
Oh, wow.
Longboard.
What are you running? Are you on a twin fin as well or not?
I am, yes.
Yeah. You like it more than the thruster approach or a single fin?
Yeah. Get a lot of speed from it. Quite loose as well. You've got a little trailing fin in the back, so it gives you a little bit more stability with the turns. But yeah, I'm really enjoying it. It's loose, it's fast, feels nice.
I'm staying old school with the 2008 single fin.
You are. Very cool.
But what a beautiful afternoon it is here in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. A big thank you to all our partners. Visit Gran Canaria, Red Bull, Volkswagen, all the partners that support us here, all the city of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. It's such a beautiful place to be at this time of year, especially as Europe's starting to freeze over. We're down here in board shorts living the life. So definitely appreciate being here, as do all the athletes.
Yeah, it's a fantastic place to be in the sunshine. Rarely gets below 20 degrees Celsius. Not a bad place to spend the winter. That's why a few of our competitors have even moved here.
Yep, we've had Sebastian Gomez has been the resident here for the last couple of months since the ISAs in France. Been taking advantage of being here in Europe to get some training in, and then I think they're heading back to Australia. But we just saw a great score drop from Leco Salazar there. It sounded like a 9-point something. We'll wait to get the exact score, but what an incredible performance there from Leco, really making the most of what's on offer.
Yeah, definitely. You can see from that wave, a little bit bigger wave, critical nose ride, big turns. We'll see exactly what that score comes in at as we get the breakdown of scores up on the screen shortly. Leco having a look at a small wave on the inside, just probably having a bit of fun with it. He's going to stall to get up to the nose as he makes his way up there for a hang five. Leans on that paddle for that cutback. You can see something down the line on this wave, and he's going to line it up for another nose right here. He's going to keep up on the nose throughout this section. Oh, paddle twirl. Love it. Love the paddle twirl. When the nose riding. And throws it up for a great re-entry there on the longboard.
Yeah, what a great performance there from Leco. I think the one word that kind of describes him is flow. Nothing is forced. Everything just looks as though it was meant to be. And even that critical turn was, especially with that size board and that width of nose, to not catch the nose and make, put the emphasis on it. And here you go, another little hit bank off the white water.
And he loves that wave, as we see Leo out the back, carving. As he's going to get hit off the top as well, gets that board nearly vertical. He's going to land that turn, so he's loving it. He needs a big score to overtake Leco. That could be it. He's got a little bit more opportunity on the inside. for some turns and possibly getting a little nose right in there. Need to utilize the whole length of that board to get scores in the excellent range. As he's going to get up to the nose for a hang 5. He's going to bring it right through, finish it off on the inside. I think there's going to be another claim here as well. Yes, there is.
Good entertainment on the water. Brazil versus Brazil. Both of them on great form here, really piecing together some great waves in the conditions, milking every opportunity.
Yeah, the wave selection is on point. I think the waves are getting better as well. Bit bigger size. That lower tide really helping the conditions. So we're going to bring you those scores shortly as we see exactly the breakdown of the top 2 waves from each surfer. But we have a couple of waves to lock in. That last one from Leko and from Leo.
Maybe we can get some replays back. Okay. Yes, please.
So 8 minutes, 30 seconds remaining on the clock as we get a replay of Leko's last one. So that nose right on the outside, carving it back around for this section here. He eyes that section down the line. He knows he's going to set something up. Quick little nose ride here, and then resets for another nose ride. And then this is the section with that paddle twirl. Love it. And then off the top for that re-entry there, throwing that big board up. Like you said, Tristan, the flow he has throughout this whole wave, throughout each wave he surfs. It's just super nice, super smooth.
Yeah, you feel like it's over, and he's still going, and he still gets another little drop knee there, then another little runner section here, nose right, and then into this banking off the top. So what a complete ride there. And he likes it.
He did like it. So Leo at the back on this one. He does manage to get to the nose on the outside section. So hanging 10 to start with. And then he actually backs it up with some big turns. 2 hang 10s on the outside section. He's going to carve this one back around, and then we all know what happens after this. He goes up and vertical into the lip. This is going to be a huge score for Leonardo. He claimed on the outside. He claimed it on the inside.
So do you think he gain more points or lose points with the claim?
I don't know if that'll come into it. But I think he's just getting the crowd worked up. A lot of the locals coming down to watch all the action. I think there's some cheers from the beach from the Brazilian contingent, both for Leko and for Leo as well. But he gets to the nose again and finishes it off on the inside. That's going to be a super high wave score.
Yeah, both of those athletes really, literally, there wasn't one part of the wave unridden on those waves.
Leko has increased his lead, though.
Sounds as though an 8.4 just dropped. We'll get the exact details of that in a second. Can we get the detailed scores?
And Leonardo dropped a massive score to almost overtake Leko Salazar at the top there. But Leko is keeping the lead at the moment. 10-point ride, Tristan.
Wow. Wow. I think that was, let's see here, that was Leo Jimenez, and he's still in second.
Yes, that's right. Leko has a 9 and an 8.4.
Wow. What a showdown. Everybody was getting hyped up for the Benoit Taka showdown, but the Brazilians are bringing it. They were like, no one outdoes us.
That's exactly right. A 10-point ride there, and that all comes down to those hang 10s on the outside critical section and that big vertical maneuver. That's what you need to do to get a 10-point ride.
Yeah, I think he just really pieced that wave together so perfectly. He read every part of it exactly as it should have been surfed, I think, and I think there was just no flaws, not one kink. So a great performance there from Leo. I have to say I got a little emotional with Leko's paddle twirl. It reminded me of the late and great Larry Haynes, who was perhaps the ultimate of the paddle twirlers.
He certainly was.
Yeah, he used to be dropping in on bombs at sunset, twirling his paddle and then pointing it at you to shoot you. Yeah, he's was definitely a character of the sport and a big part of us here at the APP. And we got Leko on another wave.
Yeah, Leko hang 5 on the outside section, cutting this one right back around to the white water. He needs to improve on an 8.4. See what he can do on this one. Oh, huge carve on that longboard. He's getting really used to riding this board now. He's got a section here. These waves are getting so much better. Leko with a little bit of an airdrop floater there. We're seeing some great action going down in this semi-final number 1. What a great wave from Leko there, Tristan.
That was beautiful surfing. Yeah, that he really engaged the rail and drove through the turn really perfectly on that one. And yeah, just not missing any opportunities. He knows there's a reform on that right, and he comes through every time.
The passion from these Brazilian surfers. That clay must have helped Leo with the 10-point ride.
I'm guessing so. I'm guessing so. But, you know, when you look back at it, there was really, I don't think there was anything else he could have done. Perhaps the roundhouse, he could have gone right up into the lip, but maybe he would have been late to not be able to get that hit. So,
yeah, true.
Yeah, so I think, that was the reason for the 10. But Leko surfing, I mean, you know, the numbers don't lie. 9 and an 8.43, and I think there's an excellent score coming.
I think there's going to be another excellent score for sure.
Yeah.
But there's, you know, the ceiling's been hit with that 10-point ride. So we'll see what the judges go with Leko's score. Didn't get the hang 10, but had some really powerful turns, which the judges are still scoring very highly with that nose ride alongside at the back as well. So it's going to be interesting to see where the judges go with that score. At least 9s, high 9s.
I mean, you'd think so, huh? It's, I don't know whether it was a 10. I don't know. It's a tough one. I think Leo's got the hang 10s down, though. He really gets, you know, they're short, but he gets right up on the nose. The other person, of course, is Taka, who throws his feet into it. Who's coming up next?
That's right, yeah, against Benoit Carpentier. He was in the final last year with Leko Salazar. The second for the longboard, but took home the world title for the SUP surfing, the pro men's. Great performance from Benoit. He's been surfing very, very well.
So who would have thought it at the start of the day when you saw the waves that you'd have a 10-point ride today, Bo?
There you go, Tristan, exactly. Very true. But we've had high scores throughout the whole day. Even the first heat of the longboard women had some 6, 7-point rides, and then junior girls as well. In longboard men, we had a big score drop from Tucker. So throughout the day, conditions really favouring the longboard surfing.
Absolutely, and I think it's a testament to, you know, the athlete level, the performance level that they're surfing at. You wouldn't see it as a high-performance day to go surfing. It'd be kind of like, oh, it's nice to get wet, but that's about it. These guys are maximizing every single opportunity, and I think showing the versatility of a longboard SUP, you know, in these kind of conditions, any other craft wouldn't be as fun.
That is very true. So it's good to have that variety as part of the tour. A lot of the competitors crossing over between the short SUP surf and the longboard SUP surf. And it's good that you're able to run the contests in the right conditions with the right boards.
Exactly, and I think it also showcases the diversity of conditions on offer here in Las Palmas. You know, it's not just one kind of wave. It's not just heavy, you know, point break and difficult entry, all those kind of things that El Lloret poses. You've got this, you know, all access, very accessible wave that's super fun. And for longboarding, it's fantastic.
Yeah, you see all the kids out after school, the little inside section there as well. So tons of great waves here all along the beach, around the corner, around the whole island, around all the islands in the Canaries. We're still waiting for that last score of Leko Salazar to drop. He's still in the lead. Leonardo looking for a 7.4 at the moment. We'll have to wait to see if Leko does increase that lead. And he does, a 9.07 just dropped for Leko Salazar. So increasing that lead ever so slightly.
Wow, but yeah, so he needs an 8.8, 8.08.
Yeah, Leko up again. He's going to get used to the conditions. That final's going to be coming up later today. Just kicks out of that one. And he's just hearing the beach announcer give him the scores from that last wave. He thought it might have been a 10.
No, it was another great wave, a really flawless performance there from Leko Salazar. And yeah, I mean, it's a tall order for Leo with just over a minute to go.
He just needs to find the right wave. That's all it comes down to.
And the clock is not with him, unfortunately. But what a performance, getting a 10.
Amazing. 4 scores in the excellent range in this heat. Still with 7.83 and a 7-point ride too, just below that. So some great waves being surfed in this semi-final number 1. Hopefully the conditions keep pumping for the next semi-final coming up with 2 very good longboard SUP surfers in Taka Inoue and Benoit Carpentier.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that matchup. As you see the beautiful watercolor here in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. Imagining some great snorkeling. I haven't been snorkeling myself here, but I'm imagining it's probably beautiful. Lots of little coves and rocky outposts all the way along the North Shore that are worth exploring, and some great little waves everywhere. So definitely a fun place to visit, particularly this time of year as things start to get a little chilly.
Yeah, I've been enjoying my time down here, away from the winter season kicking in the UK. Be nice to get to some warmer climate. Visibility looks good underwater too. Took a walk to the other end of Las Canteras beach here that you can see. And you get little fish swimming around you when you go for a dip. Yeah, all
Wow.
around, so which is cool. So a lot of marine life. As Leo needs to make something happen here on this last ride. He does get one opportunity to try and find that 7 or 8.07 that he needs to overtake Leko. He's going to get to the nose here. Hang 10. So he's on a good start, but this wave just flattening out. Nothing too critical for him. Looks like Leko will be moving through.
It does. I mean, great effort by Leo, but unfortunately that was not the wave that was going to get him the score he needed there, unfortunately. But through no fault of his own. He got a 10-point ride and a 7 point something. So what a great performance from Leo Jimenez. Should be very proud of his performance against the reigning world champion, Leko Salazar. And Leko on red-hot form coming into the finals.
Yeah, that's right. We'll be matching up against one of the next competitors. But Leko, happy to be in the final again, to go back-to-back, hopefully, for the world title in the longboard sub. You see him sitting down, coming in. Very talented.
Exactly. Make sure he doesn't get any interference problems exiting the water. As we got a replay here of Leko's last wave. This was a 9.07. Just really well ridden. Not as much scoring potential as the previous waves, but just the way in which he navigated the sections. Little paddle twirl there, a la Larry Haynes. Great hit off the top there. And following it all the way through to the inside for a bank off the inside section. So another great wave from Leko Salazar, really cementing his win in that heat. 18.07 heat score total, which was the highest of the event so far. So great performance from Leko. As we're now on to heat number 2.
Yes, I'm back. And Tristan, I think I just left for lunch in the most exciting heat of the day.
You missed it all, Emily. You missed it all. No, it was, I have to say, a pretty flawless heat by both competitors. I don't think one of them took a step wrong. They picked excellent waves, and they milked every single section of them, with Leo getting a 10, but still not winning. Leko with 2 9-point rides. So incredible performance from the 2 Brazilians.
Yeah, great. But looks like we could have another exciting heat on our hands here with probably some high scores as well.
I am anticipating so. This is the one that everybody's been hyping up the last hour or two on the beach. People excited about the France versus Japan showdown here. Both traditional longboarders.
Yeah, I was just out there having lunch, and Ben was getting ready, and I was just chatting quickly to him, and he seemed really relaxed, and he was, he seemed just in good spirit, and was like, yeah, gonna have fun, so yeah, he's still there with his hat on, looking stylish, and
yeah, Benoit plays calm, cool, collected, but he's a fierce competitor. Ever since he joined the tour many years ago, I think it was 2012, he came to Sunset Beach as a 15-year-old kid, and got ninth position in absolutely pumping surf at Sunset. So he's one of those guys who, almost unassuming, you don't think he's gonna charge as hard, push as hard, be as fierce in the water, but he's a competitor through and through.
Yeah, so and we know that Taka, he already showed also good form earlier today. They both did. So yeah, let's see what's gonna happen in this heat. And so we definitely know there's those perfect rides out there.
Yeah, there's some great waves. We've been super lucky around this low tide. It just seems to be hitting the bank and giving a lot of scoring potential, particularly on the SUP longboards. So hopefully it continues to pulse as it did in that last heat.
Yeah. So yeah, just waiting to see the competitors get on their first wave. Right now the ocean is looking a little bit flat, but see if there's some sets approaching. We're still, right now you don't see that little P on your screen because priority haven't been established yet. That would only be established after one of them catch their first wave. So right now everything is up in the open. And yeah, so Tristan, tell us a little bit about the previous heat. I was just out there having lunch, and I just heard the beach commentators keep yelling 10-point ride, 9-point ride. Can you tell us a little bit about why was those waves scored so high? What was the combination of maneuvers?
Yeah, I think it was the perfect. It was exactly as our head judge here in Gran Canaria outlined in the briefing, João Maia. You know, we're looking to kind of turn things around a little bit for SUP longboard as opposed to traditional longboard that's gone very much in a traditional direction. You know, taking advantage of the extra torque and power you have on a stand-up board to be able to bring together progression with traditional. So I think both of them really showcased the perfect combination of both. Both of them had critical turns in the critical section of the wave, but both of them also had great nose rides. They used the full length of the board on every turn. They were walking up and down the whole time, and they navigated the waves that came through absolutely perfectly. And both of them literally took every wave from way on the outside and finished on the beach. So literally there was nothing else they could have done on any of the waves. That's the score lines that they had.
Yeah. So let's see if these guys are going to do the same. Could be. There's definitely potential for it.
Yeah, I think it's gone a little sleepy after that flurry of waves because it just seemed non-stop during that heat. They both caught so many waves and so many good waves. So let's hope it kind of turns back on again in a second here. I'm sure it will. I think it's just a little lull after all the activity.
Looks like Ben is going to have a look at this one, but it doesn't really wall up.
Yeah, he's sitting a little wider of Taka. You know, the banks changed so much with the tides. So he's gone a little wide off the kind of steep section. Taka choosing to stay a little deeper.
And it looks like strategy is working. He's up and riding straight out to the nose. Just waiting for that wave to wall up again here on the inside. See if he managed to stick with it. No. Really grabbing his toes on that nose though.
Yeah, he is one of the more impressive hang 10 aficionados in the stand-up paddle world. So, but Leo was showing that too in that last heat. He you know, even on the 10-point ride he got a couple of hang 10s, some great turns, a vertical hit, front side and back side. So yeah, showing lots of variety, and I'm sure we'll see lots of that in this heat as well, with both of these athletes having the full repertoire of maneuvers. Benoit with a really aggressive, powerful approach. Taka with a very creative and artistic approach, I think, to surfing. Very different from everyone else.
Let's see, is he going to have a look at this one? No. So yeah, now Ben is out there, first sitting under first priority, so he will sitting down, waiting to see, patiently to see if there's some sets coming. But yeah, we've seen those different strategies from the surface, and sometimes this like just waiting around and having that priority, waiting for that perfect wave can be a bit dangerous.
It can, but it's honestly, it's literally stopped these first few minutes of the heat. So unfortunate for these guys, they haven't had the opportunity yet, but I'm sure it's coming. Once it starts coming, I'm sure it'll do the same as the last heat, where you start to get a proper pulse.
Yeah, let's hope so that the ocean gives some opportunities for these guys. It looks like Taka is going to have a look at this one, see if it's going to stand up here on the inside, up and riding straight out to the nose, and hanging 5 again with a long nose ride there. And then waiting for that wall, doing a nice calf back all the way roundhouse cut back, and he managed to land it.
That was a beautiful roundhouse right back into the white water, covering a full 290 degrees, I think.
Yeah, that was a great cut back. And
So
looks like we're just going to head down to the beach to Tatiana with an interview of the winner of the last heat.
That was. I'm here with both the boys from the last heat. It was the semi-finals of the SUP longboard division. We have Leko, who won, and Leo, who got the highest scoring wave of the competition so far, a 10-point ride. So first I want to hear about the 10-point ride.
Yeah, it's the first 10 points of my all career, and it's been 10 years, and it's 10, the first 10 now. And it was an amazing wave, 2 hang 10s, one big maneuver vertical, and yeah, I was like cheering on the inside, and I was asking for the judge 10, 10, and then
They
Yeah.
gave you the 10.
Nice.
They gave you what you were looking for. And now for you, you took home the first position. How did it feel to be surfing with your bro?
Oh, I'm so happy to advance to the final. Leo Jimenez is my friend a long time. We compete together all the events. I'm so happy. Beautiful day, good waves for SUP longboard. I'm ready to the final.
But it won't be a two-man Brazilian final, unfortunately. We were wanting to see it, but we got to see it just then. So that's the kind of surfing we'll see from the Brazos over the next couple of days of competition. Thank you guys, and back to the studio.
Thank you, Tatiana. Yeah, that was Benoit described it as the final before the final, this heat. But I think that other heat was also the final before the final. So we're having we're gonna get treated with 4 finals today.
Yeah.
Oh, 3 finals. Sorry, my math isn't very good.
But yeah, this heat's still missing to see some set waves in this heat. The ocean is still a bit flat.
Yeah, it's really strange. I think it just had that pulse at that stage of the tide. Hopefully we'll get another pulse coming. We do have a little bit of a bump again tomorrow, so we're hoping to get underway with the main event, the first round of the main event. But we'll see what happens. The forecast a little trickier this year. We've been so blessed the last 3 editions of this event with absolutely pumping surf, where we didn't even have to think about when to go and how to fit everything in. Whereas this year's been a bit more of a challenge to navigate through. But we had a great day yesterday, and today obviously a great day as well. And Leko, really a testament saying that this is great conditions for SUP longboarding, shows the diversity in the sport and how this sport can really capitalize on all kinds of different waves and not just be one-dimensional with how we approach it. We got Taka on a wave.
Taka having a look at this one, straight out to the nose. See if he manages. Doesn't really stand up for them. They're hitting that flat section a bit.
Yeah, it's not a proper set coming through. It's one of those smaller ones. But I think he sees something out the back because he's paddling with purpose there.
And where is Ben?
I don't know. We'll take a look for him now. And I'm not sure if there was a wave during the heat, if we're waiting for a score or not. But yes, it looks like it was, because he's now second priority. And that was a little tactic game by Taka there to race out to the outside to get priority. So he fell out the back and was still able to get out before Benoit came back from his heat. So we'll wait for a replay of that last wave from Benoit and see what happened there. Can we get a replay of the last of red? Okay, thank you.
And it looks like we have another heat scoring from Taka. That must have been a high one. He's now sitting on 10.60.
Yeah, we'll just get the score breakdown there as we wait for the score for Ben. As soon as that drops, we'll get the broken down scores to see what they came in as. Can we get the detailed score breakdown on the screen, please? So yeah, not a little bit more of a sleepy heat, but it looks like it's starting to ramp up now. As looks like we've got an 8.93 from Taka, so putting a stamp on this heat so far, but still waiting for that first wave of Benoit Carpentier to show in the scoreline. But let's see what happens. But an 8.93.
Yeah, what a start for his second wave.
Yeah, exactly.
So that was that great nose ride where he really managed to hold it for a long time, really wrapping his toes around it.
Yeah, so great to hear from the two Brazilians there, both on a high. You could tell Leo was upset he didn't make it through, but over the moon to get the first 10 of his career after 10 years of competing. So what an achievement for Leo, such a great athlete. And a big shout out to his dad, who we know well. He used to compete on the tour with his son back in the early days.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really.
They used to compete together?
They used to compete together, and great surfer. And from what Leo was telling me in the car the other day, he's more into it than ever, surfing all the time. So great to hear he's still in the water. I'm looking forward to surfing with him again soon.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, Ben dropping an 8.57. So obviously while we were in that break, a couple of great scores there. So stay tuned for the highlights later on. We'll have full look back at those waves to show you guys what happened there. But 8.57 and 8.93. So both athletes going blow to blow as we got Taka on another wave here.
Yeah, Taka up and riding here. He's looking for the wave to stand up here on the inside. Doing a hang 5. Looks like, yeah, great nose ride. See if he's gonna continue over to that right-hander.
Nice cross step turn there. Getting to 10 on the nose there for a second as well. So, you know, he's always pushing the envelope of his surfing. You can see a nice drop knee turn. So just such a wide variety of maneuvers there. A little, a one-footed hang 10 almost.
Yeah, wow. And just such a long wave.
Yeah, yeah. That was the trick of that last heat. Both of the guys had waves all the way from the outside to the beach every time. So I think that's really filling the scorecard and making the most of every opportunity at their disposal.
And let's see if Ben is going to have a look at this one. Looks like, nah, he's going to let it go. He's sitting on that first priority. He want to maintain that and wait for a better one.
So exciting to see in these kind of conditions, the size of scores that are getting dropped through the day, just a testament to the great performances from these guys. Both athletes currently sitting with excellent range scores, 8.53 and an 8.93 between them. Taka just with the edge at the moment, but definitely is going to be looking for a good backup. There hasn't been nearly as many waves, so starved for options, but certainly not under-delivering when they get them.
So looks like a few little bumps coming now. Let's see if Ben is gonna have a look at any of it. Looks like he's getting in position. We got Ben up and riding. Now he's gonna kick out and try to maintain that first priority before Taka makes it out to the lineup.
It's definitely strategy picking the right waves today too. Both Leko and Leo were on point finding them, but there was a lot of options. But finding that right one that connects through gives you lots of opportunities to do both traditional and progressive maneuvers is really the ticket to those high scores. But I think this state of tide as well is really conducive to the multiple sections, different faces of the wave, different looks and feels, like the flatter sections, the more traditional, offering real traditional longboarding opportunities, going through to the more critical sections that they can actually bank a proper turn into. So it's great to see, despite there not being a huge amount of swell, that there's a huge amount of scoring potential.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, it's a shame that we see the ocean go so flat in this heat, because we know that these two guys, you know, we already seen it on those first few waves, that they're just capable of throwing down some huge scores. So hopefully the ocean will wake up these last 8 minutes.
Yeah, I think we're just over 9 minutes still to go, or right around there. We have both athletes sitting, waiting for the next wave. Benoit with priority and waiting for a good one. He's being very patient. He wants to select the right wave because he knows he'll probably only get 2, maybe 3 if he's lucky, more opportunities, but probably 2 at the most. So he wants to make sure he picks the right one to go on.
Yeah. Yeah, and after this heat, we're gonna go into the junior boys consolation finals. So that will be a fight for the
3rd and 4th position.
Yes, exactly. And then after that, we're going straight into the finals, and we're gonna crown our world champions today.
Exactly. That final heat of the girls under 18s. The final of the under 18 boys, they had a marathon day yesterday. I know a couple of them that arrived in late the night before were absolutely shattered, but they put on great performances, and they're going to be ready to fight for the title today. I'm excited to see what happens, see if Capono can retain his title, or if the young Spanish talent from Cadiz, Enrique Perecera, if he can pull something off, pull off the big one here.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. And yeah, also women final, we have the 2 sisters.
Yeah, they really are 2 powerhouses in the sport. It's amazing to watch. it's always great when you see these these siblings that really both excel in a sport. Well, there's 3 of them in this case. You know, you got the 2 girls and the guy. But particularly for Kaede and Sakura, they've got long careers ahead of them just at the very, very beginning. Sakura just 14 years old.
Yeah. Yeah, they also have a marathon day competing in the juniors and the longboarding. They will do both finals again.
And they were mixing it up by going skateboarding on the beachfront between heats.
Wow.
No lack of energy with that family.
Well, that's for sure. It looks like Ben is letting this one go, and Taka will have a look at it, see if he managed to get in. He's in straight up to the nose with a little hang 10. Going for that nice long hang 10 there. And finishing it up with a little hit the lip. No, the waves still have more to offer.
Yeah, I think he'll get that reform into the inside shore break, probably get one more banking turn, another up to the nose there to carry through it. But yeah, Benoit probably smart there. It was a smaller wave. Taka did everything he could with it, but it's sort of gone to nothing there. But yeah, Benoit, being a shrewd competitor that he is, he's waiting for the right opportunity to unleash.
Yeah, it's really hard to say, like, how long is he gonna wait there? And sorry for the silence. We have Boo back in the booth. Welcome back.
Thanks, Emily.
Did you have a good lunch?
Had a great lunch. Got a seat in the shade to watch all the action happening. But like you said, a bit of a slower heat compared to that last semi-final where we saw some huge scores. I mean, huge scores being dropped in this heat as well. Benoit and Taka up into the 8-point range. It's going to be interesting to see Benoit on this, with this clock ticking down. About 4 minutes to go. He's going to need to get a good score to overtake Taka. Taka's been staying pretty busy in this heat. I've seen him catch quite a few waves, but a lot smaller waves than that previous semi-final.
It's weird how the ocean sometimes just turns on for half an hour and then it just turns off again. And unfortunately it's a bit slower, this one, but yeah. Ben still has about 4 minutes to turn it around. You just see Taka staying there on the inside, just staying busy.
Oh my goodness, that was amazing. That was crazy. And then that cutback. He is really showcasing some great longboard up surfing here. He manages just to hold that there. So showing that he is under control. But that was just like a walk backwards to switch foot goofy on that takeoff. Amazing.
Yeah, great performance here from Taka, and just, you know, that's what we talked about earlier. We're having Ben up and riding. Nice set wave here. Hang 5, another hang 5. Just really looking really stylish here. Just carving it back to the wide water, waiting for that section on the inside to stand up. Another hit up in the wide water to gain some speed here. Going over on the right-hander. See if there's anything to offer here. Another hang 5 on the inside. And just finishing it off there. Great wave from Ben.
Great wave. He didn't have much downtime at all on that wave. So a lot of maneuvers on the outside, a lot of maneuvers on the inside. The clock is ticking down. We'll definitely be waiting for that score to come through to see if it's going to put him into the lead.
Yes. He's been very patient waiting for that set wave, and we know that the judges that's also a factor they have to take into consideration is your wave selection, and that was, you know, a great wave selection from Ben. And here we're seeing Taka up and riding again.
Yeah, Taka with a hang 10 and a big hit off the lip. So Some very good maneuvers done on that outside section. Even though it was pretty short-lived, managed to do the most he could with it. He's going to bring this wave all the way through to the inside. He's going to try and get back up onto the nose on this inside section here. He's going to come through. A nice cross-step turn there. He's going to look back to go toward the right. He's going to go for a little tube on the inside.
Little shampoo, as you call it in Australia, no?
That's right, little shampoo. Yep.
Yeah, and I think we just have like 1.5 minutes left on the clock. So still waiting for that last wave of Ben.
Yeah, I think he needs around a 6.8 to get up into first. That last wave could definitely change the situation. So we will have to wait for that wave score to come through. Benoit leaving it down to the last minute or so.
Yeah.
to change this, see if we can change this situation. But Tucker putting on some great longboard sup surfing. The winner of this will be up against Leko Salazar from that first semi-final, making it through against Leonardo, who did score a perfect 10-point ride. As we hear 40 seconds left on the clock for the competitors. Don't think there's going to be much else on offer. This looks like it's pretty flat out there. So we will just be waiting for that last score to come through. I know the judges are looking at replays of all of these waves. That's why it might take a little bit of time for the score to come through.
See if Ben will have another opportunity. See if he's going to go for this one. Nah, he looks...
So nervous times here for Benoit as he takes off on this wave here. Getting a little hang 5. Back up to the nose for a hang 10. He's going to stand there for a long time. Beautiful nose ride. Bit of a smaller wave though. Judges will take that into consideration. But Benoit showcasing some critical nose rides. Some nice turns as well. Linking this wave through.
Yeah.
Don't think it's really going to factor in, but we're still waiting on that wave score before. So we are going to put the next heat on hold as we wait for the scores to come through for that one. This is going to determine that finalist in the longboard as we see a recap of this heat. Benoit, huge turn there. Coming back. It's good to see these zoomed in. I was having a look at this live action from the beach. They're surfing quite a long way out. So
yeah,
it's great to see this angle.
Yeah. It's great surfing from Benoit here. Yeah, it'll be exciting to see what they're going to score him for these last two waves where he has a great combination of maneuvers.
And Tucker obviously dropping big score. High 8-point ride during this heat. Great nose ride here. Hang 10 as well. Really nice. Bit of a soul arch from Tucker. Nice cross step turn as well. So yeah, great display from both competitors. Still waiting for scores. So the next heat is on hold while we wait for those to come through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was a slow heat, but still lots of wave caught.
Yeah, and some excellent scores dropped as well.
Mm-hmm.
You can see what I mean from Tucker's exciting surfing. You don't know what he's going to do. Little kick on that last replay of that wave when he was up on the nose. Benoit stayed very patient. Had only really 2 good wave scores in that one. Judges really deliberating, taking a look at the replays, making sure they get this decision right. As you just sit and enjoy this amazing longboard action from Tucker. So I believe this is the wave score we are waiting for from the last of Benoit. So we are still waiting for that score to come through. Quite liked it, seeing it on replay. Some really nice nose rides on the outside section. Bit of a bigger wave out the back too for this heat. I think Tucker had some more critical hang tens on the inside, but Benoit only, I think, looking for a 6.8, I believe, to take the lead. So definitely something that could be easily achieved.
But we're also waiting for one more score from Tucker. So yeah, I think we have like waiting for 3 scores, 2 from Ben and 1 from Tucker.
Yeah, Tucker standing tall, hood ornament, hang 10 there, off the lip. That was a great combination there. I think we're still waiting for that wave score as well to come through for Tucker. Whether that's going to improve his situation. This was Benoit's last score. So we are just trying to listen into the beach announcer to get those scores, those updates coming through. Are you guys able to update us with scores from that last heat when they come through? Thank you.
Yeah, so we're just still waiting for the final result. It looked like Ben jumped into this first place, but I think I heard the beats announcer saying we're still waiting for the last score of Tucker. So this is not the official result yet.
That's right, Emily. It is nail-biting finish here. So Benoit did manage to get the score he needed to get into first place. But the last combination there from Tucker, we are still waiting for those scores to drop. So Benoit dropped a 7.07 to get up into the lead. So he was able to do that. And then Tucker's last score, he only needs about a 6.7 or so, I believe.
Yeah.
To get into first place. And that hang 10 to that huge floater possibly could do it. So judges still deliberating, watching replays, making sure that they are comparing waves. They have the ability to watch a wave or watch 2 different waves from 2 different surfers on their screen so they can see white and red up against each other. So they definitely are utilizing all of their equipment and technology to bring the right scores for the competitors.
Yeah, we're having some very great judges with us here in the event. So yeah, sometimes they just need a little bit, take that time, you know, to make sure that this is obviously a really important heat. All the heats are important, but this one is deciding who is going into the final. So yeah, I bet they're biting their nails back in France right now.
They definitely are, and Japan,
yeah.
Of course. It's going to be interesting to see who does take the leading position. They will be joining Lecco Salazar in the final for the longboard. Benoit would love to be there, but unfortunately Tucker, in a way, drops at 7.83 to take the lead. So Tucker, in a way, will be moving through to the final of the men's longboard, putting on a great display of longboard sup surfing. Both of these surfers, Ben and Tucker, big congrats to both of them.
Yeah, great performance for both surfers, and yeah, it's going to be exciting to see Tucker in the finals with Lecco.
Definitely will be.
Yeah.
Tucker's going to be giving his all in that one, and he's definitely going to rely on those hang tens we saw in that last heat. So big congratulations to Tucker Inouye moving through. And we're going to be moving through to the consolation final for the junior boys. We're having Titouan Pajot and Lucas Winter-Drew coming up. This consolation final is to determine the 3rd and 4th position for the final standings on the rankings in the junior boys for the world title. The grand final will be coming up later today, and that is with Capone Fukuda and Enrique Perez Serra. So let's hope we get a few more waves through for this consolation boys final. It's going to be great to see these two surfers going up against each other. We saw Titouan up against Capono yesterday. Unfortunately going down to Capono, but putting on a great display of sup surfing. Some big scores being dropped. He's a great sup surfer out of France.
Yeah, these boys Lucas had a very long day yesterday, so see if he still have some energy today. I think he was probably the guy surfing most heat yesterday.
He definitely was. Yeah, he has a bit of a rest day today, which is nice. So he can recoup some of that energy. But he got his money's worth yesterday, doing all the divisions. He's in the longboard and also the junior boys coming up in a few different rounds.
So yeah, this is so after this we are just jumping into the finals, and that's when we're gonna start crowning world champions.
Yeah, very exciting to see us crowning world champions today. Especially the junior girls, Kaede Inoue, Sakura Inoue, and Prune as well from France, joining that lineup. But Kaede already taking wins in the first 2 rounds of the junior girls. So putting her in a very good position to secure that world title for a 2nd year in a row.
Yeah, they've been having a busy day.
Yeah, lots of surfing, longboarding, junior girls, and then obviously surfing again coming up in the pro women later on this week. Bit of a sleepy start for the consolation boys final. Competitors wanting to make sure they get the best waves in this heat, so maybe going to play a bit of strategy to sit and wait for the good waves. Because we have seen the smaller waves kind of disappear and flatten out on the inside. So those bigger waves definitely running right through.
Well, we've also seen some of the smaller ones, like if you take off a little bit on the inside, that they're actually holding up, and we saw Taka really just, just staying busy and catching lots of waves a bit more on the inside of Ben, where Ben was sitting a bit more waiting for the bigger set waves.
Yeah, Taka doing really well to make it through that longboard semi-final. As we see a start here from Lucas, up and riding on the right-hander. Carve this one around back to the whitewater. Nice little slashing turn. And again, he's going to try and stick with this one to offer up some more scoring potential on the inside. Already a couple of nice turns. Definitely looks like he's been saving his energy for this heat. You can see him making his way back to that whitewater. Shallower water where the waves are breaking to reform. Going to stick with it all the way in.
Yeah, personally, it doesn't really give him that wall. You see, he was looking for that wall to trying to hit that lip, but didn't really do it for him.
T21 just going down there on a wave, but I think he done some nice turns out the back. Heard some cheers on the beach. Whether that was for Lucas or T21. We'll look for those scores to drop shortly for the junior boys here. So placing 3rd in this heat is going to give you a good seeding for next year for the junior division. So surfers wanting to make sure they get 3rd in the world stamped next to their name.
Yeah.
Not a bad result at all.
Always important to get that bronze medal, isn't it?
Definitely. Both these surfers from France. Lucas, I believe, hailing from a French island in the Caribbean. T21, mainland France.
Yeah, let's see. T21's going to have a look at this one. Looks like got a bit of wall to it. Nice snap off the lip there. See if he managed to connect it to the inside. But a nice turn.
Yeah, really nice, committed, controlled turn into the lip. Even though just one turn, I feel like it's going to be a great score.
And we are just going to head down to the beach for an interview with the winner of the last heat.
All right, everyone, I'm here with Taka, who is our second competitor to make it through to the grand final of the SUP longboard division. Now, that was a tense few minutes waiting for the results of the last two waves. How did you feel in those moments? Did you know you had it in the bag, or?
Yeah, you remember same situation last year, so I have to exciting. I hope get a new point. Then very difficult middle or last section. So very close.
So you were hopeful, you know, positive. It's always important to be positive. Now, you surf every kind of device that is existing on the planet. What is your favorite?
Every ball.
Every board.
All the ball.
Okay, he has no favorite. That's coming from a true surfer. Thank you very much, Taka. Look forward to seeing you in the final.
Muchas gracias.
Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tatiana. Absolutely love Tucker. He's just happy-go-lucky attitude, super relaxed style out on the waves as well. But I love that he's practicing his Spanish as well. Muchas gracias, Tucker, for that interview.
It's great. Just loving all boards.
Yes, loving all boards. That's right. He's a true waterman from Japan. Shortboard tour, longboard tour, SUP tour. The whole Inouye family really going for it in the sport of surfing. Yeah, Tucker, they're saying the conditions were pretty tough out there. Bit of a slow, sleepy end section. We said all the most critical sections were at the back. So we see a little wave coming through here. Tituan's currently sitting with first priority, but looks like he's going to let this one go. And Lucas is going to let it go as well. Nothing really happening there. So drinking conditions, as we heard from Tucker, and these boys having to compete for third and fourth position. And Tituan there taking off on that one. So priority does switch.
And it looks like there's a wave coming Lucas's way now. And he's paddling for it. And no, fortunately he doesn't manage to get into that.
So you can see them sitting in a couple of different places there. Tituan opting to sit closer to the shallower rocks. You can see the boils and the sand there on the drone angle where Tituan is sitting. And Lucas finding a wave on the inside there. So hit off the top for Lucas. Bringing this one through. Not going to be any more scoring potential, so he kicks out. As we said, all of the wave energy focused on that outside section.
Yeah. See now. Tituan out the back with birdie, and looks like there might be a set coming there.
Yeah, currently sitting in the lead in this heat. A couple of wave scores. Some good wave scores, I believe. Get the 8.5. As we see him taking a look at that one, but maybe another wave behind. Beautiful drone shot of the whole lineup here. Surfers having quite a big area to play with. Lucas paddling out through there. So could be another wave here for Tituan. See if he's going to take this opportunity. Looks pretty slow after that. We are going to see Tituan taking off. Opting to go left on this one. Switching the paddle. Nice turn in the pocket there. He's going to get around this section. Setting himself up. Another critical section there off the top. Tituan trying to hang on to it, but couldn't quite hang on to that one. You see he let go of the paddle, and he could have really used that paddle for balance, but unfortunately just ended up in the air. Couldn't regain his composure.
But a couple of good turns for him there. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to finish that turn. Otherwise, it could have been a great score. And there we just have the breakdown. So Tituan is sitting on a 5.5 and 3-point ride. Lucas on a 3.17 and a 2.3. And the last of Tituan is a 3.80. So that's actually improving his situation. So even though he didn't manage to finish that last turn, still improving his situation with that first turn where he really managed to go a bit vertical up in the lip.
Yeah, just that one turn, getting him a 3.8 for that turn. So good surfing from Tituan. He's going to look to find a wave similar to that. And make sure he lands that second turn, because that's where it's going to put the score up into that good or very good range. He's already got that 5.5 in his scoreline. Lucas Winter-Drew with the 3.17 and a 2.3. A couple of small scores. There's the Oceans just going a bit sleepy, but it looks like maybe a couple of lines coming through. Out the back, it's good we have the bit of swell in this lower tide. Bring you some nice waves. Been perfect additions for the SUP longboarding throughout the day. We see Tituan opting to paddle a little bit wider, maybe seeing something that's going to break a bit wider on the peak. Lucas on the inside there, trying to get onto this one, not going to make it onto that. And Tituan in the spot to manage to get onto this ride. He's going to opt to go to the right, switching that paddle for a cutback. He's going to reset himself to get up into the lip for this turn. Times it very well, so nice off the top. That is going to be a great score for him.
Yeah, great surfing here from Tituan. And great wave selection. You said that, he was going really wide, and yeah, he definitely had seen something, but it looks like he's not done with this wave yet. He's gonna get another section here on the inside.
Yeah, waiting for this wave to stand up here and offer him something. He's got one little turn in, see if he can finish this one off. And he does very well, right to the beach. So his fellow countrymen and women are going to be cheering him on from the shoreline. See them all sitting up there along the promenade, cheering on their fellow competitors. It's good to see the camaraderie between the teams here as well, between the countries. All the Brazilians will stay and watch their fellow countrymen and women compete.
Yeah, it's always great, and I think it's the same when you do the, the competition with the national teams, and obviously a lot of these are also on the national team, so they know each other from there, and yeah, seeing that camaraderie within the team, but also between the teams, and yeah, I used to do some of these competition for the Danish team, and it's such a great way to interact with the other athletes and just having that team spirit, because otherwise surfing is quite an individual sport.
Yeah, so true. It really is individual sport, and I think the ISA have done a great job of bringing it together and a bit more of a team sport for the countries. And you'll see in the ISA events they'll have team relays for the races and for the stand-up paddling, and also the prone paddleboard too. So great team camaraderie. And also a lot of the countries doing a lot of development together with their athletes as well on a whole. Surfing Australia have done a little bit in the past with their stand-up paddle athletes, getting them together, training them all. France probably has a similar thing happening as well. All the athletes getting together. I know Benoit's really spearheading that kind of coaching role as a mentor for the team.
Yeah, it's great, and even some of the newer countries to the sport and to surfing in general are also doing the same. Like in Denmark, where I'm from, we're also having a pretty solid surf federation where we get to do trips for the with the national team and do training trip. When I was on the team, we would go down to Morocco and have a training week, and
not bad at all.
Yeah, so it's so I think also after I came into the Olympics, the sports federation are starting to put more and more effort into improving the athletes, and we're just seeing Lucas up and riding here. Yeah, getting up vertical in that lip. Nice turn for him there.
Couple of nice turns to start off this wave, so going to be looking like a great score for Lucas. Going to need something big to get himself up into the lead to secure that third position here. Remember, this is the consolation final, so determining third and fourth on the rankings. The final is all set with Capono Fukuda and Enrique Perez Serra going up against each other toward the end of the day today. We will be going into all the finals of the divisions after this, so leave the junior girls coming up next. I'm just going to get the schedule.
Yeah, junior girls coming up next, and we're going into junior boys final, women longboard final, and then the men's longboard final. So an exciting afternoon here. So yeah, make sure you don't go anywhere. Make sure to watch YouTube on YouTube or Facebook. Please ask us any questions. Send some good energy to the athletes. If you have a favorite athletes, let us know. Yeah, just in general, let us know where you're watching from.
Yeah, people tuning in from around the world. More comments on the Facebook. Some great longboard sup surfing happening earlier in the day. Tuning in from Brazil.
Yeah, we was just checking all the comments, see if there's anything we should be chatting about here.
There's a bit of a discussion on there about longboard sups
Oh,
on the
really?
YouTube. Just trying to understand it all as I read through.
Read
But it
through.
looks like the discussions about 9 feet or 10 feet long longboard sups. There was talk about having a 10 foot as a minimum for longboard sup surfing. The event here for the APP World Tour in Gran Canaria is 9 feet minimum length. A couple of reasons for that. First one is you can obviously get a lot more performance on a 9 foot board, and you'll be able to throw that board up. Still looking for progressive maneuvers alongside that nose riding as well. However, the other reason is just easier for travel on airlines as well. A lot of restrictions coming in across the board from certain airlines, not being able to take 10 feet long boards. But Aussie Tim on the YouTube comments, he said that a lot of the Australian events have a 10 foot minimum, and that is true. Australia was kind of the spearheading the longboard sup, so 10 foot minimum, and a lot of events still are 10 foot over there. There is a bit of a push to bring a 9 foot division in, or maybe even mix it between 9 foot and 10 foot. It's a bit of a controversy there, I guess, between 9 foot and 10 foot. Obviously different styles, different size boards, so the different performance levels, so the judging criteria might need to be changed for that.
Yeah, interesting. But yeah, you can go leave your comment on the YouTube. Join the discussion.
Join the discussion.
While we're just having a look at the comment here, yeah, the ocean is going quite flat, so you have time to read through the comment both.
Yeah, it looks like Fernando Pedicero is online, so I'm guessing a relative of Enrique coming up in the junior boys final later on today.
Great.
Cheering on for his family. So great to see. We're just getting an update through from contest director Tristan Boxford here, telling us that actually the junior boys final will be held in the next day of competition. Just due to the conditions, we are seeing the heats and the waves slowing down. So contradictory to what I just said before Tristan walked in, the junior boys will not be surfing their final today. They will be on the next day of competition when the waves are a little bit better for the competitors. So that will be Capona Fukuda and Enrique Pedicero. And just getting more confirmation through of the schedule for today. As I said, the junior boys not running the final today. They'll be put into some better waves throughout the week on the next day of competition. A couple of reasons behind that. Obviously, the wave quality deteriorating and the judges realizing that the waves are very much suited for the longboard style of surfing out there today. So we're going to be running the finals of the longboard later on. Not much scoring potential for those shorter boards. We will be running the junior girls final, then the consolation final for the longboard men, then the longboard women final, and the longboard men final at the end of the day. So wrapping up here around 5:30 p.m. local time. So thanks for everybody tuning in to watch as we bring you these updates on the schedule. Judges realizing that conditions are changing. And it's great that we have these days left in the contest holding period to be able to wait and get the better waves for the competitors. With a bit of relief as well. The competitors looking at out there at the waves, thinking they're dropping off a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. Great call to do the consolation finals for the men longboards because it is great longboard conditions out there.
Yeah, and we'll see Benoit Carpentier and Leo Jimenez in that one. So another great heat. Leo obviously securing a 10-point ride earlier on in this event. And Benoit Carpentier almost getting ahead of Tucker in that last one. But Tucker, in a way, pulling some last-minute antics to get through into the final. So we'll be crowning the longboard champions and the junior girls champions today as well.
Yeah, just 3 minutes left on the clock on this heat, so right now it looks like it's Tituan who's taking that bronze medal.
Yeah, at the moment it really does look like Tituan sitting in that great position there. Lucas Otley had that great wave earlier too, the two-tone combination, so he's looking to improve that scoreline with another wave similar to that comes through. Tituan just showcasing he has great control on the waves here. He came up against the very on-form Kipona Fukuda yesterday. Kipona moving through to the final. Tituan wanting to secure that third place as we see a wave coming through here now for Lucas. Looks like a nice wave standing up for him here. Up to go to the right. Going to get a nice bottom turn up into the lip. Going to try and get up there a second time. Doesn't manage to quite get the timing right up to get up to the top. So it will be that one big turn out the back for him as he makes his way through this section here. As that wave slows up. It does make it all the way through though.
Yeah. Sticking with it here on the inside. See if he can get another little turn. Just as we have 2 minutes left on the clock, so see what Lucas is going to get for that one. Great starting turn for him. And
yeah, I've seen Tituan get the scores on the outside section. He hasn't really surfed. He surfed one wave right through to the beach, but the highest scores that he has been getting has been all out the back. And the conversation continues on YouTube. Don't think there should be restrictions on that longboard. At least a minimum 9 feet. I think that'd be the future of the way to go as well, especially for the women's division. I think having the 9 feet for women longboard sup surfing is the way to go forward. Just having the smaller board for the women to be able to maneuver and surf to the criteria on. Obviously a 10-foot board for some of these women is a very long board.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously for the performance all round throughout the competitions. It was the Longboard Sup Revolution having their event in Bali. 9 feet minimum longboard round nose needed. And another comment as well, someone didn't know about the SUP longboards until today. So if you are thinking of getting into SUP longboarding, you're watching the world's best today, and we're going to be crowning those champions later on. In the water right now, the junior boys consolation final.
How long have the SUP longboarding been around for?
I mean, quite a long time. It really started, stand-up paddling really started with longboard SUPs. Kind of when they first came around, they were 11 feet long, 10 feet long, kind of round nose longboard style. People were nose riding them back then. And then as the sport progressed, the boards got smaller and smaller. So it kind of faded out a little bit there for a while. Still some people doing the longboard style. But then really in the last kind of 5 years, there's been a new resurgence of longboard SUP, especially in Australia and the US as well. A lot of longboard. Especially back in the day, there were a lot of longboard competitors competing. Antoine Del Perro from France, multiple national champion, world champion longboard.
As we hear the horn and the heat is done, so yeah, this wave that they're catching now is not gonna count. They're just going to the shore, and then we're gonna get on with the girls' final.
That's right, so Tituan Pajot taking third spot on the rankings for the junior boys. Lucas Winter-Drew coming in fourth. So put them in a good seed for next year.
Yeah, so first medal of the day. Bronze medal to Tituan.
We're going to be crowning a junior girls winner as well after this heat. Keita Inoue already taking the win in the first two. And then Sakura Inoue consistently second in the heats. And Brune Guerin from France has been in that third position. We'll see if she can improve that situation in this one to take the lead. We had Tristan in here earlier discussing the way that the points were going to be calculated for the junior girls. A winner will get 5 points from the heat. As we see Sakura off the top on this section, just can't quite come down with it though. So she comes unstuck. So yeah, the winner will get 5 points, second place 3 points, third place 1 point out of the 3. And then obviously that'll be the best for 3 heats. So have the opportunity to get a maximum total of 15 points. And then we had the contest director also let us know that if, for example, a surfer wins 2 heats, so they'll have a total of 10 points and then places third, that will be 11 point total. But then someone else could have a second, and a first, which would also equal 11 points, which in that case, it would go on a count back to who has the most number of first places. And as we've got a bit of downtime in the action, we're going to throw it back to a replay, a highlight reel of yesterday's action, day number 1, Gran Canaria Pro Am.
Yeah, great day. So yeah, let's see if we're going to get the replay on while we have a little bit of downtime here. Go. There we go.
Welcome everybody to the Gran Canaria Pro Am event in the Gran Canaria. This is our 4th year running of this event, and we are here with the APP World Tour.
Seeing Leko up and riding, already 2 nose rides there on that wave. Wow, you really see him just finding that, flow and speed on the wave.
He's up on the nose again.
Oh.
Quick hang 5, trying to get around this section. A nice turn off the top. Oh, great, powerful turn on really speed as he gets up to the nose again. Great hang 5 there. And then getting up to the nose and holding it to that critical section. The wave, breaking over that board. This is going to get a bit of speed here. Throw that board up into the lip. And wow, a very accomplished longboard.
Great turn again, and then hits the lip.
Holding this nose ride for an extended amount of time.
That's a wrap for today. What an exciting first day of competition. We had Kapono, who served the highest scoring wave, which was an 8.76. Be sure to check that out online. Tomorrow we're kicking off with the finals of the under 18 category and the longboard finals as well. Look forward to seeing you all tomorrow.
Welcome back to live action here for day number 2 of the APP World Tour Gran Canaria Pro Am here in the city of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. We are watching the junior women final in the water. They've had 2 heats earlier. There's only 3 women in this event. Keita Inoue taking the win in the first 2. Sakura Inoue taking the second place, and Brune Guerin taking third place in those 2. So we'll see how the rankings stack up at the end of this heat. Prune Guerin, a French national sup champion herself. Lots of experience competing. And we're going to take a look at a replay from, I believe it might be Sakura. No, it's going to be Prune's wave. A great little first turn there from Prune. Another turn as well off the top there. So great to see her getting this started.
Welcome everybody to the Gran Canaria Pro.
As we're back into live action for the women's heat. So Prune there getting a little quick start. So it'd be great to see that score come through. A couple of turns from her on her backhand. Realizing that these waves are going to be better on the right-hander for her to be able to get that score. Kaede and Sakura being pretty patient on the outside, waiting for those bigger waves to come through. We have seen those waves slowly decreasing in their size and their power as well, breaking out the back, and those reforms on the inside being a little bit better for the competitors. It's going to be interesting to see how this heat plays out. Kaede with the lead at the moment. As I was explaining earlier, they have these 3 heats, and the points will be tallied up depending on their placings. Kaede at the moment with 10 points. Sakura with 6. Prune with 2. But that could change if Sakura takes the win here. She could jump up onto the 11 points. That means Kaede would need to place 3rd. Kaede Inoue. She is the 2022 APP World Tour champion, beating out Luci Gozzoletto last year. As we see a wave here from Prune on the inside, she's playing a very smart heat here, sitting in a little bit closer, identifying that these waves have a bit more of a steeper face. Going to offer up some good scoring potential for her. You can see Kaede sitting a little bit far out. Maybe Sakura could get under that one. Looks like a little bit of a slower wave. So the Inoue sisters will be waiting for a bit of a bigger wave to come through. They will be competing against each other in the longboard division coming up. Kaede beat out Kemi Dubrana, and Sakura beat out Ibaya Moreno. We won't be running the consolation women's longboard final. They've decided that they will just settle for 3rd and 4th position. Now we will be moving into the men's consolation final. They want to battle it out. That will be Benoit Carpentier and Leo Jimenez from Brazil. Prune Guerin dropping some great scores to put her in the lead in this 3rd heat of the junior women. Sakura Inoue just with a small score to put her in 2nd. Kaede being very patient with first priority at the back, waiting for those waves to come through. You see Sakura paddling for this one. She's taking off on this right-hander. She's going to make it down the face and going to really set up for a turn off the top here. She gets that board up into the lip, and her feet are still on the board, but doesn't manage to ride out of that one. So needed a bit more projection to get out in front of that white water. As you hear the click of a Red Bull can being opened here in the booth. Big thanks to Red Bull, obviously a sponsor of this event. About 1,000 Red Bull cans surround us.
Just trying this new edition, coconut.
Ooh, coconut edition.
Don't worry, I brought you one too, boo.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice and cold.
Exactly, that was mainly the reason. And yeah, I just stepped outside for a little bit. What's been going down?
Prune's been getting some great wave scores. We saw her get a couple of little right-hand waves, managing to get up into that 1st position in the heat currently. A couple of small scores, but great to see her staying busy on the inside. Sakura, unfortunately, just came in unstuck on that wave previous. Kiede's just waiting patiently at the back for a set. Looks like there's something rolling through here. As you see this set going to break in front of Prune. Kiede, is she in the right position for this one? Looks like she is. Seasoned competitor that Kaede is. So she's up and riding here. Opting to go to the left. Just some little wiggle turns to start off with, waiting for this wave to really set up as she's going to get off the bottom. Get that board up into the lip. Looks like she's riding a different board again for this heat. Maybe the Inouye sisters swapping out boards.
Trying out all the equipment. I guess now's a good time to do it. I think she's already officially won.
I think she has officially already won.
I think we just got a message from Tristan saying that the official, just look how she's grinding this wave all the way to the inside, just getting a couple of turns, and yeah, great surfing here. And yeah, so now is a good time to just try out some new boards if she knows you already have the win.
That's true. So official word there coming in from Tristan that Katie Inouye is the World Junior SUP Surfing Champion for the women's.
Yeah. Looks like now she's also leading this heat. So maybe she's doing clean slate on all these 3 heats.
That's right. One wave score of a 6.17 coming in. We see her sister here carving it back around. This is Sakura. Some great surfing from her. Maybe the Inouye sisters riding a bit bigger board, seeing that the conditions are getting a bit smaller out there today.
Yeah. Seeing her getting all the way here on the inside, doing a couple of turns, little cutbacks. But yeah, just finishing off the wave there, and really some angle high wave, deep water in there.
And she managed to get the board vertical on a half an inch wave.
Looks like something coming from Prune here.
Yeah, Prune looking for that little reform on the inside. She's been sticking to her guns, stay on these waves. Unfortunately, that one not going to offer her anything. But she's had some nice waves already. Currently sitting in that second position. We'll see Sakura's wave score drop, which probably put her up into second. There it is there. So Prune now relegated into third. These are the current standings after the first couple of heats as well. Katie Inouye in first, Sakura in second, Prune in that third position. So really a fight for that second in the world between Sakura and Prune. Sakura currently sitting with 6 points in total, Prune just with 2. And I believe that even if Prune does manage to get the second, she'll be able to overtake. But if she does take the lead, she will move ahead of Sakura.
Yeah, so still 11 minutes back to decide that, but Katie is looking very, very strong, and yeah, she is now official junior world champion. So that's the first world champion in the family this on this event. They just arrived yesterday afternoon. Already have a world champion in the family.
Not bad at all. That's right. Obviously, Katie Inouye winning last year as well. Open women's and the junior women's. So a fresh title for 2023. Katie Inouye.
They could run away with 3 world titles today.
They could run away with 3 world titles. That's right. The longboard coming up with the sisters as well.
It's going to be that's going to be a great evening for the family then.
Yes, certainly will be. And obviously Tucker is their brother, older brother for the longboard, with Leko Salazar in the final. So Leko looking to go back-to-back for his world title campaign. But it's going to be a tough call with Tucker. And here we go, Katie Inouye, current heat leader. Hitting it off the top, great turn. You can just see this is why she is your 2023 World SUP Surfing Champion for the junior girls. Great control here, bringing it through. And again, another turn, tight in the pocket. It's great to see the future of our sport.
Yeah, just surfing so smooth. Like, just controlling that board so well. Just a combination of turns and the flow and the speed she's getting on the wave. And that was a 7-point ride. We just got that score in.
Judges not taking any time to look at that score, knowing exactly that it was a very good wave score. 7-point ride. So it does look like they're Need some high scores for Sakura. She's up and riding on this one. Decides to kick out. Not much happening on that wave. Kroon with that 3.17. She's going to need a perfect 10-point ride to take the win in this heat. And Sakura looking for a pretty lofty wave score of around 8-point ride to take the win. She'd love to get at least one heat win over her sister.
Yeah.
She did in the longboard this morning. Maybe she could do it again this afternoon.
That's true. Yeah, they're having a one heat break and then they're going straight into the women's final.
Lots of surfing today.
Busy day for them.
Yeah, they had back-to-back heats this morning for the longboard women repechage and then the junior girls #1 final. And then KD had back-to-back again in the under-18 girls heat and then the longboard women's semi-final 1. We saw Sakura in that longboard semi #2 against Abaya, making it through.
So yeah, just 8 minutes left of this heat. But yeah, as we said, the official result is already in. Katie is the junior world champ.
Yeah, there will be the podium ceremony this afternoon on the beach for the winners of the finals today.
Yes, gonna be great. With hopefully a beautiful sunset and podium.
See the sunset yesterday? That was stunning.
That was amazing. Yeah, I just went for a walk down to the other point break and yeah, the waves were beautiful and sun was setting and it was so pink, the sky, super beautiful.
Yeah, it was so nice. Sitting up with my daughter in the play park, pushing her on a swing, watching the sunset. Nothing better.
Living the dream.
We're trying to.
Yeah.
Trying to. It's nice to be here in Gran Canaria.
Yeah, such a beautiful place. My first time here and yeah, loving it so far. Hoping to sneak out for a little longboard surf after today.
Good call. Waves are perfect for it.
Yeah.
Look at that. Where's your strategy to go out for the longboard session, Emily? Where are you going to sit?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe I'll just go right up where the compass.
Yeah, straight out front.
Get
You've
the
been
biggest,
watching the all day.
Get the biggest board I can get out there. Noah told me yesterday I could borrow his sub longboard.
Perfect.
And he was like, it's a bit wide, but you can paddle it. So I was like, might be a good option today.
Yeah, perfect option out there today. Perfect waves for sup longboarding. That's the thing, you can ride a sup longboard in just about any size surf. We've seen some sup longboard events in some really big waves, as well as some really small waves. So very versatile equipment.
Yeah.
This is the contest site here, the music auditorium there on the right of screen. Beautiful building. Some great statues around it as well. This is the contest site. The judges tower at the front there, the blue tents. Athletes board zone to the right there. We've got a little Red Bull athletes area. Some lounges there to chill out. Got some Red Bull in the fridge. The Volkswagen vans as well in the background. The electric, as we see some of the competitors on the waving to us, giving a wave. Hello.
Yeah, cheering for their fellow countrymen or their friends out there.
And you can see there was that big electronic board as well out in front of the judges area. That is the priority system. So we are running priority. You can have a look back and see your color with a 1, 2, or 3 next to it. And that will be your priority situation. Obviously, having priority is sometimes preferred. That way you have choice of the next best wave that comes through. But the surf definitely slowing up here today. Looking ahead with the forecast, looks like there's going to be a pretty similar conditions for the next few days. Some smaller waves, maybe some of that lighter onshore wind as well. But as we move into the weekend, especially Sunday, maybe looking pretty fun for competition again. But we will come back and check it in the morning because you just never know here.
Yeah.
All the Atlantic Ocean swells as we're watching Katie Inouye.
Yeah, Katie just looking so smooth here, waiting for that wave to stand up. Hitting it there. See if she can, yeah. Getting up in the lip. Unfortunately getting a little bit late there. Yeah, it's keeping the speed, waiting, see if there's something to offer on the inside. Seeing her, her hair is so long that she's had to get her hair out of the way in the middle of the wave.
Multiple times now I've
Yeah.
noticed that, yeah. So lots of people tuning in to watch the longboard action wrapping up later today. This is going to be the final heat of the juniors today. Moving into the longboard men's consolation final, deciding 3rd and 4th in the world. Longboard women final after that, and longboard men final to wrap up the afternoon for some trophies to be handed out on the podium.
Yeah, great. So we have 3 heats left after this, and the consolation final. But I feel like that could be a final too.
Oh, totally. Like as Benmar said, the final before the final, and that was definitely a final before the final with Leko and Leo,
Yeah.
and then Benmar and Tucker, and now Benmar and Leo, and then Tucker and Leko going head to head.
Yeah.
As we see Sakura Inoue, they're going to be coming up as well. The Inoue sisters in the longboard. Ah, great turn there from Sakura on the outside section. Can she get around this one? Managed to get another critical turn in. Unfortunately, she can't get to that one, so using a lot of that power to burn off some speed at the start. Throwing lots of spray on that first turn. Trying to bring it through. Just about 3 minutes left in this heat. The final heat, the junior girls.
Yeah. So, see, now we'll see who's gonna get. We know already that it's Katie who's gonna get carried up the beach. But she doesn't have a long time to celebrate because
No.
she have a 20-minute break and then she's straight out for the longboard finals.
That's right. So I bet her brother Tucker will be down there to cheer her up as the junior champion. Always nice to have your family here cheering you on from the sidelines. Inoue family. As we have a little bit of a lull in the waves at the moment. As we said, that low tide about 45 minutes ago, so the tide's starting to come back in. Maybe going to improve the conditions in the next hour or so for the last few heats of the day. Thanks again for tuning in, wherever you're watching, and however you're watching, whether it be on the YouTube, the Facebook Live, or on the appworldtour.com website. You are able to check out all of the heat sheets as well on appworldtour.com. Scroll down, click on the Gran Canaria Pro Am link. You'll be able to scroll down on that page and see all of the heat sheets, the updated results. And subscribe as well to the newsletter, because I opened my inbox this morning, or late last night, stayed up late, watching some of the highlights. And yeah, saw an email pop up about the day 1 of action from the APP World Tour here in Gran Canaria. So do sign up, you'll get all those updates through.
Yeah. Also make sure to follow them on Instagram. I know there's a lot of action going on Instagram. We're sending lots of live from stories, and yeah, a lot of great things there. So we had just seen Sakura here on the inside, doing a few turns on this wave. Small wave, but she's managing to get the most of it.
Yeah, she's going to come in now quite comfortably. I think she's going to be taking 2nd position in the junior girls to her sister Katie. She's going to come in and regroup, regather for the longboard final coming up again with her sister. Be nice to see Sakura get one up on her in that longboard final. But Katie wanting to secure 2 world titles today. And Tucker in the men's final. So as you said, Emily, could be 3 world titles for the Inoue family
Yeah,
on the same day.
it's not a bad day.
Not a bad day at all. So worth coming here for, definitely. And they'll all be coming up again in the pro women and the pro men's event, set for later on in the week when the swell returns.
So yes, congratulations to Katie, who is now junior world champion.
Back to back.
Yeah, what a great performance from her. Such a great style of surfing, and
Yeah, super fast. Really reads the wave very well too. As we are looking at the men's longboard getting ready out in the water. Benoit in his hat out there. Up on screen is the wrong graphic, so we will get that changed to be the longboard consolation final. Benoit Carpentier in the white and Leonardo Jimenez in the red. They will be junior boys coming up on the next day of competition when we get underway again. Checking the conditions. Pretty early start in the in the morning, 7:30 a.m. and
It's
assess the conditions. Yeah, sorry, I guess you guys didn't get that note. The schedule was changed. But yeah, they're moving to longboard finals now. So yeah, the men's longboard consolation final getting underway. Ben in his hat again.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if he's gonna wear the hat for the Open as well.
Oh no, he's full series mode. He might get the hat wet. I guess it depends on the size of the waves. Maybe the small waves he likes wearing the hat.
Looks like he's already looking to get this heat started. Oh yeah, he's gonna get into this one. Oh, nice turn off the top there. Just smooth cross steps there into the inside. Little hang 5. Foam climb. Just waiting for it to stand up here again. Little spin.
Little spin, now tangled in his leash as we see our junior girls SUP surfing champion Katie Inoue being shed up the beach.
Oh, by her brother and sister carrying the board. Beautiful pictures here.
Amazing scenes down on the beach. So congratulations to Katie Inoue, your 2023 APP World Tour Junior Girls SUP surfing champion. Great performance from her. She's going to be coming up in the next heat along with Sakura. The longboard women's final. And then finishing off the day with the men's longboard final too. But great scenes down there. High fives all around. Also being cheered at the beach there from Andrew Noel from France. Cheering on Prune Guerin from that last heat. You can see those rocks there that we saw this morning being covered by the high tide. Competitors, throwing everything at their waves to be able to finish right on those rocks. It looks like we do have a wave there from both competitors. Obviously watched Benoit's wave, but Leonardo caught a wave there during that shot of our junior girls champion. So I'll update you on those scores as they do come through. But great to see the longboard SUP surfing here return for competition, the APP World Tour. Yeah, we kind of touched on it before, how the longboard SUP came about, and a couple of the big names early on in the stand-up paddling competition came from that longboard background. Colin McPhillips being one of those big names from the USA, being a very, very successful longboard surfer, moved into SUP surfing. It was very good SUP surfing, and then obviously longboard SUP too. Antoine Del Perro, moving from prone longboarding. His brother Edouard have a few titles to their names for the longboard world titles. The WSL.
Yeah, it's great to see. It's my first experience with the SUP longboarding.
Yeah, amazing to see the talent that there is out there.
So yeah, still waiting for those scores. Great to see how they're starting off this heat.
Yeah, judges really just deliberating on the scores they're going to drop. Going to set the scale for the longboarding because we had some huge scores dropped for Leonardo Jimenez before in his heat. Had a perfect 10-point ride. Combination of multiple hang 10s, big vertical re-entry as well. Finished the wave right to the beach. He also had a 7-point ride on that heat, and with a heat total of 17 points, he still didn't make it through against Leko Salazar, who had a couple of 9-point rides for a total heat score of 18.07. Benoit up and riding now. Going to get back on the tail to hit it off the top. Nice, big, strong first turn from Benoit, and again as well, backs it up. And just the flow he has on a SUP longboard. No downtime at all between these turns. So 3 big turns on the outside. Not opting for the nose ride this time. He's going to try and look to get to the nose on the inside, utilising the whole length of that board. He cuts back to the left. You see him begin to cross step up the board now. Making his way, stalling it, getting up for the nose ride.
Quick little touch there on another one.
And again, he's going to try and swing that board around. Unfortunately, can't do it, but his hat's off. Oh, first time we've seen Benoit with his hat off.
Oh, the hat got wet.
The hat got wet. He's probably got a spare one on the beach.
Yeah.
Just got a dry one. So that first wave of Benoit dropping in a 5.33. Leonardo had a very long wave to start off with. Looks like he's paddling for this one.
Yeah, see if he managed to get into this. No. He's looking back. Looks like there might be a better one coming in the back.
Yeah, possibly a couple of lines on the horizon.
See. Looks like something happening.
Yeah, this wave looks like it's going to stand up in front of him. He's
Yeah.
going to position himself. You can see that wave standing up to the right-hand side of Leo from this angle. He will be surfing toward the left if he does get onto it. Unfortunately, he's going to miss that one too. So these conditions really changing this afternoon. Swell dropping a little bit. We haven't seen those competitors sit right at the back for those big left-hand waves that we saw yesterday in competition for day number 1. We saw those highlights from there.
But when I stepped upside the boot just before, and I just walked down and looked out, and yeah, they're sitting way further out than you think when you just watch it here. It's yeah, actually quite far out.
It is very far out. Exactly, with that low tide, they're sitting really far out. So judges having to look quite a long way to see the action, but also they have their replay screens that they do refer back to. Judges really taking their time to drop in the score for Leo as well. Benoit really, I think he would have been a little bit bummed out that he didn't make it into the grand final of the longboarding. I know he's been riding his SUP longboard for a lot of time to practice for this event. Lots of support for Leko Salazar and Leonardo as well online.
Lots of Brazilian watching. That's great.
Yeah, be in the morning time, I guess, over there in Brazil.
Yeah, let us know on Facebook or YouTube if you have any questions. We are watching the comments once in a while just to check up if you guys have anything you want to contribute with.
Nothing too hard. Don't ask anything too hard.
Don't put us under the bus.
That's right. But yeah, we'll get any answers to questions you have. Anything about the event, about longboard SUP surfing in general, technique stuff, what boards they're riding. I can try and dig out of my memory what I saw down there earlier.
And we have Leo up and riding. He's going for that right-hander. Oh, nice hang 10. Really holds it for a long time there. Carving back. Just waiting for the wave to stand up. Nice drop knee.
Yes, that first wave score just dropped there for Leo, 5.63. He's going to back it up with this one. He's paddling on flat water.
Yeah.
That is amazing. And these SUP longboards have that glide. He has managed to link it through.
Wow.
That was incredible. Going to finish it off on the inside there. Throw us another claim, Leo. Oh, no claim. He did 2 claims on that wave of that perfect 10 he rode. So Leonardo currently in the lead, but still waiting for that second wave score of Benoit to come through. Those 3 big turns on the outside. Managed to link it through for a small nose ride on the inside as well. And obviously waiting for that last wave score of Leonardo too. Judges making sure they get their scores right as we see Benoit taking a look at this one out the back, but he's going to decide to go. He's going to run to the nose to begin with. He's not. He's going to setting himself up for that nose ride in the critical section. Just falls off the back of that one. So Benoit getting back out the back with priority now.
Yeah, still waiting for a few scores to drop. And we are fighting here for the bronze medal of the men's longboarding. And then we're going straight into the women longboard final. Then the men's final.
Great close-up of the hat there. Love it. Gonna be a talking point, Benoit,
Yeah.
for the next couple of days. Benoit and his hat.
I need to ask him about that.
Yes. I think it helps him with the glare as well out there. The sun creating a little bit of glare on the water throughout the day. So maybe just reducing that. We've still got about 14 minutes left on the clock for the consolation final of the men's longboard. Waiting for that last score of Leonardo.
Looks like we have a score in from Ben now, a 6.17. That puts him back in the lead. So there's still some potential for some higher scores out there.
Yeah, judges keeping those scores on the low side just to make sure a set doesn't come and blow them out of the water for a great high-scoring wave, high-scoring ride. But still waiting for that last one of Leo to drop, which may change the situation. He had a really nice hang 10 on that wave. It's a great drone angle there of the city, of our competitors waiting in the water. The water's so blue, so clear. See the reef underneath. And the sand changes colour a lot along the beach. Quite black sand, volcanic in front of us where we are surfing. It kind of gets a bit more golden as you make your way up toward the city. The centre of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria.
Looks like we're having a little set approaching here. As Bo's just gonna fix our screen. So just 1 second and we are back with live action here from the studio. And we're having Ben up and riding straight out to the nice long hang 5 there. With a roundhouse cutback. Great control there. And another one. Connecting it all the way through the inside here. Yeah, great style with a combination of some hang 5s and some roundhouse cutbacks.
Yeah, great wave there from Benoit. Still in the lead, even with Leo's second wave dropping. So Benoit looking like he's a little switch foot there, a little spin. Crowd loving it on the beach. As we see Leonardo. This is his replay here. Live action. Leonardo. So a hang 10 on the outside, cutting it back on this section. As he makes his way through to the inside, going to reposition himself on the left, get back up to the nose for a nice little nose ride as he brings that board back around into the white water and manages to hold on to it. Leonardo looking for a pretty good score to be able to overtake Benoit. He gets up on the nose again. Oh, that looked pretty shallow.
That is some angle deep water in there.
So Leonardo opting to ride a Bic, probably a rented board.
Yeah, I know a lot of them actually just rented some board here, so. And it looks like we are ready with an interview of the new world champion.
I'm here with Kaeda, the official winner of the under-18s stand-up paddle division. Congratulations!
Thank you!
How do you feel?
妹と、3回かな対戦して、落ち着いてヒート運びできました。
How did you feel competing head-to-head with your sister?
ヒート始まってすぐ足がつっちゃってちょっと痛くてすごく苦しかったんですけど、妹のさくらが、こんな感じにした足のそのつりが治るよって教えてくれて、安心して、最後まで試合に臨めました。
And is there anything you'd like to say to friends and family back home in Japan who are supporting you here today?
グランカナリアの皆さんと、日本の皆さん、他にも世界中の皆さんが応援してくれたおかげで、ワールドチャンピオン今年も連続で取れました。そしてまた、この次ロングボードがあるので、そしてまた妹のさくらと2人で、どちらがワールドチャンピオン取るか3冠ワールドチャンピオン負けないように頑張りたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
Woohoo! Congratulations again! Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Tatiana, for that interview with our newly crowned world champion for 2023, Katie Inouye and the junior girls. Okay, very happy to be crowned back-to-back world junior champion. Let's catch up with live action. Benoit Carpentier up on the nose on the inside here. Got some work done on the outside of this wave as he throws that board up into the lip and manages to almost ride out, but very shallow ride there, so I think the sand just catching him off guard. Leonardo paddling in here, going to get up to the nose for a hang 10 off the takeoff, but not going to manage to hold that section. Falls off there. But Benoit Carpentier dropping an excellent ride.
An 8-point ride. We just hear the beats commentator announce. So, yeah, Ben, what amazing surfing from him. Just being so consistent throughout today and yesterday, dropping so many 8-point rides.
That's right. Yeah, Benoit really getting those high scores. He knows how to get them as well. He knows how to surf to the judging criteria, be that for longboard sup or that standard shortboard sup surfing, being the world champion from last year. So Leonardo Menez now got a big ask in front of him to get a huge score, jump up into that bronze medal place. As you see him up and riding here, stalling, getting to the nose as he nose rides through that section, carves it back around into the white water, back up again on the nose. So really utilizing the nose of this board on this a lot on this wave. As he carves it back around again. See him maybe getting a little extra scoring potential on the inside. As he makes his way through using that paddle, getting up to the nose, finishing in probably less than ankle deep water.
Yeah. Just stepping off the board.
So long rides for these competitors in the sup longboard, making the most of it. Benoit probably happy to get another surf out there today in the water.
Yeah, Ben, well, they're both also competing in the men's division, so, you know, it's always good to just be out there with two guys and get to practice. And even though they'll surf on different equipment, I think, you know, we don't know yet if the men's division is going to be on this wave or on the other side of the rocks here.
I think all competitors hoping it's going to be on the other side. Definitely. El Uret being a great wave. As Tristan mentioned before, Sebastian Gomez been here for just over 6 weeks now, practicing his skills at El Uret with all the local surfers. Be managing to share the waves with them. As Benoit Carpentier up and riding, up to the nose, hanging 5. Brings that foot up to get a good hang 5 in. As he's going to cut back into the white water on this section. Great display of longboard sup surfing, cutting right back, just so smooth. Speaking to Benoit earlier, he's just really been focused on trying to link together maneuvers rather than have any downtime between them. So Benoit being able to utilize the board, walking up and down, turning it, just having that not much downtime.
Yeah, it's really great. Like, great to see how fast he is in between the maneuvers, just connecting them off. Really, he's also connecting all the way to the inside here, getting a last hang 5 there, and ending again in some angle deep water in there. They're really riding the full potential of the wave here.
Yeah, amazing surfing from Benoit. Leonardo improving his situation slightly, but not enough to overtake Benoit, currently in the lead in this consolation final.
Yeah.
Coming down to 5 minutes remaining. That timer on your screen a little bit fast. About a minute fast.
Yeah, so right now it looks like it's Ben taking the bronze medal.
Yeah, Benoit taking 3rd place for the longboard this year.
Benoit, who was the 2022 world champion in the men's division.
Yeah, and number 2 in the longboard last year. So, unfortunately couldn't make the final this time. Tucker Inouye was in his way this time. As we see one of the Inouye sisters, Katie, I believe, just at the bottom of the screen walking across there with the longboard. Big single fin she's riding. So we see some sets rolling in out the back. Now we got some action. Leonardo Jimenez out the back in position for this one. Benoit stroking hard to get out the back to try and be able to get in position. Leonardo letting that one go. I think he's going to try for the next one. Could possibly be something standing up, but great to see some more action in the waves happening. As Leonardo is going to take off on this one out the back. A good size wave for Leonardo. He opts to go to the right. Hang 10 there in the critical section, but comes unstuck on his feet.
Gets stuck there.
Benoit going to take advantage of it on the inside. Going to flick out there for that one, deciding not to go. So Leonardo not being able to capitalize on that set that come through, probably out of position. You can see where Benoit was the more steeper section in that wave. They're both surfers missing that set wave. Come out of nowhere, really, because there hasn't been a set for at least the last couple of hours.
Yeah. So maybe that's that tide starting to push in now. We are just an hour after low tide, so yeah, let's see if maybe it could be great waves in the final. If sometimes the ocean gives a little bit more push on that pushing tide, and we start maybe seeing a few bigger sets.
Be amazing to see for the longboard women's final coming up next. The Inouye sisters, Kaede and Sakura, going head to head. We might even get another little wave here as we're counting down this heat. Down to around 2 minutes remaining. Just over 2 minutes on the clock. Looks like it'd be nice to see, well, Benoit's just increased his lead for a 15.50 heat total. Leonardo again just pushed his score up a little bit more, 11.03 heat total. But Benoit very comfortably out in front with a 7.33 for his last ride.
Yeah. So an 8 and a 7 point from Ben in this heat. Great performance. So yeah, we're having 2 minutes left. We still have time for another set.
Yeah, that's right. Still time for another wave to come through. I think they would like to have another wave. Not even just for the scores, but just to get another wave while you're out there. Otherwise, you have to paddle all the way back in.
Yeah.
Or surf it lying down, because the next heat might be started. We see, I think we're trying to get on this one. I think he's in the wrong position. Benoit might even try to get on. We'll see if he does make a paddle for this one. He's going to get onto this wave, going to get up to the nose on this right-hander. Takes a trip up, hang 10. Did well to hold that, but unfortunately goes down. The hat's wet again.
I think he lost it. But let's see. Still a minute left, so maybe he is going out there again, see if he can find another one. As we are seeing Leonardo trying to see if he can manage to find something and answer back, and still have a little bit of time, but he's looking at a pretty high score to beat Ben.
Yeah, I think he needs a massive score to be able to overtake Benoit. But he has done it before with hang 10s like this. Great hang 10 there. Nice powerful turn. Great stuff there from Leo Jimenez. This is pretty similar to his 10-point ride.
We got a bodyboarder in the lineup.
So Leonardo looking for a big score. It's going to be interesting to see how the judges score that one.
Yeah.
We did see some nose rides from Benoit earlier. There's Leonardo Jimenez coming in. He'll be coming up again later on in competition for the men's. Looking to secure a world title for Brazil. But Benoit had a very solid performance there in that heat. Looking pretty confident to take third position overall for the longboard SUP surfing side of the event, as we are going to move into more longboarding action coming up with the women's longboard heat out in the water. Keita Inoue, Sakura Inoue. And then moving into the men's longboard final after that. So the final two heats of the day, that's going to be with Leko Salazar, the reigning world longboard SUP champion for the APP World Tour, and Taka Inoue, a very accomplished prone longboard surfer on the WSL World Tour, but also showcasing his talent here, the APP World Tour. As up on screen, I've just said the women longboard final. Keita Inoue, Sakura Inoue. Two sisters up against each other. Keita looking to take another world title today, but Sakura is the one standing in her way. And she put on a great performance against Abaya Moreno earlier today in the longboard semi-final to take the win against her to make her spot in the final. As we see the competition getting underway, Keita Inoue making a quick start at the back. She walks her way up to the nose, back down along the border. She's going to cut back to the left. Do a little cut back there. She's going to try and bank off the white water. This times it a little bit there, so falls off the back of that one. Still happy and smile on her face. Why wouldn't you be when you just come off a win?
Yeah, just have a world title 30 minutes ago.
Amazing. So crazy just to see her face like a few minutes ago on the interview, and then she's out in the water again.
I know, right? She is, yeah, I don't know how many heats they surfed today. That must be their 6th heat today.
Oh, so many heats. So back to back this morning, back to back again. Again for the, 6th heat, you're right.
Yeah, that's more than they do on the WSL finals day. If you make it through the whole thing.
Yeah, that's right, exactly. Exactly right.
So yeah, pretty active day for them. And then I saw them in between the heats, they were skateboarding out the front.
Oh, were they?
So yeah.
Oh, very cool.
Plenty of energy.
Where do they find it from? I guess they're young. That's the thing. They're young. So we have seen a bit more waves coming through in the last kind of 10 minutes. As we see a few more bumps rolling through for these competitors. Sakura has a great style on the longboard. I love the nose ride she's able to hold through critical sections. She got a high score of a 6.67 just for a nose ride earlier on today. So she'll be looking to rely on that nose riding finesse. As we see her possibly taking off on this one. Getting the final heat of the women's longboarding underway. She's going to walk her way up, cut back for an... Must cut back into the white water, but unfortunately can't quite hold it.
Yeah, it gets stuck there.
Big board she's on.
Yeah, rides a single fin as well.
Yeah, another single fin. So I guess the Inoue family opting for that single fin because it kind of suits the WSL criteria a little bit. So maybe their boards are more suited to that. Definitely not a stand-up specific longboard, more of a prone style. So the World Surf League, the WSL, have the more traditional judging criteria, utilizing the length of the board, a lot of style coming into play. Not just a nose riding contest though. Still want to see those turns in the critical section, but not necessarily the full progressive side of longboard surfing. Whereas here, we utilize the paddle as a power tool. So we're able to really turn these longboards super easy with the paddle, which changes the judging criteria to be that more progressive element. So we want to see big turns on the SUP longboard, but also mixing in with nose rides. That's how you're going to get the excellent scores on the board. So great close up there. You can see big square tail that Keita is riding. Single fin as well that Sakura is on. Single fin that Tucker is riding too. So 3 different boards they're all on. They're all opting for a single fin.
Yeah. See, it looks like might be a little set approaching. Yeah, it's super interesting to see the different styles of boards, and such a big difference. You don't see that big difference, you know, in a shortboard competition or a normal longboard competition. It's everybody is more or less on the same boards.
That's so true. So kind of the one surfer, I think, or two surfers that kind of broke the mold on the world's the shortboard surfing. Gabriel Medina, Geordie Smith, riding really high volume boards, opting for a little bit more float, I guess, for their paddling.
Yeah.
The other riders opting for very, very small boards. Similar to the sup surfing here, we were talking about earlier with Tristan. You know, Zane Schweitzer, Benoit Carpentier opting to ride a little bit more leaderage in their board to be able to stand up and paddle around. Whereas the Brazilian side of the sport, Luis Diniz, Wellington Rice, Leonardo Jimenez as well, opting for boards lower in volume, so standing underneath the water when waiting for waves, but really optimizing the progression on the wave, getting above the lip with their surfing, doing some aerial maneuvers. Beautiful drone shot there of our event site. So yeah, Katie, in a way, with that 3.5 to begin. Sakura with just a small score of 1.33. We're going to stay patient and wait for those set waves to come through. Hopefully we see a few more like we did in the last few minutes of the men's consolation final for the longboard. Benoit Carpentier taking home the 3rd position. Leonardo Jimenez in 4th.
Let's see. Sakura is seeing something. Looks like she has her eyes on a wave here. See, yeah, wide. Sakura up and riding, going for the nose ride. Little hang 5. See, she can hit. Fortunately, she hits it a little bit, hit the lip a little bit too late, and goes down with it.
Yeah, I think she was wanting to get to that lip a little bit earlier than that to be able to project out and float along the top of it, get down on the wave. But nice nose ride to start off. Don't know if that score is going to be much to factor in toward the end of this heat, because we saw her skills earlier today. She's going to be doing a lot more nose riding and turns in order to be able to overtake her sister, Kaede. And she looks like there's a couple of waves rolling through at the back. A few more lines, that darker color on the screen. You can see the waves rolling through. Kaede going to get a couple of chances here. She's going to opt out of the first one. She's going to look at the second wave to take. She's going to paddle really strongly to get across to it. Looks like this one's going to be breaking out a lot further than other waves today. May even break on the tail of her board. She's going to do a little whitewater takeoff. No, she's going to opt to step on the tail and go back through that wave, realizing that it actually broke quite wide. I'm not going to offer her too much scoring potential, but she's going to catch the one behind. If she can manage to get on it, she can't manage to get on it. So just missing that set wave coming through. Maybe we missed it. Maybe it wasn't that good of a wave.
Yeah.
And she didn't want to take it. These competitors obviously having the ability to identify the best waves out there. They want to position themselves on the good waves. So a little bit of a situation change. Just a small score from Sakura Inoue puts her up into the lead. Kaede Inoue still without a second wave yet, so just that one score of a 3.5.
Yeah, so still we were hoping the ocean was gonna start pulsing a bit more now with that tide pushing in, but it looks like so far there haven't been that much on offer. But yeah, we're still just 1 hour after that low tide, so hopefully we saw in the heat before where Ben took the win that suddenly there was a lot of waves on offer. It's weird how the ocean have been doing that today. It's been going flat for some heats, and then some heats there's just been plenty of waves.
Yeah, it looked like the ocean was going to offer up some more sets during this heat. Kind of just pulsed during that last heat as we see Kaede Inoue up and riding. The drone's going to catch up to her. Bit of a nose ride on the outside section. Great turn to bring that longboard back into the whitewater. She's going to paddle hard to try and get through this flat section, but that wave's just going to die out on her. Doesn't have the skills of Leonardo Jimenez paddling on flat water.
That was insane.
To catch up to half an inch wave to nose ride it.
Yeah, that was what we will call commitment. yeah, here you just have to break down on the scores. So still some really low score, 2.5, 1.33, and 3.5. So we know that these girls are capable of a lot more than that. So hopefully there's some waves coming and they get the opportunity to show that.
Yeah, still a lot of time left in this heat, so looks like we're going to get hopefully some more waves come through. So Crew's going to wait patiently for that good wave to come. Still waiting on that last score of red, KD's wave. With that nose ride and nice turn on the outside section. I think she's definitely going to increase her lead in this heat. At least get back up into first place with some good wave scores. And Sakura's going to be left to look for something pretty substantial, I would expect. We are in the second to last heat of the day, the longboard women's final. Thanks for tuning in, watching wherever you are. We're going to be finishing off with the men's longboard final after this. Some great sup surfing going to be happening. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Going to be crowning a champion, a world champion in this heat and a world champion in the next heat. So Kaede Inoue locking in a good score there. So she had a 5.33 for that last wave. Mixing in with that 3.5, giving her a total of 8.83. Sakura Inoue just with a couple of small scores, so she'll be looking to get another big score coming up. What do you reckon they're having a chat out there, Emily? What do you think they're doing?
I don't know. It's like must be hard, like competing against your sister, right? Because you want to be, probably want to win, but you also want her to do good. So yeah, but I guess they're used to it. They've been competing, or even though they're so young, they've been competing a lot. And see Sakura going for this one. Let's see if she managed to do something here on the inside. Hang 5, and unfortunately she goes down with it there. She haven't really been able to find those hang 5s and hang 10s that we saw her earlier today.
That's right. I think there's a lot more pressure in that semi-final heat with the buyer to be able to make it through to the final with her sister. I think she's kind of just cruising in this one.
Yeah.
Knowing that she's up against her sister, and yeah, she's going to want to obviously do well. But Sakura only young, 14 years old, I believe. 15 years old this year. So this will be Kaede Inoue's third wave.
Oh, look at that footwork. Just straight out to the nose. Let's see if she's going to stick with it. See if it's going to reform on the inside here. See, there's a little reform here on the right-hander. Little cut back to the foam. Getting a hang 10 in there.
Oh, just goes incomplete though.
Yeah.
But great ride from Kaede from start to finish, really. She put on some great turns. Sakura there, just dropping a small score, 2.33. So she's going to need a pretty good score up in the 6 range. High 6s to be able to overtake Kaede. We're going to need to wait for that last wave score for Kaede to come through. Get some great nose rides. I love that hang 10 on the end, but unfortunately not complete. To complete a nose ride, you actually need to step right back to the back of the board and then ride out with control. If you step back and fall off, it's deemed as incomplete, even though you have gotten off the nose. I remember back in the day when people were just focusing on nose riding. They'd hold the nose ride for as long as they could, a long time, and then the nose dive right at the end. And then it wouldn't count.
Yeah.
The whole nose ride wouldn't count because it was incomplete.
I know, right? That's the thing. When you don't complete the last maneuver, that maneuver doesn't count. And it doesn't take anything away from the wave, but it doesn't count.
That's right, exactly. So if you didn't do anything before that, then you'd probably get a pretty small score. But that last wave of Kede just coming through, not going to go into her top 2 highest scores, just a 3.1. So she's still got that 3.5 as that second wave backup score, alongside the highest score of a 5.33. Sakura still looking for that high 6-point ride to be able to move up into that advancing position. She will need a 6.3. No, 6.3. I'm doing my maths again. At 6.33 she'll need.
I'm just quiet here watching you trying to figure that out.
Just can't really see it. So 6.33 is needed for Sakura. If you add on 2.5 to 6.33, you'll get 8.83. And the reason that it would be tied is because it would go on to count back to the highest wave score, which would be that 6.33, which would mean that Sakura would take the win.
But yeah, see, we still have 10 minutes left, 10 o'clock, so still plenty of time to catch some more waves and see if Sakura can do anything to secure her first world title here in the APP.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be amazing to see her secure the longboard title. She definitely has what it takes, as we've seen from her performances earlier on today. Just needs to find the right waves. As you've been speaking about, Emily, wave selection really coming into play today for a lot of these surfers. You can have the skills, but if you're not on the right waves, it's not going to be rewarded for that.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen some heats where it's been important to just stay busy and catching some waves, and because there haven't been many set waves, and then we've seen especially Ben just sitting and waiting for those set waves, and that has been his strategy, and luckily it worked. And we're just checking in here with Facebook and on YouTube to see if anyone have any questions or any comment or anything from what they're seeing out there, anything they'd like to ask us. We are always happy to try to answer it, and would also love to hear where you guys are watching from or who you're cheering on.
That's right. Inoue sisters from Japan currently out in the water. The longboard women's final. Up next will be their brother, Taka Inoue, competing in the longboard men's final alongside last year's champion, Leko Salazar. Some great sup surfing went down earlier today with Leko and Leo Jimenez. Perfect rides, high 9-point rides, 8-point rides, 7-point rides in that heat. We had it all.
Yeah, the only heat where I stepped out of the boot and left it to Tristan, and then it was just the heat of the day.
It certainly was. A lot of high scores being dropped. Looks like a little bump coming through here for the women. We'll see. Okay, they have a little paddle for that one. Nothing too good coming through, so they're just going to opt to sit and wait. Maybe having a little chat. Can you see any waves coming, Katie? No.
No. Still got 7 minutes.
You've got priority though.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty slow heat so far. Looks like might be a few bumps coming.
Yeah, you can see the swell kind of pushing down the beach there. So the surfer's going to be enjoying some waves down there. It looks like a swimmer swimming out the back. A lot of people swimming in the morning down here as well, especially up the far end of the beach on the drone shot there. Las Canteras. Lots of people swimming up there. There's quite a protected reef on the outside, so it makes it really calm swimming conditions. As we see a little motion in the ocean.
Yes, looks like a set coming. Sakura sitting with that first priority.
Will she use it against her sister? That is the question. Looks like she's going to let Kaede go on this one. She gets up to the nose, hang 5. Another hang 5 up on the nose as well. Oh, a quick hang 10 from Kaede as well. Going to cut this board right back around to the white water. This is a very strong performance on this wave from Katie. She cuts back, unfortunately goes down there, but I think the hard work was done on the outside. That's where the bulk of the score is going to come from.
That was a great wave. Just the way she was riding that from the traditional style until great turn. Yeah, it's definitely going to be one of the higher scoring waves in this heat.
It certainly is going to be one of the highest waves. Katie's going to extend her lead at the moment, making it even harder for Sakura to come back for the win. You see their brother Tucker in the white on the right-hand side of the screen, Leko Salazar on the left in the red. Getting a bit of distance between them, psyching themselves up for the final of the longboard men.
And then we just got a swimmer.
Got his goggles on, pretty clear water out there, be able to see some fish, some coral, some rocks. Pretty cool.
And we got a 7-point ride in that last wave. So yeah, that was the highest scoring wave of this heat. Yeah, making it a bit hard for Sakura now. She is looking for a 9.33, I think.
That is a massive wave score needed.
Yeah.
For Sakura. Not out of her reach though. Katie, in a way, put on a great performance on that last wave to secure that 7-point ride. That hang 10. Big carve back into the white water as well. So great job from her. But Sakura currently sitting with priority. It was weird that Sakura let Katie go on that one, knowing that she had priority as well. Maybe just a bit of love for her sister.
So like, you can take another world title.
So polite. So Katie just getting the news that she had a 7-point ride for that last one.
Telling her sister. I think they're talking a bit now.
Sakura.
She's smiling and holding her head.
Why did I let you go that way?
Yeah. That's always the game. You think there's something better coming in the back, but sometimes it's not.
It's also just a matter about positioning as well. Maybe Sakura a little bit deep on that one, realizing that she's not going to make it around and have that scoring potential, but she could have used that priority to her advantage and just kept Katie off that wave. But instead, letting Katie go to get the highest wave score of this heat so far. As they are probably having a little chat to one another.
Yeah.
Katie's probably going to let Sakura go the next one.
Yeah. So we see the men's final paddling out. Leko and Taka. It's going to be a very exciting one as well. Now we have the 3 siblings out there in the lineup.
Looks like Sakura taking a look at this one. Just around 3 minutes left on the clock. Sakura's going to get onto this wave. She wants to get up onto the nose. Here we go, up onto the nose, hang 5. Really critical hang 5, beautiful style. Unfortunately, it just comes unstuck. So Sakura probably just feeling a little bit kind of depleted on energy after surfing lots and lots today.
Yeah, that was a shame. That wave had a lot of potential. And but yeah, it was a great effort. Unfortunately, she goes down there. Yeah, just 3 minutes left. Before we're going to go into the men's longboard final.
So Sakura after that 9.33. It's going to be a hard ask now that Katie has priority, so it's going to be coming down, but it could look like we're going to be going back-to-back world champion for Katie in the last couple of heats. She does a quick nose ride there. Turns back toward the white water. Is going to ride this one all the way through. I'd love to see a headstand, Katie, just to finish it off. She brings it through.
At least a little spin.
Yeah, exactly. something to say that you are the longboard world champion for the women. Obviously not finished just yet.
So got 2 minutes left.
He actually needs a 9.83 to take the lead.
Yeah, that's definitely in the excellent range.
Oh yeah. If you just copy Leonardo Jimenez's last one,
yeah,
the 10-point ride, she'll get it.
Yeah, what a day we had so far. 10-point rides, a lot of 9-point rides, and we came this morning. We were like, oh, it's a bit small, and we don't know. And then we ran the event, and yeah, just seen so many great waves.
Yeah, it's been an epic day of action here. for the junior women, and also the longboard action. Been great waves for longboard sup surfing. As you said, Emily, some super high wave scores, excellent wave scores, perfect wave scores being ridden. Sakura Inoue herself looking for one of those waves to eventuate. We come down to 1 minute left on the clock. She's going to want to get her one more wave. She's got a smile on her face, though.
Yeah.
She's still pretty happy. Looks like there might be something coming. She's going to reposition herself to try and get onto this one. She's going to need to pull out everything she has on this final wave.
She is up and riding just before the horn. Getting out to the nose. Hang 5. She managed to stick with it. See if she might get some turn on the inside. But connecting it here to the inside. See if there's any more to offer on this wave. Another nose ride. And then going down. The very shallow water there on the inside. Yeah, but a very well-deserved second place here at the APP. First time the women's longboarding division.
That's right. So your inaugural women's longboard world champion, Katie Inoue, riding on a wave in. She's going to be cheered up the beach once again today. She already took the win in the junior girls. 2022, 2023 champion.
Yeah, what a great performance for the sisters, and surfing so many heats today. They, yeah, it's been great to see. So, yeah, congratulations.
Big congratulations to the Inoue family.
And now they're probably going to stay down there and watch their brother Taka take on the next final.
That's right. So Taka Inoue up against Leko Salazar for the men's longboard final. We'll stick with Katie there on screen. She is your world champion for the longboard sup surfing, the junior women's sup surfing as well. As we move into the APP World Tour longboard men final, reigning world champion Leko Salazar in the red up against Taka Inoue in the white. His sister just winning the world title. As we have a slow start, but we're going to hopefully get some more sets come through for these competitors. Taka possibly already caught a wave. We will catch up. And there we go. We're going to see the heat start for the longboard men. Leko at the back, waiting patiently. Leko been putting on some great surfing all day today. As you said, Emily had a couple of 9-point rides, an 8-point ride and a 7 as well in his scoreline on that same heat. And Taka Inoue right next to him, putting on a great performance against Benoit Carpentier in the semi-finals to get the jump on him. Taka throwing some hang 10s in. That's what he's probably got above Leko Salazar, is the nose riding skills and the hang 10s. We haven't seen Leko hang 10 as much. He's just really been relying on those power turns, where Taka has been relying on those critical nose rides mixed in with those floaters and re-entries. So a bit of a different approach. We'll see how the judges take with both of these surfers in the final. It's going to come down to that wave selection, as we've been talking about all day. Being on the right waves is going to give you those better scores. So surfers positioning themselves out in the lineup for these first waves coming through for the longboard final. Taka going to try and have a look on the inside, but Leko really positioned himself well on the outside to take off on one of the sets for the first wave.
Yeah, what a set wave he's getting himself into here. Yeah, beautiful. Straight out to the nose, hang 5, carving it back, waiting for that wave to stand up and hitting that lip, carving it back again to the wide water. And here we see this is going to be a great final. We can already see Taka out the back. Just connecting it through to the inside. Looks like he's going to stand up again. Giving him another opportunity for a nose ride maybe. Yeah, another hang 5 there. And just finishing the wave all the way on the inside. What it was amazing wave.
That was an amazing wave. So true, Emily. The maneuvers he got done on that outside section, that's where all the scores are really going to come from. Great nose ride. I really love that down carve into a top turn that he did on the outside section on the longboard, managing to turn that big board in a short space of time.
Yeah, that was great performance. And we also saw on that, we could see that Tucker was on a wave in the back. So I don't know if we managed to get a replay of that, but yeah, that would be interesting to see and compare the waves and see when to...
Yeah, it'd be great to see Tucker's wave come through. He's going to stay with a replay of Lecco. Now this nose right on the outside, straight up to the nose, hang 5. Great control there. This down carve, down to the bottom, resets for a bottom turn, up into the lip. So great stuff there from Lecco Salazar. He's on his way to getting a great score to start off this final. And he manages to surf all the way through here, banking it off the white water as he rides through. Tucker behind him on a wave 2. We'll catch up to that replay shortly, but we'll stick with Lecco. He's going to finish off this wave. A little bit of style on the inside. Bit of downtime on this wave at the end here. But as you said, Emily, he sets up for another nose ride on the end and completes it as well as he kicks out the back.
Yeah. What a beautiful ridden wave and just a combination of maneuvers. And here we see Tucker's wave. We saw him in the back. Just a quick hang 10 there. And again, hang 5. Wow. So fast on his feet. And I think we're...
Yeah, just coming unstuck on that re-entry there.
Yeah.
But a couple of hang 10s.
But we have the first wave of Lecco. It's a 6.83, so great start for him here.
Thought it would have went a little bit higher, thinking about the way you surfed that wave on the outside section, given the wave quality today as well in the afternoon. Decreasing a little bit, but obviously we did see some big scores from Lecco earlier, so maybe they're just waiting for some of that. But, you know, that hang 5 to a couple of really nice turns, sitting at 6.83, so surfers are really going to need to bring out their A game in this final to get those higher scores. Looks like there's a set out the back. Tucker in position, first priority. He decides not to go, unless he is deciding to go. Hanging 5 across that section out the back. Going to cut back as well. That great style. Tucker getting a bit of speed to hit the lip here. Throws that board up into the lip. Comes down with control. He's going to surf a bit to the left here. Try and wait for this wave to reform to finish off. But a great nose ride. A little kind of check turn and then sets it up for a big off the lip. So nice critical section. Very similar to Lecco doing that cross step cut back there. Going to set it up for a little bit more of that nose riding action on the inside. We'll see if Tucker brings in a spin or a bit of a twirl here. Tucker gets up to the nose again for a hang 5. Switches the paddle up for a floater. Finishes on the sand with control.
Yeah, he's going to be careful. He's not going to take out his fin on the sand there.
There's some little holes in the sand as well, as I was down there earlier today. So be careful jumping off. We see spectators starting to fill in a little bit to watch the longboard action. Judges tower there. You see the athletes zone. And the beautiful backdrop. Las Arenas Shopping Centre on the left. The music auditorium. The big building there on the beach front. And then our left-hand wave out the front here. Look at that. Amazing. Looks like Lecco Salazar on the outside.
He's up and riding, yeah. Found himself another great wave here. Hang 5, doing a bit of spins with the paddle there. And carving it all the way back for a roundhouse there. Hitting the foam. Just starting to connect it into the inside here, getting some little foam climbs. See if he can manage to do a few more maneuvers here on the inside before hitting the sand. He's just waiting for it to stand up. Another hang 5. And just a little foam climb to finish. He liked that one.
He absolutely loved that wave. I think the thing he loved most was the paddle twirl.
Yeah.
Paddle twirl on the nose. He did that earlier in his semi-final heat. I love that he has the time to do a paddle twirl. Not that it's going to add any scores to the points, but it's nice to see Lecco having fun out there in the final. So Tucker Inouye, for his first wave, dropped a 5.17. Now that was that nose ride that he did, and he fell off after that nose ride on that re-entry. So we're expecting that second wave score to be much higher than that, because he had a nice nose ride with a carve and a hit off the lip. As Tucker taking a look at this next one here, getting straight to the nose for a hang 5, hang 10. He's going to stay on the nose for a while as he rides through this one. Bit of cool style as he steps his front foot, crosses it over behind his back one to cut back. He's going to ride this one right through. So opting to go at a bit of a smaller wave for Tucker, using all of his energy to go through. He's got to put it all on the line here for the final.
Oi.
Quick nose ride, but all that energy a bit wasted falling off at the end there. As Leko just casually paddling back out after that little fist pump
Yeah.
that he gave.
See what the judges are going to score that. And looks like there's another set coming.
Yeah, so Tucker deciding to go on that smaller wave, where there are some sets on the outside.
Yeah, look at this
Left-hander.
one coming now.
Last heat of the day, Emily.
I'm out there.
That's
20
it.
minutes.
Exactly. Leko having to jump over that set. See, quite a big wave, not being able to paddle up and over that one. So the wave's getting a little bit better out there today. I'm sure there's going to be a long line of surfers on the shore waiting to get out there for the action. But
I'm going to go find the longest longboard.
there you go. Exactly. Grab Noah's.
Yes. Noah, if you're listening, get it ready.
Wax up the nose.
Yes.
Gonna hang 10. So scores yet to come through for Tucker and Leko. We've got 2 waves from Tucker to drop. We'll last one from Leko as well.
Yeah, so still 15 minutes, so still plenty of time.
Lots of time left on the clock here. The last heat of the day, the final of the men's longboard. We have crowned champions in the junior girls today, Keita Inouye, and the women's longboard, Keita Inouye again. She's dominant in her performance.
Oh, man. What a day for her. 2 world titles. Wow, look at this drone shot. Just look at the rocks and clear water. Yeah, beautiful shot.
Yeah, it really is amazing. Beautiful clear water. Leko opting for board shorts out there today. Tucker opting for the wetsuit. It's only a small, lightweight competitor, so maybe feeling the cold a little bit more. Just wanting to stay warm. He surfed quite a few heats today in the longboard. As we see him taking a look at some smaller waves on the inside. So opting to take off on quite a number of waves. Leko just hanging out the back with priority, being very patient in his strategy to catch the big waves.
Yeah, he knows those sets are coming.
He certainly does. We're still waiting on that score from Tucker to drop.
And
2
from
scores-
Leko, right?
And from Leko, that's right. So going to be interesting to see where they sit. Leko had a great wave before, which he claimed. As we get an even higher drone shot of the break. You can see that deep water sitting off to the left of screen there,
Yeah.
where the rip is.
Yeah, just see the reef and the rocks there. Such a beautiful picture. Let me see. Leko paddling. Maybe he's seen something.
Yeah, I think there's a bump on the horizon. Looks like a few waves coming through.
Leko said in that first priority.
Yeah, he's going to be able to take the pick of which wave he wants. But this wave breaking out further than all the competitors. Leko opting to paddle over this one. Tucker sees an opportunity on the inside. He's going to opt to get up onto the nose here for that hang 5. Cuts it back really tight in the pocket. Unfortunately, can't hang on to that one. So it looks like Leko might be on the wave behind. Leko bouncing. Oh, he's just going to kick out of that one.
Back to the first priority. And we also see another score coming in for Leko. So his heat total now is 14.66. And we also have Tucker with a heat score of 12.94. So it's a pretty close heat so far. Well, we'll see if we can get the breakdown of the scores.
Going to have to be a high 7-point ride, I think.
7.33, I think I heard the beats announcer say. Or we'll get Boo to do his math.
I think it was a 7.83. Leko sitting with that 6.83. And a 7.83. I believe that equals 14.66. It's been a long day, Emily.
Yeah, I
Don't put
know.
me through any more maths.
Sorry for putting you on the spot. Oh, yeah. We've been talking to each other for 8 hours
That's
now.
right. Exactly. Yeah. It's resulted in doing math.
Yeah.
But Tucker also dropped a score, a high score there. So he had a 5.17 for his first ride, I believe. And then I'm not going to do the maths on that one, but looks like he dropped a ride in at least the 7-point range to be able to jump up into that score.
Mm-hmm. Can we get the score breakdown?
So we'll look at that score breakdown. As Tucker has 3 waves, 4 waves now surfed. Still waiting on another wave.
Here we got it. Oh, your math is correct. 7.83 from Leiko's last wave and 7.77 from Taco. So, yeah, really close heat.
Yeah, very, very close heat. Tucker only needing a 6.9, I believe.
Yeah, 6.9.
To take the win. And we're going to throw it down to the beach with Tatiana for an interview with Keire Inoue, the winner of the women's longboard division. And we're just going to throw that interview down there very shortly. So we'll update you when Keire is ready. She's probably got a few emotions flying around down there, being crowned world champion for the 2nd time today.
Yeah, wow, what an accomplishment. And meanwhile, we're seeing Tucker having a look at this one.
As Tucker goes on, we'll throw it down to the beach with Keire Inoue.
We are back again with Gaeta. She was just crowned the stand-up paddle longboard champion of the world. Congratulations. How does it feel?
Thank you! 2つ目のワールドチャンピオンを取れてよかったです。そして昨年に続き2年連続で2冠、そして残るはプロ本戦の3冠、本当に3冠目指して、明日も頑張ります。ありがとうございます。
You have done Japan and your friends and family very proud. So congratulations at 18 years old, 2 world titles. Round of applause for Gaeta. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Tatiana, for that interview with Keire Inoue, the world longboard champion in the women's, the world junior champion as well. She seems very happy to be taking home that 2nd world title. She saw she was wearing the hat, said Tucker on it, so supporting her brother in this heat. Tucker's looking for that 6.9 to be able to take the lead and the win for the longboard, but Leko Salazar looking very strong in this final. He's looking to go back-to-back world longboard champion.
Yeah, what a great performance from him today. Some very consistent, good scores.
Yeah, high scores as well. He's been patient in this heat. He has had a 3rd wave, not factoring into his score at all. Just a quick look at that one. But decided to kick out to keep priority. And so hopefully we're going to get some more waves coming through. About 9 minutes remaining now. You see 8 minutes on your clock, but 9 minutes in the heat.
Yeah.
So we just hear that Tucker dropped a 6-point ride for his last wave score during the interview.
Yeah, that means that his requirement will be a little bit lower now, I believe.
I don't think so. He's still got the 7.77.
Yeah,
so he's still looking for the 6.9.
Okay.
So he had a 6-point ride. I think he still needs a 6.9 to be able to jump up into the lead. But Leko Salazar still hanging on to that lead. 6.83, 7.83. So Tucker needing to emulate that 7.77 he had earlier. And he did that on a wave where it was a nice controlled hang 5. Then a turn, but then he threw that board up into the lip to be able to get a nice re-entry on that wave for the 7.77.
Yeah, the judges like to see them going vertical on that, like really waiting, holding that bottom turn and throwing it up to the lip.
Yeah, that's right. They love seeing the longboard go above the lip, as Leko did on his first one. That was a great score as well. The 6.83 down that down carve, then got the board really tight in the pocket to turn. He's 7.83. Had some great footwork, some great powerful turns on that wave as well, bringing that board right back around into the white water. So some great surfing from both competitors. Leko Salazar currently holding priority out there. Tucker probably going to have a look at this little one. He's been loving the inside waves. Really bodes well for him on the nose as he gets up on the nose. Hang 10, beautiful hang 10 from Tucker. So this is going to be a great score coming through as he hits off the top of that. Thank you, he says. The judges are going to be looking at that score. So if he can continue this through to the inside, finish it off nicely, the judges will reward him highly. As he brings it back to the left, the cross step turn is going to get back up to the nose again for a hang 5. He's going to finish this one off in the really steep section. Doesn't manage to ride out of that one, but he's very happy with his performance on the outside section. Hang 10. Really clean hang 10. You can see both feet on the nose of that board. So judges, I think, are going to take their time on this one.
Yeah, that was a great wave, and just the way he also holds that bottom turn and throws it up to the lip. You know, that combination is, you know, what the judges are looking for.
But Leko Salazar has the pick of a set wave coming through. Is he in the right spot? He looks like he's a little bit deep on the left, so he's going to have to go right on this one. As he jumps off quickly, realizing that he's not in the right position for that wave. Tucker in a way.
Gonna get back out there and establish that first priority again.
Yeah, Tucker's got a long paddle ahead of him. Coming down to around 5 minutes left in this final for the men's longboard. As I mentioned before, judges are going to take their time, I think, for that Tucker's last wave. Going to be looking at some replays because he had a great hang 10. And although the re-entry wasn't super clean, he managed to ride out of it with control. So Leko Salazar here on the nose, cutting back into the pocket there. Nice speed and power. He's going to throw that board up into the lip. Manages to land it as well. So great turn from Leko. It's going to be interesting to see where the judges go with this score, because those turns have been done on the kind of inside section. But really powerful surfing for Leko. I still think it's going to be one of his best waves of the heat.
Yeah, very great combination of maneuvers and just surfing very, like, some radical maneuvers there. Really putting the board in the pocket of the wave. He's really happy with that one too.
Yeah, it's showing the passion the Brazilian surfers have. The love for this sport and the longboard sup. Leko wanting to keep that first position. We're going to be waiting, I think, a while for these scores to come through. The judge is going to be looking back. It's interesting to see that those big turns for Leko on that first wave was only a 6.83, so it's going to be comparing it against that ride to make sure the scale is set for this final. Tucker now with first priority coming into the final 4 minutes of this heat. The final. And still waiting for scores, Emily.
Yeah, holding our breath here.
Because this will be the world champion decider between Tucker as he moves up into the lead with that last wave score. It's going to be a big score.
Can we get the breakdown of the score?
So his last wave was an 8.27.
Yeah, 8.27. So that's
now,
highest scoring wave of the heat.
What does Leko need now?
Leko need 8.22.
8.22. Will that last wave have done it for him?
Yeah, we'll see.
Ooh, very interesting. So Tucker obviously being rewarded for that hang 10. He's going to get straight up in the nose again. Hang 10 on the left there. As he surfs through this one, he's going to be able to hang on to it. He does. He's going to get around this section and just sneak past Leko there. He cuts back into the white water. Tucker utilizing priority toward the end of this heat for this wave. trying to improve upon the 7.77 of his low wave score. So some high scores being thrown down in the final of this longboard division. Tucker again, a quick nose ride. He's going to want to finish this one off in the inside here. Another quick nose ride. He's going to bring it right through to be able to bank it off the white water there. And unfortunately goes down. A lot of the work was done on the outside.
Yeah.
The quick hang 10 and a little cutback.
Yeah, it's great. We're still waiting for that score from Lego. They're taking their time on that one.
They are taking their time. Leko throwing down some powerful moves. Not the most critical nose ride, though, compared to Tucker's. But I like these maneuvers that he got done on the wave. Very controlled, very
powerful.
Very powerful.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see if the situation does change with about 2 minutes on the clock. But Tucker could be bringing home another world title for the Inouye family.
Yeah. They're going to have a great night.
They certainly are. They're going to get their rest, though, because competition could be getting back underway tomorrow. We'll make a call in the morning. As we said with that forecast, looking like some swell coming toward the end of the week. But do stay tuned to APP World Tour social media channels for the updates. As we see a competitor getting out there to practice for the upcoming competition. As we see a great drone angle of the beach down here. This is where I said earlier this morning that I counted over 100 surfers out there yesterday. A lot of people learning to surf. A lot of very good surfers out there as well. Longboard, shortboard, stand-up paddle. Party waves going on down there.
Yeah. We'll be out there in a second.
Yes.
Party waving with them.
That's right. Exactly. We'll see. Still waiting on that score for Leko Salazar. Judges taking their time. Wondering if it's going to be in the excellent range, the 8.22 that he needs to go back-to-back for world titles.
1 minute left on the clock.
So if the ocean's flat, it's all going to come down to this last wave score.
Yeah. But Lego is sitting with priority, so if another set wave is coming, he's free to go.
That's right.
Looks
Right
like
at the
Taka
critical
is
moment.
just going to stay busy on the inside here.
Tucker loves these smaller inside waves. This is where he's been getting the majority of the score. He's going to go straight up to the nose again. Hang 5, quick hang 10. I wouldn't say quick anymore.
Oh, no.
That was a long one. It
That
comes
was
unstuck. Probably held it for too long.
Yeah, that was not a quick one. It's a pretty long hang 10.
10 seconds
We
left.
already have the first surfers out there waiting for them to finish.
That's right. So we're going to be patiently waiting for the last score from Leko Salazar to come in to see if he's going to take the world title in the longboard men. But currently it is Taka Inouye in the lead. We are going to look at the city of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, our host here for the event. Beautiful city, the island of Gran Canaria. As we see some scores coming in for Tucker's last wave. Still waiting on that last one from Leko, though. The judges really taking their time.
Yeah, it must be nerve-wracking being Leko right now.
It really must be. He's at the back. This is for a world title in the longboard division. Looking for that 8.22 from that last wave. Leko that. So we are going to go to a replay of Leko's wave. Don't know if it was his last wave. This was the hang 5. This was the start of the heat. That down carve back up into the pocket. So recapping the heat here. Be able to see Leko's last wave hopefully come through on this replay as well. As Leko brings us through. So this was a 6.83. So really comparing the last wave of his to this one. And also the 7.83 that he dropped in the heat 2. So Leko riding this one all the way through to the inside. These competitors opting to ride to the beach to get the most score. Don't know if it's going to really play a huge factor in the scoring, but Taka Inouye here, these hang 10s he done. This was one of his higher wave scores, I believe. Not one that came into his top 2. First wave score, I think it was a 5.17. Then up on the nose here for a really long hang 5. This was his 7.77 earlier on. And that pretty much came from that long nose ride and that hit off the top. So 7.77 from this ride. And he took that one through all the way to the beach. But we're still waiting for that score of Leko Salazar to drop. We'll update you once the replay finishes as Tucker just cross-stepping his way through the inside here on this replay. So Tucker dropped 7.77 and also an 8-point ride for his efforts.
Yeah, what a performance.
Which left Leko chasing that 8.22.
Yeah, we're still waiting for that score.
We are still waiting. I think this is the wave here that we are waiting for the score on. As he gets up to the nose. No, this was his one of his high scores. So we are hearing some beach announcers calling the scores.
8.07.
8.07. 0.13 short. That means on screen you can see Tucker Inoue is your 2023 APP World Longboard Champion.
Yeah, wow. Congratulations to the family. They're having 3 titles today. And a silver medal.
And a silver, that's right, exactly, with Sakura, both in the juniors and in the longboard.
Yeah.
And this is where Tucker got those big scores from, those hang 10s.
Yeah. So 5 medals to the family.
Whew.
Talk about full house.
Exactly, right? They can go home now.
Yeah.
No, they've still got more surfing to do. They're going to be coming up later on in the week.
Yeah, wow.
The pro man, the pro women event.
Yeah, huge congratulations, but also to Leko for a great performance. It's been, great to see him today. Yeah, such a great day, and yeah, look at the conditions out there. We already see the surfers out there surfing. Was I think that's seeing Alasne there from Spain out and practicing. Maybe her, maybe it's not her. But definitely some of the women out practicing there.
Yeah, great shot of the event site there. A few people out there practicing for potentially getting underway tomorrow for the event. We want to do huge congratulations to all of our competitors today, especially our world champions, Katie Inoue, junior girls, longboard women.
And and we just we're gonna cut off the live stream very soon, but we'll encourage you guys to follow on Instagram and Facebook, where I think we're gonna get a podium in a minute, and they will send some live maybe from the Instagram. So jump over to the Instagram and follow the action there, and you'll see when we get crowned. We'll also upload and highlight reel later.
So yeah, stay tuned for all that action. Jump over to the Instagram, Facebook, and stay tuned to appworldtour.com tomorrow morning, local time here, to see if we get the event underway. Thanks so much for tuning in.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank Bill for it was great talking to you for 8 hours.
Great talking to you as well, Emily. Let's go get in the water.
Yeah, let's go for a little surf, and then we'll give you an update tomorrow morning.
Perfect. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.